Sing all the time.
Sometimes I do feel that need you by my side. Forget about time, fine, I keep feeling it.
如果听到我心潮声，就手牵手奔跑吧。
对着老地方，不用另外找地方。
这里忘记时间流是记录时间流。
Can't stop it，
一起找秘方。
这是最后15刻，最最讨你感到迷惘。
让我们起出发抵挡，不管让我们击掌。
有彼此此刻，才有了力量。
是不会忘记我们曾携手并肩。Everybody sing that song, that song. Everybody sing this song for you and me. あなたと未来を共に生きて。どんな壁も越えよう。Everybody sing that sing, that song. Everybody sing this song for you and me. Everybody sing that sing, that song. Everybody sing this song for you and me. もう何も怖くない。Everybody sing that sing, that song. Everybody sing this song for you and me. 確かな明日へ歌うメロディー。Remember us, that we have新しい道をつないでく。Sing all the time. Sing, sing out our song for you and me. Just all the time. Sing, sing out our song for you and me. Just all the time. Sing, sing out our song for you and me. Just all the time. Sing, sing out our song for you and me. Just all the time. Everybody sing that sing, that song. Everybody sing this song for you and me. もう何も怖くない。Everybody sing that sing, that song. Everybody sing this song for you and me. 確かな明日へ歌うメロディー。Remember us, that we have新しい道をつないでく。Sing all the time. Sing, sing out our song for you and me. Just all the time.
There is no rebirth without pain. The whispers by my ear, the scars from the pain. I was once lost in superficial applause before I crossed path with that touch of red. When the throat is slit, everything I wished for comes true. A mark forever sealed between my eyebrows. On the night the jailbird lost its voice, we chose to go our separate ways. Yet, I returned once more. Tears ignited a glow in my eyes. Ashes were once flames.
Above the high tower, a utopia. Lord of Babel, a walking sun. Is this the belief you filled the minds of the ignorant with? The tower shall fall. New lies will be treated as the word of God. The morning star is the true king. The ambitious are impure of heart, yet I insist on bestowing authority upon them. The surrendered are disloyal, yet I still fulfill their wish. As long as the dogs and crowns remain by my feet, who stays by me matters. No more. All of this I learned from you. How am I doing, my dear brother? My son.
Hello everyone, this is Eli O, and welcome to the Identity 5 Championship Southeast Asia 2023. Let's take a look at the new changes in the band pick rules of this season. The new band pick rules consist of 8 phases. The sequence and content of each phases are as follows. In this phase, Hunter Faction will permanently ban 2 Survivor characters. In this phase, the number of banned Hunter characters will be automatically adjusted as the tournament progresses. In Game 1, the Survivor Faction cannot ban a Hunter. Every subsequent game, including overtime, the number of Hunter characters that are banned by Survivor Faction is automatically increased by 1. Up to 3 Hunter characters will be banned. In this phase, Survivor Faction will pick 2 Survivor characters. Please note, from Game 1 to Game 3, the first 2 Survivor characters selected in this phase will no longer be eligible to use. In this phase, Hunter Faction will ban 1 Survivor character. In this phase, Survivor Faction will pick 1 Survivor character. The Survivor characters picked in this phase can be reused. In the next phase, Hunter Faction will ban the last Survivor character. In this phase, Survivor Faction will pick the last Survivor character. This Survivor character can also be used again. In this phase, the Hunter Faction will lock a Hunter character. Compared to previous seasons, the Hunter Faction can ban 4 Survivor characters freely. In the new ban pick rules, there will be 10 Survivor characters who cannot be used in the best of 3. However, the number of Hunter characters banned by the Survivor Faction remains the same. That's about it. Good luck and have fun.
On that night, the blizzard laid waste to the plateau of Lang. She brought light before my corpse. She could have told me the bitter truth, so that I could escape the intolerable surge of emotions. She could have gouged out my eyes, so that I could not see the demons of hell in the skin of gods. Or his ugly face that is so like my own. But it matters not, for the secret is forever buried. After all, corpses do not speak. But the price of it all, her humanity fell into the bowels of the gods. Fret not, mother. The hunt of the gods ended on the night the blizzard laid waste to the plateau of Lang.
I received a revelation to judge without mercy. Murderers must have their blades shattered. And the greedy must be depraved of welfare. Only then, when the flames of sin subside, the redeemed may regain a pious heart.
Even in the bright spot bubble, I will get it cold. Bring the facts to light. Peer to the lens and snap a shot. Press the shutter button. I'm approaching the result. Let the puzzles be solved by joining up the dots. I tell that we just could have been freely talked. I live without a shadow of a doubt. That the ending is like a step out of the night. That perpetual night. I'm on my way to the goal. I'm on my way to expose the lies and running forward, running forward for myself. On the way to the reunion, to the time I meet again. From the ashes will rise, look at from the flames. Someday we'll meet again. Closing closer, cruising traces, more and more. Among the faces, who do I hear? I must make it loud. Step on the dusty over memories are recalled. Open up the album. The good times seem to come once more. That the wheel of fortune's turning, the golden days were gone. So I tried at any cost to escape from the loss. Time and tell back, that's never get gone. I live without a shadow of a doubt. That I'm reaching the light, gonna step out of the night. That perpetual night, I'm on my way to the goal. I'm on my way to expose the lies. I'm running forward for you, running forward for myself. On my way to the reunion, to the time we meet again. From the ashes will rise, look at from the flames. Someday we'll meet again. Someday we'll meet again. Yeah, yeah, Twilight is sun lingered in the misty wind, covering by the fire in my heart. But I choose to wake up. But I choose to run on my way to the goal. I'm on my way to expose the lies. I'm running forward for you, running forward for myself. On my way to the reunion, to the time we meet again. Will the ashes will rise, broken from the pains. Someday we'll meet again. Closer, closer, cruising past this more and more. Here shall the night let's be over.
After sunset, I'm an engineer for Sonora Aero Club. When the final screw was put in place, it took flight like a blessing from fate itself. But the sun always rises. Fate hanged me high above on frames of steel. Luckily, I had a loyal companion. Let's leave this place. We'll fly over that skyscraper. Until I sold my blessing for a decent fortune. We took flight at a price exacted by fate. Let's leave this place. We'll fly over that skyscraper. As for this letter, is it a way to escape the curse of fate? Or perhaps a temptation to fly once again?
That was the beginning and the end of everything.
I have thought about what I might encounter here, but everything I've encountered so far has still exceeded my expectations. The girl mentioned in here, Emma Woods. Is he back? Hunters? My gut told me it might be my only chance to unravel its secrets with my own hands.
Don't look back.
Trailing behind the golden candlelight, the avaricious people lay eyes upon the royal coffin. Every inch of this beauty is forged with glory and power. The usurper who embraces glory will one day kneel before glory itself, and both his head and ambition will be crushed. Greed is immolated in flames, and the withered bones devour flesh and blood. Why believe in glory when glory is born of me? And I will be crowned once again.
Who, when, where, what, and why. Nothing escapes the eyes of a reporter.
A tragic haven occurred in the mines, burying the miners deep within. The incident has now claimed 13 deaths, with only one survivor.
Hide here and don't make a sound. Whenever in doubt.
Cursed child! Your family is
All because of horror. Whenever trouble strikes. Face it, and it'll all be over. That is what I've always believed.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the last day before the offline stage. My name's Elio, joined here with Chocho, and we are back for our remaining matches to see who will be, of course, advancing to that offline stage, making the top 4. It all comes down to this. These are going to be some of the most exciting, the most intense matches we've seen thus far in this event. Chocho, what's up? How's it going?
What's up? I mean, yeah, of course. The matches seems to get more and more intense, Eli. And coming into this, of course, they are definitely prepared. We do have our matches yesterday. 2 teams have been confirmed in the top 4. We do have Utopia as well as GH. So congratulations to them. They can now rest as they await for their Thailand flying session, which will be at the end of this month. So we're excited for that. But before that, we still have to confirm our last 2 spots in this top 4. So right now it's between these 5 teams: ST, Rio, Idol, ADM, as well as FT. So we do know that our first match will be ST versus Rio, but Eli, I kind of want your inputs on today's matches.
Yeah, so obviously, we talked about it a little bit at the end of the stream yesterday, but for today, obviously, these teams are still fighting for those last 2 spots. So ST versus Rio, of course, will be our first match for today. Actually, we can look at the overall bracket. So, of course, Utopia and GH in the winner's bracket, already in the top 4. So they're really well positioned to potentially take it down in this event. But, of course, we have Idol versus ADM, and then FT versus the winner of ST versus Rio. So Idol versus ADM, the winner of that match, will advance to the top 4 stage. And then Rio versus ST, the winner of that match will play against FT, and the winner of that will advance to the top 4 stage. So both of those teams, or all of those teams, still in this event, but are in the losers bracket. It is do or die matches for them today. First match, ST versus Rio. We saw ST have a very close matchup against Idol, in which Idol only won because of time. So I think ST against Rio will definitely be very exciting, but I think ST, from what we've seen, has a lot to put forward. A team that's really come out of nowhere. A lot of people didn't really know who ST was. We've never really heard the name before, but just out of nowhere, putting up great performances. And I think definitely I think a lot of people have high expectations. Are definitely expecting this team to potentially move on to the top 4. They will have to go through FT first, which is will be a very intense matchup. FT, a very strong team. I'm very much looking forward to that one. And of course, Idol versus ADM. Idol has been a very strong team, but not too consistent. A lot of strong players, but they have lacked in a few areas. So they are going against ADM, who's had a strong Hunter side with Lanlin, but the Survivor side of ADM has struggled quite a bit so far in this event. So if they want to take down a strong team like Idol, they really need to work out those Survivor issues, and we will see if they're able to pull things together today in this very tense matchup, this do or die match. This is a must-win match for all of these teams.
Yeah, so stakes as well as expectations are very, very high. But right before that, we do have this quiz challenge. Join the thrilling SEA IVC quiz challenge right now with Season Essence to be won. So you can scan the QR code, but if the QR code is not working at this point in time, I believe these answers can be answered as well at the Identity 5 official Discord server. I believe it's called there's a section for IVC 2023, so you can just check that out and you'll see some other people's responses as well. You can just respond yours over there and we'll see whether you will be that lucky person that win those Season Essence. So these are the questions that are on our screens right now. We can just quickly brief through them. I mean, 2023 SEA IVC, which Hunter got the highest pick rate last week. Second one is about the predictions. Teams Hunters, who will eliminate more survivors in round 1. And then for question 3, in the ST versus Rio's competition, which team will be the winner? ST versus Rio. So this question seems to kind of target quite a lot onto these matches, I would say. But Hunter got the highest pick rate. That will be interesting to see what your responses will be. And moving on to question 4, prediction once again. How many times will the Night Watch show up in all of today's matches? We do have option A, B, C, or D. And for question 5, another prediction. How many times will the Patient show up in all of today's competition? We haven't really seen a lot of Patient, but maybe coming into the later rounds, so you might be seeing it. So excited to see how this might possibly turn out. And also for our Itaqua Cult, Itaqua Nation, I believe a lot of you might be clicking on that number D option 3 times or more. So let's see whether that's going to be a case. Last week, we did see Kong play 4 times Night Watch in a single row. We'll see whether Rio is going to give that ban onto Night Watch like how the other teams did, or it's gonna follow like what Idol did, not to ban on the Night Watch, and are confident to go against Kwong's character pool regardless. So, oh, but a little fan art appreciation that we're seeing here, Eli. Cerberus, Hunter from Nor, which Nor has already been eliminated yesterday. Really unfortunately, Cerberus didn't get a chance to perform in this IVC as well. So yeah, we do have a fan art from his beloved fan, I believe, and yeah, actually I did send this fan art. I saw his fan art, I sent it to him too, so he knows very well that this is for him. And also for GH, I believe this person is by, this fan art is by Bezabi.
Zabi.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, yeah, we got a confirmation from Eli, so definitely it's called Bezabi.
That's not a confirmation, that's just a guesstimate of the name. But apologies if, of course, the name is pronounced incorrectly, but we do our best.
Yeah, we try to do our best. Yeah, to pronounce other names. We are the can't pronounce plus blind gang. So Eli Chocho thing as well. Anyways,
Wow.
A fan art of Future's one. I believe this is by Q. Please, I hope I'm pronouncing this correct. Q, right? Q. Yeah, we do see that very signature wolf coming into this fan art that we're seeing here.
Yeah.
I would love to appreciate it a little bit more if the artist could kind of elaborate what's going on here, because I mean, coming into art, there's a lot of
in the woods.
inspiration that comes from it. But
I'd say I think that one's really cool as well. The way the trees are drawn on the side as well, with like the blurring of the colors. I remember I did an art class back in middle school. The only art experience I've pretty much had in my entire life. But I remember we did actually do artwork similar to that sort of thing. I actually found that very entertaining and very nice to look at. So excellent job from that, I do have to say. We are going to look into the ST survivors though. We are going to have the ST hunter as well. Of course, Kwong we saw last week with 4 rounds of Night Watch. So we'll see if that trend continues, or we're going to see something a little bit different from them today. We are going to have, of course, ST Gris. We have
lose.
Yep. I'll leave you with that one. And then we have Tatian and Love Theo or Love Theo as well. We saw them very, very impressive kiting last week. That's going to be a very interesting factor in this, is if we'll see this player continue to kite here, or we'll have somebody else potentially take the kite. Something we didn't see is I don't think we saw Boss this time. I think Boss was the other player, which is actually not going to be starting today. Of course, on the side of Rio, we do have Death World. On the Hunter side, we saw Death World be very consistent up until last week. He had a bit of a struggle against GH last week, and so we'll see if he's able to turn things around today here against ST. Of course, we do have Rio, Wolfie, White, Cat Carry, and Roxy as well.
And I actually kind of received confirmation from one of the members in Rio that Roxy's actually Yank, same person from who we thought was the new member, but it's just the same member, just a different name. And we haven't really seen Potato being that front lineup, the main lineup for this team, so we might see him today. I'm not too sure. We'll see how this team decides to go about. But before that, we're gonna go into our player stats. Kwong, with that Night Watch, very known for a 73.5% win rate, Eli. That's really high. And for Death Row, he's very known for his Night Watch as well, an S-Batch strong Night Watch, 64.9%, slightly lower than Kwong. But Eli, if we're gonna make a comparison between Kwong and Death Row, how will you go about doing it?
Yeah, so definitely I think Kwong has been a little bit stronger in terms of Kwong has been able to win some games here and there. Death World has struggled to actually win games. We've seen him very consistent with draws. Did have a bit of a struggle, of course, last week against GH, where he wasn't able to get any ties there. But this time around, yeah, this is going to be very important that he's able to come back and continue to be consistent here today against ST, as we do know the ST survivors actually have been quite strong, as well as the ST hunter. ST has a lot to put out here, so Rio actually has a very uphill battle in front of themselves right now. And yeah, Kwong's just been very strong as well with that Night Watch, 73% win rate, as we can see, 3.26 eliminations, extremely high here. So yeah, Death World, obviously another very strong hunter, but is really going to need to turn things around and make a comeback from last week.
And from yesterday, we did see how it was more of like a survivor game. A lot of strong fronts coming in from survivor side, but we'll see whether it's going to be the same case for today or it's going to be Hunter dominating the stage once again. And of course, for Defro, we did see a very impressive Bloody Queen coming in from him at the Red Church. Very accurate mirrors, so we'll see whether it's going to be playing that character, maybe coming into BO2 or 3. But moving on from there, we do have our first survivor from ST Gris. I believe another name that she had before this was Hamoine. I have to pronounce it that way so I can pronounce it properly. Hamoine. And a slightly lower win rate, 31.7%. And we do have Wolfie on the right with that rescuer role as usual, 35.7%. And a higher escape rate at 54.6%. So we usually do see that rescuers getting that at least one escape for their team to secure not a 5-0 point lead. And as for Greece, we did see her play the Explorer, the Psychologist, and for Wolfie, we did see her play the Gravekeeper, but last week it was kind of unfortunate with that Gravekeeper pick at Ever Slipping Town against Godji's Poland.
Yeah, so we'll see if they're able to work things out here, but I think it's going to be very important, again, for the Rio survivors. They do need to have some more consistency here, as they did struggle in that Breaking Wheel match. We did see them obviously get the 3 escape afterwards on Sacred Heart Hospital, but of course that did fall short of the win against GH, so they really need to work that again. And Kwang's not going to give them anything to work with. They're going to have to work really hard for this one, but we do have Glues. So 38% win rate here, 53% escape rate, only 76 seconds of containment time, so around average for most of the things here, but we will see how they're able to play. We have not seen them just yet. We did see Boss, of course, last weekend, so Gluglu is going to come out here today, unless they changed the name, but I'm pretty sure they did not. So I think the name stays throughout the entire tournament. So yeah, we will see if they're able to make a bit of a difference here. We saw Boss on playing mostly rescue character last weekend, so we'll see if this player is more of a rescue player, or is going to take a bit of a different approach. And we do have Rio White as well here. They're only 38% win rate as well, so slightly on the lower side, but we'll see what they're able to do here. And of course, we do have Taitian, which is listed as batter. We haven't really seen that much from ST. I think we did see one time, if I'm not mistaken. I would have to look back at that, but 94 seconds of containment time, extremely high here. Very aggressive batter player based off of these statistics. So we'll see if that actually comes out today in this match.
Yeah, Composer and Forward are the characters that haven't played in this IVC for him, and we might see that once again. Maybe not too much of the battle coming into the later rounds when there's lesser picks. All the strong ones have already been selected, then we might be seeing that better. And on Kekeri's side, usually that support, that kiter for his team, played the Balmy Explorer, Priestess, Female Dancer, Entomologist, Magician, as well as the Mechanic in this series of IVC. So character pool wise, Kekeri does not lack in any way, and we do see him coming in with the support, coming in the decoding, as well as the kiting. So Kekeri is actually a very stable player of this team Rio, and also kind of bringing back a little bit of White. He played the Lawyer, and we did see him kind of play this Explorer hiding strategy with that Lawyer. So definitely got to give him kudos for that, because he actually kind of bought out a lot of time for his teammates to go on with the decoding. So amazing stuff that's coming from White. We'll see whether there's a possibility of seeing that Lawyer once again, and also seeing whether Kyung is prepared to go against White Lawyer, and also will he be acknowledging that White's Lawyer actually is someone that he might not be able to chase because he can't find him. And moving on to this, we do have Love Theo, Eli.
Yeah, this player we've seen very strong kiter. We see 98 seconds of containment time, which is well above the average. And this is not even a harassment player. You usually see someone like a forward, antiquarian, something like that with a very high containment time because they go for early support. This is 98 seconds of just them being a very strong kiting player in general. 50% win rate, above 50% here, pretty strong. Escape rate of only 49 just because they are usually getting chased first. But yeah, 98 seconds. This is one of the highest we've seen in this tournament. So definitely high expectations from this player today, Chocho. And of course, we do have, I actually didn't see the last one.
Sorry. Roxy,
all right. Yes.
Mm.
Roxy, of course, we saw playing a lot of harassment characters, mostly antiquarian. So we'll see if that comes out as well. So yeah, I think going into this matchup here, it's gonna be very important to see how Rio goes against the first round hunter. We saw Kwang play 4 rounds of Night Watch last week, But I think that was mainly because Soul Weaver was never really an option. Apparently, we've been told that is one of the main hunters that Kwong opts to go to. Of course, Soul Weaver is a bit map dependent. Maps like Lakeside Village, Chinatown, Eversaving Town would definitely benefit Soul Weaver more than anything. But if you get placed on a map like Arms Factory or Moonlight River Park, you would of course be less likely to take that route and potentially go with the Night Watch instead. So I think that in reality, the first round map is going to be very important here, depending on which team is going to have that selection. It looks like ST has it, and they will go with Leo's Memory. So going a little bit off meta here with that map selection. Rio removing that Chinatown early here. So Leo's Memory is a bit curious. I'm not really sure the main reasoning for this. It could be Soul Weaver and Night Watch are both acceptable for this map, so I think that could be the idea, is Kwong doesn't really mind playing here, and they're really just trying to have a good map for their survivors to play around on here, as we have seen the ST survivors be quite consistent. They haven't won too much, but they haven't really lost any games either, so we'll see how they are prepared here against this Rio Hunter. But it looks like, yeah, ST versus Rio. Of course, the winner will play against FT today in the third match. Both of these teams, they need to win 2 rounds in a row here if they want to stay alive in this tournament.
Some interesting fact as well. I think ST is the team, right, that keeps going for Leo's Memory every single time they go against a team. It was since the preliminary stage with MW, afterwards it was with Idol, and this time around once again with Rio. So it seems to be that they have a possible team comp. We did see how they had this Prospector, Wilding, Seer support coming in that first kite. So if that's their strategy they're going for, and they are sure that therefore will be going for this Prospector to Lovedale, then but right when you say it, we do see that ban onto that Prospector, giving that respect to Lovedale. I think, what do you think about this?
I don't really agree with this though, just because we did see replacement Enchantress from this player last weekend. And typically this isn't something you'd say every day. It's like, oh, Enchantress, it's like, why would you care about Enchantress? But Enchantress is actually pretty good against Night Watch, because if Enchantress has stun, they can actually cancel the wind ability by using a single stun, and that starts the cooldown and forces the Night Watch to wait for their cooldown to be up before they can actually use the wind again. So Enchantress is actually a pretty strong character against Night Watch. So banning Prospector here, obviously you don't want to have to deal with that character, but you do open up that Enchantress, which I think might be something that ST will go to here. Looks like we're going to see Toy Merchant and Antiquarian first. I definitely like the Toy Merchant early here. That catapult on this map is quite strong. You set the catapult center map. You can use that to jump into the 2-story area, and that can be very strong for survivors to kite inside that factory area. Antiquarian, of course, very strong against the Night Watch. So they're really just going heavy in preparation of Night Watch here. Looks like we're going to see Officer ban. So I imagine we're going to go Acrobat next here. So they're actually, sorry, Mercenary ban. They're going to go Acrobat next, which means they do sacrifice Officer here. So Death World should ban Officer last. And they are going to be stuck playing Gravekeeper or Wildling as their main rescuer instead of that first Officer, it looks like.
And yeah, I mean, we got a confirmation from our production crew at the back saying that, yeah, Boss will be taking a rest and not going to be up for this main lineup. So it's a new member, Glue that we're seeing here. And as for that Wilding pick, that's going to... we're just gonna see that ban straight out, but we do know that the Wilding was actually on Boss, which is not on Glue that is playing at this point in time. So banning out the Wilding, maybe therefore thinks that Glue might have this Wilding. I'm not too sure, but maybe it's a precaution measure. I'm not too sure. But so right now it kind of opens up this first officer pick that Glue will be going for, but nope, it's gonna go for the Gravekeeper. So Eli, how do you think this team compares again the Night Watch?
Well, it's kind of interesting because you do have Officer, which is the next best rescuer besides Mercenary. But then they go Gravekeeper instead, which is not nearly as strong. So they're sort of, I'm not really it's interesting, right? Because maybe it could be this player just doesn't feel comfortable with Officer and they'd rather play Gravekeeper. That's really the only reasoning for playing Gravekeeper over Officer. Officer is just significantly stronger in this meta than Gravekeeper is. So they are unfortunately weakening their team comp by going Gravekeeper instead of Officer here. But again, it could just be that they're more comfortable with this character overall. So I think Death World probably will still go Night Watch here. This comp is still doable for Night Watch. Obviously, Merchant and Acrobat are both chaseable. Antiquarian's not great, and obviously you're not going to chase Gravekeeper, although I think First Officer would be even harder to chase. So in theory, I guess you could chase Gravekeeper. But I think two of these targets are fine, Acrobat and the Merchant. The only problem, he's actually going to go Geisha, which is interesting because Geisha actually gets countered by Acrobat and Antiquarian. And because the merchant can just jump into factory, I feel like this entire team comp actually counters Geisha even more than Night Watch. The only reason we'd see Night Watch be selected second over the Geisha, we see the Geisha instead of the Night Watch, is because the comp hard counters Night Watch. But I think Night Watch is fine against this comp. I think Geisha is actually the one that's getting countered here. So curious decision by Deathworld to go Geisha instead of Night Watch right now.
Yeah, and this will be his debut pick in this IVC with this Geisha. We haven't seen him play it yet. We did see his Bloody Queen as well as Night Watch, so this is his first time. We'll see how he's gonna fare against this team comp. It could be possible that he's trying to prevent a possible Toy Merchant support that completely destroys his the snowballing that he's trying to have for his team. So we'll see the spawn locations right now. Google will be spawning above the Hunter. And Antiquarian will be at the factory area. Toy Merchant probably gonna set things up at the center and leave that area. Eli, first chase.
Yeah, I don't actually know, because again, this entire comp is strong against Geisha. I don't think you want to go all the way to Shack to chase an Acrobat. You don't want to chase a factory survivor, especially Antiquarian, which is a counter to Geisha. So I guess in theory your best target is the Merchant, but Merchant can just fly into factory no problem, or also just rotate away. She is pretty far away. You can just rotate around the map and avoid the Geisha. You're probably not going to chase the rescuer. I guess you could chase Grave first, as it's not an officer, which means it is technically an easier chase target than a first officer. And that could actually backfire in into ST here, but it looks like they also have double flywheel. So I guess because the Merchant is broken, probably your best target. You could also chase Grave. I think that's really it. You're not going to chase Factory Antiquarian. You really don't want to chase Acrobat. Especially because it is this Love Theo person who's been such a strong kiter. I would imagine they do know how to successfully kite against Geisha with the Acrobat character, as Acrobat does counter Geisha if utilized properly. So I think you just got to go Grave or Merchant, but if you go Merchant, you're going to have to chase them in Factory with Antiquarian support, or you're going to have to find them after they rotate. So maybe go Grave here? It's really tough. I think if I'm the Geisha, I just chase Gravekeeper. I think it's probably your best option. At least you remove the Tide Turner, you remove the main rescuer there, and just go from there. But anyways, we're getting into our match here. This is the first half of the first round of ST versus Rio. My name is Elio, joined here with Chocho, and we will be bringing you the live commentary for this match.
Yeah, and we see that, seems like Toy Merchant will be getting this potential first chase over here. He's taking a look into Shack, but I guess he's not gonna go there. Grizz has not set up any catapults, so the first one will be there, and I guess Grizz is just gonna...
You can just break it, right? Just break it. Yeah, so I guess this does give time for the Merchant to transition, but he will have a Butterfly to catch up. Merchant needs to make this pallet here. This is really important. Does pick up the Butterfly. That's actually really crucial because he can make it to this next pallet. He's not going to throw down Ellie. He's going to tight kite around this area, which is definitely smart. He's going to go to the window instead of the pallet, which means he can actually block line of sight. So excellent job. Chris tries to go for the glitch dash, doesn't get it. Has a catapult set up as well. He actually dropped the catapult in this time. So excellent movements from this Toy Merchant. Geisha's gonna wait until they drop and then dash. You want to drop right next to a pallet so you can stop the dash here. And they weren't able to get close enough to the pallet there, unfortunately. But this does actually allow the them to get closer to factory. We're gonna see teleport from Deathworld right into the Antiquarian harassment. But Merchant actually runs back into the Geisha. Can they make this pallet? This is really important. Does make the pallet. Antiquarian will body block a hit at the pallet here, which I think is okay. Obviously, would have been nice to not give that free hit as a survivor side there. But this does allow Merchant to transition a little bit farther away. They're going to go ahead and most likely throw their item away here, so potentially someone could pick it up later. Or they're actually using it to skill check. If they have a Butterfly, they can hold the item in infinite skill check. So excellent game sense from the Merchant to acknowledge that. And they're just going to try to break line of sight as much as possible here.
Yeah, and him able to do that. Missing that swing once again. Grizz is still trying to kite this out. It is possible that he can kite this out for about 10 seconds. Let's see.
Oh, he dodges it. Can he make the bolt? No, he still gets the down at the window there. But still a reasonably long kite. We are going to see a little bit of a slowdown in decoding because the Antiquarian did go for that support. But there is still, in theory, enough cyber progress to win the game here. And yeah, so that's something for those of you watching. That's something you can actually do as a Merchant. If you have your item, you can hold the item and look. If you have a Butterfly on you, you can hold down the item like you're going to throw it while looking behind you at the Geisha and just hold it like that. You can infinite skill check her dash. She actually can't really dash you, or it's very hard for her to dash you in that instance. So he's going to cut off Grave from a distance. Of course, Grave does have that shovel, so it's not too much of a problem here. We are going to see that second hit and the rescue from the... And they're going to do it again. They're going to hold down the skill check so they can't dash. Of course, it does dash to a different Butterfly, so not much you can do there. But Grizz is going to go ahead and die in the corner of the map here. I would imagine... Oh, he's actually going to pick up the item, throw it, then pick it up again, then throw it again. and is going to leave it down this time. Okay, so I guess that's going to be potentially for whoever comes for the save, although the only person that can save here is the Acrobat. Of course, there is no more Tide Turner.
So we do see that the Antiquarian is decoding the last cipher, the 5th cipher, and Gravekeeper will be touching on that 4th cipher. That's at 50%. Acrobat will be coming for this rescue, but we'll see whether Lovedale can make this rescue safely. Oh, missing that swing. Lovedale will be getting to the chair. I believe it should be fine without any issues. And yeah, able to get the rescue very stably, even though Death Roll does have the teleport. So, good job. And dashing through, missing both of that swings and that ball by that Acrobat, preventing Hunter from flying through anymore, able to use that skill. So Grace is still trying to kite this out, and Acrobat will be here for the body block. Ciphers are looking pretty slow, Eli.
Yeah, we do need to see a body block here if they want to try to prime that last cipher. It's only 38% here. Does go for bomb, misses the bomb, misses the swing here. Just stays alive a little bit longer. This was I think that was a slow bomb. We're gonna see Acrobat just hold down the skill check. Might benefit Death Roll just to down the Acrobat. And then you don't have to worry about body block. He's gonna jump up, which doesn't really do much. They can just continue to run away here. Acrobat actually misses the bomb. We're gonna see the speed boost. Nope, they're gonna go back around this window here. Acrobat needs to be here to body block. And it looks like they're gonna double back. They're gonna go for the body block and does get it down onto the Merchant. So I'm not really sure what happened there. Acrobat wasn't able to body block because I think the Merchant just kind of ran away from them. So miscommunication here from SEA is actually going to cost them the win. And now this game's not over just yet. We can see a teleport here. Survivors are going to have to heal up. He actually teleports to the wrong cipher that has no progress on it. So I'm not really sure what happened there with Death Roll. Maybe a misclick, maybe didn't see where the cipher was. I'm not really sure, but unfortunately Death Roll does waste their trait because of that.
Yeah, and also to think about the survivors as well, when Acrobat was helping the Toy Merchant, the Antiquarian and Grave People were healing up instead of decoding. If they decoded instead of healing up, ciphers would be primed by the time Toy Merchant got that hit.
Yeah,
Even though
I think
Acrobat, wow.
I do think it's fine to heal up. The thing is, if you push the cipher machines and he teleports to the right cipher, then you're gonna die on the last cipher. So I think it's safer to heal up. I think this is right. So the survivors at least can play. They don't have to try to rush the end game here. This does force Death Roll to chase another target, which is the Antiquarian. They're going to push the last cipher. No need to rush this here. Acrobat does acknowledge this, and they can just easily start another cipher machine. If you're the Acrobat here, you want to hold your items as long as possible. He's going to give a free hit here. Again, I think that's fine. You don't want to... You want to save your items for the end game, but you also want to make sure you don't give too many free hits. So the survivors need to make sure they're not going to do that. They do know the dungeon is in the vicinity, so they have set themselves up nicely for this end game, but Cipher Machine is not ready just yet.
Yeah, we do see that support coming in from Antiquarian. And we do see the 6th cipher is being decoded by the Prospector away at... Sorry, Gravekeeper at that 3 pallet area, so... yeah, Tatian is just trying to kite this out. She's still full health though, so I don't think she will be down anytime soon. Getting that first hit, and we'll be running back to that front gate area. Teleport will be up in 2 seconds. We'll see whether Death Roll decides to cam this out, which probably he will since the cipher is 87%. And Tatian still trying to kite this out. We'll see what Death Roll decides to do here.
Yeah, looks like he's going to go for that dash. Does avoid this swing here. Cipher Machine 90% needs to kite till it's primed here. So we're going to have to see them use a little bit of items. They're not going to use it. The Cipher Machine will be ready, but it is a slower pop because it was only about 97% of the way down there. Antiquarian, of course, can secure the dungeon here potentially. We have a stick to work with, have a flywheel. Gonna flywheel first, then go for the stick. That is the correct order of operations. Excellent job from the Antiquarian. This does force the Hunter to teleport away onto the Gravekeeper, which does have a shovel, but the Geisha can just knock them out of shovel, and you're going to see here why Gravekeeper is unfortunately not as strong of a character as the First Officer. Of course, the First Officer could have easily kited with 3, well, the 1 watch and then 2 extra clicks with the watch there. But the Gravekeeper just will get knocked out right away here. And there's still a chance for an extra kill. We're going to see the Geisha is going to go towards the exit gate here. It is an Antiquarian opening, which is actually slower than a normal survivor, unfortunately.
Yeah, really unfortunate that both survivors that are alive and running around the map are the ones that are slow opening, have this slow opening gate debuff. So we'll see. Antiquarians will be opening that gate very soon. The bottom left, we do see that it is open. Acrobat, it's at the factory area. Oh, this is getting very blurry. Sorry.
Yeah, so it looks like I think Death Roll is just going to go ahead and he's going to stay around this chair. The survivors do have that gate open here. So Death Roll's going to try to make it here. I don't think, yeah, he doesn't have enough time. He's just going to camp this. He's just going to secure the draw here. And actually, looking back to the point you were talking about, and when they went for the heal, I actually know what I think you were talking about a different situation, but when they stopped to heal the Antiquarian, I think is what you're talking about, right?
That's right.
Yeah, so when they stopped to heal the Antiquarian, instead of just decoding cipher machines, that's true. They would have actually had enough time to prime the ciphers and go for a win there, but they actually did not do that. They went for the heal, as you talked about, on the Antiquarian, which ended up not even mattering because Antiquarian's not going to rescue. So that was an unfortunate misstep from ST. That you're talking about, they were going for the heal after the teleport, but I think it was definitely right to heal at that point, but after the survivor was eliminated. But yeah, in a situation where you have enough cipher progress to win the game, if you stop to heal, you're just making it harder for you to win, because then the person needs to kite longer, and you saw the last survivor was about 80% of the way done when the last survivor went down. So I definitely think that if they pushed the cipher machine instead, ST could have won. So this is another situation. We saw actually all 4 rounds last week, ST was extremely close to winning, and they fall short again. This is 5 rounds in a row from ST where they have created a winning position on the first kite, and they don't manage to play the end game strong enough to secure the win. Their early game for ST, 5 rounds in a row, has been incredibly strong. Again, enough for wins every single time, but the late game has been, mid to late game has been a bit of an issue for them. So that remains to be seen if ST survivors are able to actually potentially secure a win. But I think 2-2 for the start is not too bad. Although this team comp against Geisha, you definitely would want to win as a survivor side, I think.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. Not too sure what they were trying to do there. I mean, only healing up the Antiquarian after all. Like, okay, if we're gonna create a possible situation, like, okay, all 4 of them were injured, and then Deathrow decides to play really aggressively, doesn't want to chase Toy Merchant, wants to down his cipher. Even if he teleports, Gravekeeper has a shovel to work with. Antiquarian has a whole stick to stun the Hunter. There was almost 0 to none possibility that they would be down immediately at that cipher. There's gonna be some time bought out for that heals between Toy Merchant and Acrobat if that teleport does happen. So very interesting decision making coming over from ST. Like you said, they do have winning potential, winning positions coming in from them, but we'll see whether they will make the adjustments in the later rounds that will be coming. But looking at our stats, 146.3 seconds on this Toy Merchant kite, plus that support from Love Theo. It's quite interesting. We don't see Acrobat usually coming for that harassment, but Love Theo just makes it work. Eli, 93.3 seconds of support.
Yeah, I think they were just trying to body block at the end there, which is definitely right. And unfortunately, I'm not sure what happened there, but they ended up separating from each other for a second, and that allowed them to actually get the down onto the Toy Merchant. So I'm not sure if it was the Acrobat just lost sight of the Merchant, or the Merchant ran away or something. I'm not really sure, but they did miss out on that opportunity for a win. They did miss out on the opportunity for a win, as you mentioned, with them going for the heal instead. So yeah, I mean, ST again, they create really good positions, and they just one little mishap does prevent them from winning the game, and that's just how this game goes. You have to play really strong throughout the majority of the match, and they are falling a little bit short. So definitely you're gonna need to work that out here if they want to play for a successful win over Rio here. Rio. What am I saying? I don't know. But yeah, I think we'll see what Kwang can do here. Keep in mind, this map was chosen by ST. I forgot how to say words today.
Allowed it. Yesterday allowed it.
Allowed it. I forgot words. But this map was chosen by ST. So I definitely think that they are prepared to play Hunter on this map. I think Kwang is definitely prepared for this. And I'm very interested to see if they actually continues to lead Nightwatch here, or will potentially go with the Soul Weaver instead.
And ST Kwang actually played the Sculptor against MW in their preliminary stage at Leo's Memory and got a 4 elimination. So he has 3 options: Nightwatch, Spider, or is it gonna be, my brain's not braining once again, a Spider, Sculptor, or the Nightwatch. So he has 3 choices. After looking at the team comp, he can kind of think about what he wants to pick that will be best for him. Of course, like you've mentioned, getting that advantage, 3 kill and above would be the most optimal situation that he wants to aim for to get the advantage for his team. So Kwang, he has kind of gone through this hardcore training / tournament situation with Idol with that 4 match of Nightwatch, right? Which means that he is kind of solid coming into this right now with that Night Watch. So do you think mentally wise, do you think he will be confident on Night Watch? Or he's just gonna go for that comfort pick, maybe a Sculptor or so weaker?
Well, I think Night Watch is a comfort pick. I mean, he played 4 rounds in a row. I mean, they banned every... They banned obviously, I think it was Idol who banned a lot of different hunters from the ST Hunter Kwong, and he just continued to play Night Watch. As long as Night Watch wasn't banned, he's going to continue to go with it. And that makes sense, of course. Night Watch is one of the strongest hunters in the game next to Dream Witch right now, so it's a very good pick to have. Looks like we're going to see Explorer early here from Rio, so this is a bit interesting. I actually like this. Explorer is very good at Leo's memory. It's very difficult for Hunter to actually find the Explorer on this map. You also don't mind auto banning your Explorer for the rest of the series. In that you might get maps where Explorer isn't as good as the maps as the match progresses. Of course, Explorer is a map-dependent character. So it's good to pick map-dependent characters as your first 2, because you might not want to use them in later rounds if the map changes up. Now, I don't really like Coordinator here. I would love to see Seer from Rio. The fact that Seer was given, there's a good chance we're going to see an early Night Watch here from Kwong, or even Soul Weaver. Seer's still fine there. Even Sculptor Seer is acceptable as long as you run in the open and force a basic hit. The Seer Owl is quite strong, and based off of this Antiquarian ban, I think there's a good chance of a Night Watch to come out here. So I'm very interesting. We still have Seer open. I'm very interested. We still have Seer open. I really would love Rio to go Seer last here, but no, they meant Mercenary, and it looks like Seer was banned, so that is no longer an option. They're gonna go Gardener. I think we saw them try this one time, right? And I don't think it really did much, so...
Yeah.
I understand it, right? Because Gardener on this map, you can, of course, break the chair at the bottom of the factory stairs, and if you die in the upstairs factory, sometimes the survivor can struggle free. But with no extra support here, like no extra harassment, like a Prospector, Antiquarian, even a Cowboy to potentially help them struggle free, the Gardener seems a bit underwhelming overall. Psychologist is still on the table as well. Psychologist is a 3-hit character, which is technically stronger than Gardener, so they just opt to go shy away from that instead here.
But I mean, of course, White picking this Gardener, of course, they definitely did come here prepared. I'm hoping that he's gonna play as well as we expected, and of course, people that are kind of chanting Itaqua Nation, we do see you. Kwong definitely see you guys, and the Night Watch seems to be the potential pick over here against this team comp. Eli, I need your thoughts on this.
Yeah, Night Watch is fine. Obviously, if you find Explorer, anyone can chase an Explorer. Gardener is fine. The thing is, Gardener doesn't gain a speed boost when you hit the bubble. Of course, you can't absorb a hit if you get hit early. But, yeah, I mean, Night Watch doesn't really mind. They're not going to get a speed boost. They're not going to create a lot of distance, so Night Watch can immediately just win them and close that distance fast, or dash up to them if they have insolence. Again, Coordinator, we talked about this before. Coordinator is good first chase against Night Watch because you can stun them when they go for the wind ability with the flare gun. However, if Coordinator goes for rescue, uses the flare gun, then the Night Watch can just dash and catch up right away. So I don't think that Coordinator is too good in terms of overall support against Night Watch, only for first kite, which is interesting because they actually spawn Coordinator in factory, which means Kwong's probably not going to chase the Coordinator anyways. They're probably going to go straight for the Gardener here. I feel like Gardener is actually the... of course, with the exception of Explorer, who should be hiding. Gardener, out of Coordinator or Gardener should be an easier chase target for Kwong. So I'm surprised they actually don't give the factory to Gardener. They give Shack, which is definitely a weaker area to spawn in for a survivor.
Yeah, 100% have to agree with you. Yeah, I mean, if Coordinator were to spawn at Shack, I mean, she can technically gunshot Kwong with a flare gun and then rotate towards the factory area, which is a better cutting area for her as well. Especially with this 3-9 build. Yeah, and Gardener is the one with that flywheel, so this is going to be interesting. Kwong does not bring Insolence as well. It's going to bring Trump Cut as well as Detention. Very confident in this first kite to be very successful on his side. Let's see how they're going to perform. I'm quite curious. White usually uses the Lawyer to kind of look at the Hunter, know where he's and kind of hides it out. But with Gardener, is he just going to go head on? Or... I don't know. We're gonna see how this is gonna go about, Eli.
Yep, absolutely. Of course, this is the second half of the first round of Rio versus ST. I'm Eli O with Chocho, and we will be bringing you the commentary for this match. And getting into this, looks like we're gonna have Night Watch. Of course, will go Shack first, looking for that Gardener. It's definitely the obvious chase. Gardener's actually gonna hide behind Shack here. We'll see if Kwong opts to check back there. Looking around, Kwang's been pretty good at finding hiding survivors throughout a lot of this tournament. Looks like he's actually going to leave here. Maybe he's going to try to find the Explorer. This is difficult, obviously. Explorer is incredibly strong at hiding on this map. Kwang's going to look, but doesn't see anything just yet. He's going to build up even more. So he's got 3 stacks ready here. But the only character he can find thus far is going to be that mercenary, and that's really not ideal for him.
It's really unfortunate having this, but he is trying to force out, I believe, the elbow pad, so I don't really believe that it's gonna be a very strong commitment, you know. So, yeah, the blink will be up in about 2 seconds, so he's still kind of lost. He does have this tinnitus being popped up, but he can't find any survivor that he wants to chase. There's 2 options, either the Gardener or if not the Explorer. Explorer, of course, you can find him in this snow-filled map that we're seeing here. Oh, but he's heading towards where White is, so...
Yeah, the problem is that there's no decoding happening. We finally see progress on 1 Cypher. We have 1 Cypher 50% of the way done, and Gardner actually reveals their location by breaking the chair. And now they're going to break the chair near the Night Watcher, so this is unfortunately not ideal for the Night Watch at all. Goes for the ball here, goes for the blink, does not get the Terror Shock. Tried to get that Terror Shock registered. That was a matter of a split second there, very close from Kwang. And he's going to go ahead and take down the pallet first here. Yeah, but the rotation was nice, but there's no Cypher progress. They have 1 Cypher. So with rotation, you want to make sure you're decoding as well, and they really didn't go for that. White's going to try to bind him in this pallet, goes for the swing, missing that first swing here. Comes down to a mind game, goes for the charge attack, does not get it. So White definitely staying alive, goes for the pallet drop, does get hit this time around.
Correct.
I think the downside, I just want to say real quick, I think the downside here was that White broke the chair over near the gate. And as soon as you break the chair, that reveals your location to the Hunter. And of course, Kwang wants to chase Gardner. That is one of his best chase targets in this team comp. So Gardner breaking that chair early on and revealing the location, I think definitely cost Rio their early game here.
Yeah, so very interesting decision making coming in from Gardner, of course. It could have been I would say, like, accidentally just destroying the chair. Maybe she was just trying to prime it. So, I'm not too sure, but you know what? Wolfie will be coming in for this rescue. Yeah, but very stable rescue coming from her, of course. Very stable rescue that we see all this time, but...
Oh, no, that's gonna be a double hit. Yeah. Yeah, as a Merc, you have to elbow pad away after the rescue against Night Watch. If you don't elbow pad away, you're going to get instant win, you're going to get double down. So unfortunately, Wolfie with a big misstep there. Does lose sight of the Gardener, no problem though. Of course, can dash right away. It is a Night Watch. He could just jump this pallet here. He's going to jump the pallet. Comes down to a mind game here, goes for the win here. White's going to need to mind game this pallet. Goes for the vault here, does get the vault off. So excellent job to stay alive a little bit longer. Of course, we do see slow pallet breaking speed. White's going to try to mind game. Gets a bubble, which... gonna keep them alive a little bit longer. This pallet is gone though. They did use it early in their kite here, and they were not able to use the flywheel, so White will go down. And because there's a double down on the mercenary, this Cypher progress will be slowed down significantly. The only other character that could potentially rescue her is Coordinator, as they do not have Tide Turner, but they do have the flare gun. It looks like sees the Explorer. Does he go back? No one's decoding here is the problem. Is Explorer's going for the heal, Coordinator's coming for the rescue. I don't know if this rescue is worth it. Coordinator can use the flare gun to help a rebound kite, but Nightwatch can just catch up right away. So we're gonna see here potentially why Coordinator maybe isn't the best character for going against Nightwatch. Going for that hit onto the Coordinator here. Will they go for the flare gun? It looks like they are gonna go for the flare gun. Keep in mind, Nightwatch can just dash and catch up right away here.
And yeah, this rescue will be worth it if White can force out the blink that Kwang just got back just from the first time that he used it onto the Gardener for the first hit. So let's see how White's gonna do this. That Terror Shock happened, blink does not happen as well. So it seems to be that it's not a very good trade-off coming to this. I mean, the flare gun was used, the second kite, the rebound kite from the Gardener did not happen, and that blink is still available onto Kwang's hand. So one Cypher left. Explorer has 0 pages. He has dug up 2 or maybe 3 already. I'm not too sure. I need to pay a little bit more attention to that. But Kid Carry is hiding. Roxy is full health with nothing to work with. Only a 3-9. So do you think it could be an incident situation coming in?
So they go for the vault right away, which actually is very smart here. The Nightwatch thought they were going to mind game the pallet. They didn't. They're going to go for the vault at the window. Nope, they're not going to take that risk there. Trying to potentially bait out a blink, but Kwang is not going to blink. Realizes Coordinator's probably not going to take that vault. And he's just going to go for that hit here. Does have trade to work with. He could teleport away. I would really like to see Kwang teleport to the Mercenary Cipher Machine here. Or you could wait for Explorer to pick up the page and then teleport, but the problem with that... Oh, we see... Runs back into the Hunter and actually gets a speed boost and mind games them. He's actually going to blink instead, so this is another situation in which Kwong's actually going to expend their trait instead of pressuring the last Cipher. We saw Kwong do this last week against Idol, and it unfortunately cost him a 4 elimination. Was only able to get a 3 kill instead. I think using the blink here, and we're gonna see Survivor struggle free. Kwong opted not to fix the chair. He could have just dropped the Survivor, fixed the chair, and shared them, but doesn't do that here, and that's actually gonna allow them to struggle free. Explorer does have 43% on that page, so they can push that Cipher Machine to about 90% of the way done here, and Kwong will be able to... Oh, jukes the first hit. Jukes the second hit, gets the down here. Are they going to go for the pop? I don't think they should. Roxy is sort of trapped in the corner here, and yeah, they're going to go for the save first.
Yeah, it kind of makes sense why they decided to do that. I mean, over in this area, it's just an open air area where Coordinator has nothing to work with, and she has no tools. So it could be possible that Mercenary will be kind of giving her something useful to work with. I'm not too sure where it's located at. We do see the Mercenary, the perfume, but where is the elbow pad though? Roxy needs to pick it up for this potential kite and the game to get this tie for his team. So, yep, the elbow pad is being picked up. We'll see Roxy probably gonna get this hit. The Cypher's gonna pop, and Mercenary should be down at that gate to get that tie situation. 17 seconds, 16 seconds left towards, I believe, the teleport. So
yeah, he's just gonna wait for his teleport here. He's gonna get the down. They're gonna go for the Cypher pop, but I think Kwong should teleport early here. I don't think you want to chase Factory, especially with a character that's an elbow pad. I think Kwong obviously would acknowledge the elbow pad was picked up, so he should teleport away. He's going to teleport to the Mercenary. He knows Mercenary doesn't have any more strong items to work with, because he did give away that elbow pad, and Wolfie camps the pad but doesn't actually throw it down, unfortunately. That means that Kwong can get the down on to the Mercenary. And because Nightwatch has such incredible pressure in the endgame using those dashes, there's still a chance for Kwong to actually win this match. We're going to see Explorer's going to be the one hiding out towards the middle of the map here, trying to pressure that rescue. If he goes for the gate, Kwong's actually going to predict the Survivor hiding middle here. Now, it's going to be very hard to find a hiding Explorer, but if he does find Explorer, this will be a 3 kill. He's really looking around here. As long as he has Tinnitus, he should know that they're not going to go for the rescue. Oh, Explorer reveals themselves. He sees the trail. I think he sees the trail. There's a little mark on the ground. Yep. Oh no, but Kwong's gonna leave. He didn't see the trail. It was right there.
It was right there. He literally saw it. Okay, from our perspective, we saw his body came out. Like, it was in front of us. He wasn't in his miniature form, but wow, what happened there? Kikari, I think he got a little bit impatient thinking that Hunter saw him. Kind of got out from his crawling position. But wow. Able to capitalize on that misstep from Kyung, and Explorer might potentially get out through that dungeon.
I think Explorer is safe now. 30 seconds of detention, so I think Kwong should acknowledge they're not going for this rescue at this point, so he should look for the Explorer. The thing is, he doesn't know where Explorer is. He does get Tinnitus, of course, from the Coordinator, but yeah, Explorer does have crows now. That's interesting. So Explorer, the detention will run up by the time Kwong catches up here. So that's something to note. The question is, do they have access to dungeon here? Is it in this area to the right? Yeah, it is. So he's going to go for that dungeon. I don't think there's any way Kwong can stop this detention. Has now expired. Of course, the Explorer can just take this hit. He's going to try to get the hit. He can dash, but Explorer will make this in time. And this will secure a drawed game. I really thought Kwong had that. I mean, the trail was right there on the ground. For those of you who are obviously watching from our perspective, you can see the orange marks on the ground. That shows up on the Hunter's point of view as well. So the Hunter can actually see those little orange marks, the scratch marks on the ground. So he should know the Explorer is there, but maybe just didn't see them. Or maybe thought the Explorer was running back to chair. So a big missed opportunity here from Kwong to put ST ahead right away, which means we will have a tied first round between these two teams. So it looks like throughout this entire match, I do think ST is playing very well. I think they're definitely... I mean, the Survivors looked like they had a win. Kwong looked like they had a win, but ended up just barely being a tie and barely being a tie on both sides. So Rio manages to barely hold on to a tied game. So ST definitely is looking very strong right now. Keep in mind, it was their map selection, so because Rio was able to tie here, I think this definitely benefits them. So now they have the opportunity to sort of set the tone for the second round. And let's see if they're able to pull ahead here. Again, they did look a little bit behind on both sides there. They did manage to secure a 4-4 for this round, but they're definitely going to want to try to win this next one.
And yeah, I think they did an amazing job. Of course, I kind of want to look. I mean, we're looking at the replay. We'll probably see the Explorer probably body trying to show up again. I'm not too sure whether it was just Kyung, like just noticing that mark and not seeing the body actually came out of that form. But it was so close for Kyung. It was almost a 3 kill. And also for the SE survivors, it was almost, if they kind of decoded instead of healing, they would have been a 3 escape as well. So we see a lot of missed opportunities here and there. Kyung is actually doing a lot. I mean, then again, it's the Explorer that we're talking about is really, really small. So it's understandable that he can't see it. It can be really difficult. And the pressure coming into this, of course, it might sometimes tilt the eyes a little bit. But Gardener's Kite though, 91.3 seconds. That's pretty long. And also Roxy though, with that 141.6 seconds. That second kite coming in definitely did put out a lot of time. And Eli, actually I have a curious question. Why was that Cypher slightly slower than we thought? The last Cypher wasn't even touched at all when Gardener flew back to the mana.
I think it could have been partially because of the early rotation. They missed out on a lot of Cypher progress early. They did rotate and hide a lot, but they weren't able to decode. They only had one Cypher machine working on at that point. I also think it's probably because Explorer was searching for pages as well. So obviously you saw the Explorer was able to instantly jump the Cypher. I think it was like 43% or something. And so that ended up being... that's kind of what happens with Explorer as well, is the Cypher progress looks farther away than it actually is. But yeah, I think they just missed out on a lot of decoding early. The rotation was nice, but you have to decode as well. If you rotate and you don't decode, then there's really no point in rotation at all. In fact, it actually benefits the hunter at that point, because then it just allows them to build up their blink or the cooldown to run out. So I think that it's overall the team comp from Rio was a little interesting. Obviously, we saw Coordinator, which is we talked about Coordinator is pretty good. Kiting against Nightwatch early chase. You can use the flare gun for the first kite, you can use it to turn off the wind, but if you use it for a rescue, the Nightwatch is just going to catch up right away, and that's exactly what we saw happen here. And so that ends up really not benefiting the survivors at all. And then also the biggest issue was the Gardener broke the chair, and that revealed the Gardener's location. At that point, the bubble's already gone. It's already 50 seconds into the match. So then the Gardener becomes a very easy chase for the Nightwatch, and that's exactly what we saw happen in this game.
Yeah, and also that double down situation by the mercenary of the first rescue. After that first rescue, we usually see the rescue as well as the person that was on a chair like part ways, not running together unless it's a body blocking situation. But mercenary as well as Gardener was running towards that corner area, which was very interesting. If mercenary, it seems like he wasn't planning to body block at all, since they were running in slightly different, not like behind the Gardener. So very interesting, but we have to see. Maybe there was a little bit slight miscommunication. Maybe mercenary thought that Gardener was going to rotate out of the corner area. That could be possible. I'm not too sure. But regardless of all that, they still managed to get a tie. So I think good job for Rio survivors. And right now we do have the map selection over here. Ever Slipping Town on Rio. Eli, what are your thoughts on this? What are the possible hunters Death Roll can pick at this map?
Yeah, it's a little interesting. Death Roll's rounds 2 and 3 hunter has usually been Bloody Queen and Anne Disciple. And Ever Slipping Town is actually weak for both of those hunters. So it's an interesting decision. I don't think Death World wants to play either of those hunters then. Definitely wants to play something else, I would imagine. Because you wouldn't pick Ever Slipping Town for Anne or Bloody Queen. That doesn't make sense. Ever Slipping Town for BQ is very bad. Obviously, two different 2-story areas is very challenging. Plus, a lot of the big buildings are hard to mirror around. And then Anne as well. There's a lot of places, a lot of strong pallets here in which you can kite out the cats, a lot of strong windows you can utilize to gain speed boosts. You have the graveyard area, you have Fake Gate area, that pallet there, you got those 2 windows. You have Corner House, any 2-story area can be difficult for Anne as well. Many places where Anne will struggle. So I don't think that Death World wants to play Anne or Bloody Queen. I think definitely it's going to be some other type of hunter. As for ST, I think this is fine because Kwong has Sculptor, still has Soul Weaver. Both characters are definitely acceptable for Ever Sleeping Town. So I think that this map probably is better for ST than Rio, but it could be that Death World also has a different hunter that's not Anne and that's not Bloody Queen that he must be trying to play here.
Yeah, it could be because of that. And from the entire series of IVC at this point in time, ST has not played at the Ever Slipping Town yet. So it's gonna be kind of like a first time for them in this map. We'll see how they're gonna play and what kind of interesting team comps they're gonna pick. Maybe there might be again a Toy Merchant. Actually no, Toy Merchant has already been globally banned. Toy Merchant as well as Anti-Courier on ST side, but before that, Rio Survivors first. So Explorer and Coordinator is in this permanent ban situation that we're seeing here. Kwong, are they gonna be banning this Night Watch?
Looks like we're gonna find out. I would hope so. I think Nightwatch has been a very good hunter for Kwong, very consistent hunter. There's no reason to give Nightwatch here. I don't believe Idol's approach was correct, giving Nightwatch so many rounds in a row here. They could ban Soulweaver if they're worried about that, but I think if Kwong really wanted to play Soulweaver, they would have just played it last round. So I think that Kwong's more comfortable going Nightwatch, definitely wants to lead with that character and continue to play it if possible. Looks like we're gonna see Dancer and Merchant here, and they're gonna ban Soulweaver. So what is it with these teams just giving the Nightwatch over and over to Kwong? They really believe they're going to be successful against Kwong's Nightwatch here. So they definitely have some approach. This could be some strategy. They might have an anti-Nightwatch team comp prepared here. But Nightwatch on Ever Slipping Town is very strong. I think that it's hard to counter. They're gonna go Seer Priestess. So again, just very, very confident. This is another Team Rio here being very confident against Kwong's Nightwatch. So, but Kwong has yet to let up on that Nightwatch. He has not lost a single game with Nightwatch so far. So he continues to prove that Nightwatch is a character. He's just going to keep playing it. He's just going to keep playing. He's going to keep being successful with it as long as these teams keep giving it to him.
Yeah, I think wow, forward pick. So, yeah, of course, this would be definitely on, I believe, Wolfie. But it's quite interesting, they decided not to pick a mercenary for Wolfie, which is a very stable character that she has been playing throughout the series. Instead, picking a forward character for that possible stun rescue or just a simple rescue for her. So, are they gearing up for either maybe a Nightwatch or Sculptor? I mean, regardless of all of that, mercenary would still be a very stable rescue compared to a forward, don't you think?
Yeah, I think so as well. I'm not really sure why forward. I guess the only reason you play forward, maybe for Bond, they might be worried about Bonbon or Sculptor. Forward, of course, can stun on share rescue. Forward against Nightwatch isn't too strong. Nightwatch can play around forward very easily. You just chase after the forward, and then as soon as you have enough distance from the survivor, you just dash back and pick him up right away. You can win the forward to get free hits, force out football. There's many ways Nightwatch can deal with forward. But I think Kwong's just going to play Nightwatch. I mean, you play forward here because you're worried about Sculptor or Bonbon. You can stun on share rescue and get a safe rescue against a good camping hunter like Sculptor or Bonbon. But Kwong, I think just gonna go back to Nightwatch, right? There's no reason to go anything else here, I think.
Yeah, I believe so. I strongly agree with what you just said there. And thing was that actually after last week's match, loss against GH, I talked to one of the members from Rio, and what was mentioned was that the Priestess as well as forward system that they have at Ever Slipping Town doesn't really work well for them. That was what was mentioned last week. But then this time around we're seeing that happening here, so I'm not too sure whether they have been secretly practicing this and maybe it's gotten better. The communication, the coordination is coming through from this. So I'm interested to see what they have kind of probably silently prepared for this. Maybe it's a surprise team synergy that we might possibly be seeing here. I'm not sure, but like you've mentioned, Eli, Kwong will be picking that Nightwatch, and it seems like he will be dominating them with this possible pick. Do you think he's gonna bring insolence into this match, or he's just gonna be as confident as the last match with that trump card?
I think it's fine to go trump card, especially because there's a Seer now. So first kite will be actually 3 hits instead of 2. So you are going to be able to gain your presence a little bit faster because of that Seer Owl. So I think there's many ways where trump card is acceptable here. Obviously, I personally would play Insolence Detention, but Kwong, of course, being opting for the trump card, which is also fine. Yeah, so I mean, again, we're going to see they want to take the Nightwatch. They're going to go... I think it's a lot of these teams just expect Kwong to not continue to play Nightwatch. Like, they play characters like forward because they're thinking, oh, it's gonna be Bonbon, you know, it's gonna be Sculptor, we want to be prepared for that. But Kwong's like, no, I'm just gonna keep playing Nightwatch, and I 100% agree with that. If I'm the hunter in this situation, I would also continue to play Nightwatch. It is, of course, the next best hunter in the game next to Dreamwitch. Why would you play anything else, right? This comp, it's not too hard of a counter. Obviously, Seer Priestess is very strong on this map, and then Seer and Patient can be very good against Nightwatch, but Forward not so much, and Ever Sleeping Nightwatch is very strong, so just continue along with this character. Kwong hasn't lost any games with it yet, so no reason to switch things up. Just don't you don't want to try to fix what isn't broken, so just to continue with what he has. I think this will definitely benefit ST.
Yeah, and we do see the small locations as well. We have to see what persona they bring, whether they are actually geared up for this. Of course, we have been seeing quite a bit of forward at this Ever Sleeping Town. We do see from FT side, Mini Blue picking the forward as well. And very differently, we usually see the forward with that 3-6 tight turner, but from FT it was a 3-9. From Rio we have a 3-12. Flywheel and Patient will be the one with that tight turner. And of course, White as well as Cat Carry will be having that 3-9 built. But this round, Kwong is approaching this slightly differently. We do see that Insolence, respecting that first chase might be slightly longer, because we did see that was the case in our first match with them hiding, but this time around they are very visible. So Kwong made this slight adjustment. We'll see whether that's going to change, but we will be heading into BO2 first half. This is me, Chocho, as well as Eli O, bring you the live commentary of this match.
Looks like Kwong is going to rotate towards middle here, immediately locating potential Priestess chase. Seems not ideal. Obviously, Priestess is really not a great target to chase on this map, but it may be... Kwong may value this over something like Patient. It looks like Priestess is going to take that portal early. I think he's just going to potentially take down these pallets, take down these portals so the survivors won't have them later, and then maybe change targets. Could chase forward. Forward's also acceptable for a Nightwatch to chase here. Keeping in mind that Kwong doesn't have Insolence, which means it's going to be harder for him to get his dash online. He is going to build up that Hunter's Instinct speed boost here by looking away from the survivor, getting that 1.5% speed boost here. He's going to go ahead and continue around here. Cat Carry's actually going to portal, and so instead of vaulting, so they actually waste a portal here, which Kwong can get the first hit. We're going to see Owl to absorb the first hit, but this will of course gain some presence. Going to blink for the second one, and this is why we see here the Seer Owl making it so you don't necessarily need Insolence. You now have your first trait unlocked. We're going to see Forward try to come in for a bit of an early support here. Forward Cypher's only 16%, so if Forward goes for any sorts of stuns here, they're losing out on a lot of Cypher progress right now.
So, also kiting at the center. Oh, but this stun, it seems to be a little too short. Forward will be getting this free hit instead. Flywheel has been utilized, and yeah, now Kwong will be chasing onto Forward instead, and Roxy is going to use almost the entirety of the ball just to get towards here, and wow, it just speeding through that. And Roxy is still trying to kite this out, still has about 1/3 ball to use. We'll see how this might potentially turn things around, but the basement is here, Eli.
Oh, he gets the wind off. Forward gets the dash in time. Can he make this window in time? He's gonna go for the swing and gets the hit registered on the Forward to Terror Shock as well, which gives extra presence. So they did buy enough time for 2 Cyphers to pop, and normally you'd think, okay, well, this should be enough for a win, but because that first Cypher wasn't moved here, only about 30%, that's actually not going to be enough for a win. It's looking like a tied position here because of that lack of Cypher rush, but I do think it's correct for the Forward to support there, but as you mentioned, you have to go for a longer stun. If you go for a short stun there, you're going to have a free hit. You're just going to change targets to the Forward, then the survivors have to stop to heal up. The other survivor misses the hook here. Oh no, actually just dropped down instead. Now this just allows a double hit, right? Forward is going to actually get the body block, so maybe no double hit. Will he go deep for this double hit? He's going to go deep for the double hit onto Wolfie here. He knows Forward's going to die in Graveyard. He goes for the charge attack, not able to get it. He might just change to the Patient altogether, but Patient is going to get caught up right away. Going to go for that win. Does miss, but still will go down to a basic hit here.
Getting greedy, but we'll see whether that works out for him. Right now he'll be down at the center where Kikari is just trying to push that Cypher, and of course right now we see that she's full health, and they definitely did take some time to heal of course, and there is no long portal set up too, so Wolfie, she still has 2 more hits to use, so she can potentially kite this out, but she's gonna rotate towards this area.
Yeah, interesting route here from Wolfie. There's no pallets here, there's nowhere to really run, and because there's no tide turner, it's going to go down right away. I definitely think would have been benefit the Patient to potentially take in a different route. If you go down an open alley, Nightwatch catches up instantly. You have to break line of sight. If you go straight in a line there, that's not going to work out. So unfortunate misstep from Wolfie is going to allow them to go down very quickly. And now we're down to the last chair. Now the last Cypher's 20% of the way done. We have to see a body block here. from this rescuer, right? If we don't see a body block, because there's no tide turner, they have to body block. If it's a farm on the chair, then it will be most likely a tied game. If it's a body block here, there's a chance for a win. We're gonna see double rescue. Priestess saves early. Oh, this might be too early. He's gonna blink, misses the blink here, needs to get the hit onto the, we're gonna see the double body block.
Wow.
3 swings and a misses here. We're gonna see the down onto the priestess. Piper's only 50 because it was an early rescue. He's gonna hit the seer here. He might just share the priestess, yeah.
So who's gonna come for the rescue now that everybody's injured?
Yeah, and he's also cheering near the last cipher. So Kwong can actually go to the last cipher and chase the forward. Keep in mind, forward's the first survivor that's on chair. I think Kwong can just chase forward. Yeah, forward's already been on chair. If you chase the forward here, he's on chair for the second time. You chair on the 2 survivors in the last cipher and the basements here. So Rio getting very aggressive. I kind of understand the reasoning for that, but it may backfire. It looks like Roxy does have a little bit of football, but not really much to do anything. Still has the flywheel, needs the flywheel into the pallet, gets the vault off in time. That's a huge vault to stay alive. They're gonna start an extra cipher machine here. Kwong needs to down this forward as quickly as possible, or else the survivors can go for the win. We see the tram here, but he's not gonna take it. I think Ford, should have pushed the tram there. And is going to go down now because of that, and also chaired in the basement as well. Keep in mind, there is a priestess who can potentially make the save. Kwong's actually just going to chair on the cipher instead. And so now it comes down to another farm, right? Because if they go for the rescue here and it's a farm, I don't think that middle 2-story cipher is going to be enough. I don't think the graveyard cipher is going to be enough. So it really comes down to this.
Yeah, so we do see Kakari is preparing for this rescue.
Oh, misses the portal.
So I think it's still fine. Yeah.
He's just gonna hit. He's not gonna farm him. They're gonna tap the chair. I like this. They're gonna buy more time, so they're not making the same mistake on that first rescue. Hair shot onto the priestess, but it still is the rescue here. They have to body block 1 hit. He's gonna pull them both back. They need a body block this hit. Swing and a miss here. Kwong needs to get the hit right now if he wants a chance. And there's a body block. There's a body block. He needs to pick up the priestess. No, he doesn't pick up the priestess. He does not pick up the priestess here, and the cyber machine is ready, and they can now play for the end game here. This game is not over yet. We've seen Kwong come back from a losing position multiple times. Still has trait. Well, we'll have it in a few seconds here, and no survivors at the gate just yet. So there's still an opportunity for Kwong here, but he needs to play this really well.
It's going to be really difficult. He's trying to chase, but there is this long portal from the priestess side. Stay put, I'm coming. She is at the center, but Hunter has views of her, I believe, and will be chasing Kakari instead. Kakari's not last shadow.
Oh, it runs in the open. She runs away from the portal, and it's gonna go down here. The gate's not open yet. Is Kwong gonna chair? He's gonna chair on the gate. 70%. Oh, this is gonna be super close here. He can instant win, but the tram might block. The tram actually might save the seer here. Kwong could have instant win, but the tram blocks it. I don't know if that would have made the difference or not. He's gonna force seer out. Oh, I think seer left too early. I think seer needs to stay there and get forced out because now Kwong can pressure this chair and then chase a new survivor here. He needs to just stay here. He stays here and then go for forward. Gonna leave early. Oh, he's gonna leave early. Does Ford get the backdoor rescue? This is super important. Does not make it. Ford, I think, tried the flywheel to make the save. No, he actually wasn't near it. Wait, no, was he? No, he wasn't actually near it.
Men is far.
Yeah, and Kwong sees the patient. The dungeon's here, though. It's gonna come down to one more hook. He gets out the gate. The dungeon's open, and I think they do manage a 3 escape. And that is, what a game. Wow, this has been a very intense matchup.
Correct. We do see that Kwong's getting really aggressive, keep changing targets. From the priestess went to the forward. After the forward, it went to the patient. It just kept giving a lot of time for them to decode because all of the new servers are getting chat. So it turns out that it kind of worked out for him. I guess the most crucial thing I have to mention is definitely that forward able to kite it out at the graveyard. That flywheel and that vault over allowed them for 2 of them to be healed up to full health. So that's actually really important. Eli, anything you want to point out as well?
Yeah, there's a few instances where if Kwong gets the hit through the body block, then it would have been a tied situation. But the Rio was able to get the body blocks off, which is something that ST wasn't able to do last weekend against Idol, which actually cost them the win against Idol. So yeah, it's very interesting how, going into this, we definitely thought ST would be advantaged against this Rio team, but Rio actually taking this round here. And so now it comes down to, can ST come back? They still have the survivor side to work with, although ST has yet to win as the survivors. They've been 5 rounds in a row. They've had a winning position, a 3 Cypher Kite. I think all 5 rounds, something like that, or at least winning position in terms of Cypher Rush, all 5 rounds, and they haven't managed to actually win the game. This game looks like Rio didn't have enough Cypher progress, but they did manage to win in the end situation here, and we do see, a lot of changing targets, 100 seconds plus on 3 of those survivors there. And yeah, Kwang made it interesting, very close there, and they did fall. Kwang did fall a little bit short. Rio survivors getting a 3-1 here. So now the pressure is on ST. This is really crucial for them. Again, this is a do or die match for both these teams.
Yeah, so definitely very well played. We do see in containment time wise, 3 of them have over 100 over seconds of containment time, and adding all the rescues to it is total of 5. So usually we do see like 2 rescues and then it's like 1 definite like survivors out of this game, but no, 5 rescues and only 1 of them flew back to the mana, 3 of them escaped. So, but also that game mechanic of that tram though, I'm not sure whether that, like you mentioned, I'm not too sure whether that would have changed the game. But if it did though, that tram wasn't cooperating onto ST's favor for sure. I mean, just perfect blocking of that gate as well as between the Seer and the Hunter. Good stuff coming with this tram. And if the forward actually manages to get this backdoor rescue onto Priestess, this match would have potentially be a 4 escape, wouldn't it be?
Yeah, in theory, yeah, it could have been, but yeah, I thought the forward flywheeled to the chair, but it looked like he just randomly flywheeled for, I guess, no reason. I don't know. But maybe just to get a second closer to the gate. But yeah, I mean, so overall, this is the first round Kwang's actually lost as Night Watch. So this strategy did pay off for Rio, not banning the Night Watch. It hasn't worked for any team up until now against Kwang, so we'll see if they continue to go with that 3rd round. I'd imagine not. I think we'll probably see Night Watch and Soul Weaver ban, but it seems like a lot of teams are worried about the Soul Weaver from Kwang, but he hasn't actually played it in the first round. He's had many opportunities to play it in the first round. I think if he really wanted to play Soul Weaver that bad, he would have brought it out round 1, right? But seems like that's, I don't know, they just continue to they'd rather just go against the Night Watch, it looks like.
Yeah, I guess he doesn't really want to play the spider that bad, but I guess they just don't want to face his spider at all. Yeah, during the entire series once again, we haven't seen his spider at all. Only the Bonbon, Sculptor, Night Watch. These 3 characters. And right now, 2 matches in a row we have been seeing this Night Watch. The first round from Kwang, it was a tie. The second round is Ever-Stepping Town. Rio's map advantage, we do see a 1 escape. Sorry, 1 kill only. So, of course, ST wants to tie things up, and we do see the ST survivors have a lot of potential to get a 3 escape and above situations for themselves. They just need to prioritize on things that matter, which is the Cypher progress once again, and leave the harassing or kiting tool for Love Theo to just have confidence in him. He is doing an amazing job doing all those things, so yeah, trust is important, and we do see that Seer and Prospector being banned out by Death Row once again, Eli.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to see... They're actually going to ban Dream Witch. So they're going to allow Night Watch again here. So they'd rather take the Night Watch than Dream Witch, which is acceptable. Of course, Dream Witch is still currently the best hunter in the game. Just barely above Night Watch. It is very close, but Dream Witch has seen the most success throughout the majority of this Identity 5 game, and especially in the current meta, just having such a high win potential, even more so than Night Watch. Looks like we're going to see Priestess and Mercenary here. So they're actually allowing... Death Row actually allows the survivors to play Priestess, which is a bit interesting. We saw in the last round, Priestess did have a pretty big impact. So we'll see how crucial it is here for ST. Looks like we're going to see... Death Row bans Acrobat. That's not a character you ever really see get banned. So this opens up many opportunities. This opens up Dancer. This opens up potential Enchantress if they want to try to counter the Night Watch. You still have Patient, you have Psychologist. So Death Row, I almost feel like that's a bit of a wasted ban, but I guess really does not want to have to deal with the Acrobat. Maybe really wants to play the Geisha again. We're actually going to see Professor, which is actually even more of a counter to Geisha than Acrobat is. So if anything, this is really strong for ST survivors.
Yeah, but from his bans, I can tell one thing. It's giving whatever Leo Lovedale plays, I'm gonna ban it out. So we did see in the first round Lovedale played the Acrobat, used that to harass and body block for that toy merchant in that first round that we saw. And it could be because I think Rio's Hunter strategy, Death Roll, his strategy is that, you know what, I'm just gonna ban out whatever it's gonna play today. And if that still doesn't work, alright, I'm gonna look for another strategy, but...
There's the Enchantress.
Yeah, that's the Enchantress. We did see him play against Idol last week at the Secret Hospital. Able to kite out, I believe, Meowpie's Bonbon very well. And, Meowpie decides to check the basement. So what? They're just gonna sell the Enchantress and focus on decoding, get objectives right. Ciphers needs to be decoded. So ST-wise, they have objectives, they know their objectives. And, if they're able to push for those, the 3 escape is 100% possible for this team. So Death Row, do you think it's gonna be picking a Night Watch or is it gonna be a Geisha?
You can't play Geisha. This comp, I mean, Enchantress and Professor are 2 of the hardest counters to Geisha. Like, I would never play Geisha. If you paid me to play Geisha, I would not play Geisha. Like, you cannot kill. The only chase target here is Priestess. When your best chase target is an ever sleeping Priestess, that means you shouldn't be playing that hunter. Like, there's no way Deathworld can play Geisha here. Professor and Enchantress are extremely hard counters. Priestess and ever sleeping is not a good chase. Obviously, can't chase Merc. So I think Deathworld, he might actually just go Bloody Queen. Bloody Queen, in theory, actually is good against this comp. You have good chase on Professor and Enchantress. Bloody Queen's not very good on ever sleeping town in general, but Professor and Enchantress are both chaseable. Anne is also very good against Professor and Enchantress, but Anne is also very weak on ever sleeping. So I think he's Night Watch also is really bad here. He's gonna go Bloody Queen, yeah. So you definitely can't play Geisha. Night Watch is pretty bad here as well against both Professor and Enchantress. So you're really left with Bloody Queen and Anne. It looks like he's gonna opt for Bloody Queen.
Yeah, and considering that he just needs to tie things up to get the advantage that he wants at their map selection, yeah, Blood Queen seems to be the right choice, and also going against this team like you mentioned. The confirmation, we do see it over here, and yeah, we're just gonna wait a little bit for Deathworld to settle on his Persona build, and it should be a trump card detention, then a blink. There should be a blink. But Death Row though, there's this thing about Death Row. Even during rank, he always, if he sees 1 or 2 harassers or people that can potentially harass him, he's just gonna pick the Excitement.
Yeah, I think Excitement here is good. Excitement, obviously, it's good for Enchantress. If you go for a hit on the Professor, you can Excitement so you won't get stunned by the shield. You can also Excitement through a Priestess portal so you can then just get a free hit. So Excitement actually acts like a blink in a way against a team comp like such as this one. So I actually would definitely like to see Excitement here from Deathworld. I think that definitely makes sense.
Yeah, and right now we have to see the spawn locations to see who will be getting that first chase. Of course, it seems like Enchantress seems to be the juiciest target that we're seeing here, but let's see. Wow! Spawning right next to the Bloody Queen, we do have Lovedale on the
Merc
right.
middle 2-story? Merc middle 2-story is one of the best places you can spawn against Bloody Queen because it's a 2-story area, it's hard for the BQ to mirror there. And they're going to give it to the Mercenary, which is actually the target that's not going to get chased. So I feel like ST with a big missed opportunity. Enchantress is now a very easy chase for a Bloody Queen. If they rotate to Graveyard, BQ will just mirror after them, and there's nothing they can really do against that. So this is a very curious decision here from ST to not give Enchantress that middle 2-story area. Even the Professor also could go for that chase as well.
Yeah, and they just left out the ones that are potential chasers at the corner of their spawn locations.
Yeah.
Leaving the Mercenary the safest person and possibly unlikely chase to be at center. That's really interesting, but we'll see whether it works out for them. Lovedale, we have a very interesting build. 9-12 build. 9-12 without a 3. Flywheel onto Grizz, Flywheel onto Priestess as well, and the only tech turner onto that Mercenary Blues. And trump card detention, like we mentioned, for Bloody Queen, a very standard one. But what's interesting would be whether he has kind of brought this Excitement into this match. Or is he going to be bringing a blink? So, Death Row, knowing him is, I'm feeling a 60% excitement, maybe a 65, knowing him. So, Death Row, we'll see whether you're prepared for this. And also, his only goal this time around is just to get a tie. So, we need to keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. The first round, it was a 3 escape onto Rio's, in favor of Real survivors. And we'll be heading into BO2 second half with your casters here, Chocho as well as Eli O, bringing you the live commentary of this match.
Yep, looks like we're going to see BQ, going straight for the Enchantress. Nothing the Enchantress can do with this spawn, and this is exactly why Enchantress against is not a very commonly played tournament character. Very specifically, only used to counter Geisha and Nightwatch for the most part. You never want to see Enchantress against Geisha. Deathworld will just take down this portal, and especially with this spawn, there's nothing they can do against it. We do see the tram Deathworld needs to watch out for. Let's see if he goes for a blind mirror here. He doesn't know where Enchantress is at the current time. He's just gonna walk around. I'm not really sure what he's going for. Does go for the mirror here. Did he see the Enchantress though?
I'm not sure, but I think he was just kind of walking around to get that Tinnitus popped up, and it does. So he mirrored, and wow, the flywheel is ready. Now we'll see whether Deathworld is getting kind of lost. He can't see Lovedale at the back.
Yeah, so Deathworld gets an early hit. He will now see the trail now that he's entered Graveyard here. So he's now going to go for Enchantress. Does have the flywheel to work with. Also has Broken Window, so no borrowed time. Going to use an early stun here. Go for that mirror image here. Will we see the flywheel get utilized? There's the flywheel. Can they make it to the window? They can make it to the window. They can kite out this mirror because they will get a speed boost. Deathworld swings too early, and that allows them to make the window. Is there a portal as well? There is a portal for this Enchantress to take. Deathworld's going to excitement through the portal, but now this gives the Enchantress an opportunity to stun another portal here, and this will stun the Bloody Queen, and now this Survivor does have stuns to work with, but the mirror image should be able to down this Enchantress.
Yeah, but it seems to be like a really short portal, but it's working out. It's working out, but he's going back in.
The mirror, yeah. If he ran to the pallets, I think he could have kited that, but
if you ran straight through, right, all the way to the corner side, that would have been possible. But still though, very strong first kite, and Cypher progress-wise, it's not actually lacking too much behind, even though we can see a lot of Priestess portals being set up. So not too bad, not too bad. We do see combined together it will be a 3 Cypher's kite. Not sure whether there is also a shell. Alright, we do see a shell at this area that Bloody Queen is walking towards, so Enchantress maybe might be using that. Focus will be getting this very stable rescue coming in. No double down situation. Lovedale does not have flywheel. Have two.
Speed boost. Can't take the trim because he does have Tide Turner, but he can get the speed boost here. Has stuns to work with. Will the mirror image come back here to the other side? Nope, it disappears. It goes away. So he can use one stun here to avoid this. Can make it to the next pallet. Does pick up a scale as well. So he could use it. Just going to drop the pallet first. Mind game of the pallet has stun, has scale. He's going to push these other pallets over here. Definitely needs to be careful. He doesn't use the scale or the stun. Bloody Queen's a very easy. I think Bloody Queen's a very easy hunter to use the scale for, but because of the slow swing. But it looks like no. If we could see the Priestess's point of view here potentially for the second camera, that would be very beneficial. I think as Priestess will be the one coming for the rescue here. But it looks like we are gonna have Chair near the last Cypher machine as well. So ST having a winning position here, but. They are falling maybe a bit short. I don't know. Mercenary needs to get back to the last Cypher as quickly as possible.
Yeah, rescuing Enchantress, and of course, I think Lovedale was thinking that Hunter's gonna bait him to use that skill. So
he excitements the portal, but they're already gone.
They're already gone. He will be portaling, but this is on to Mercenary and not to Enchantress. But still gets the swing.
Through 2 survivors with the mirror image, and Enchantress had a 3 stack and a flywheel and didn't use any of them. And now this game is all of a sudden in a tied position. What just happened?
Yeah, we do see a lot of misstep coming in from Lovedale's side. I think he thinks that, I mean, since that Mercenary has that mirror image, probably low chance of getting that hit registered. No, low chance doesn't mean no chance. So, what is this mirror?
What's happening?
I'm not going.
This is what happens. So for those of you who are wondering, if Chocho attempted to play Bloody Queen, this is what it would look like.
Yeah, that would exactly be what it looks like. So, goodness. But therefore, though, he does have his objectives, kind of straight. I mean, focused on. He knows that he needs to get this tie, and it is looking favorable for him to get that. Griffs will be getting this potential second chase, and they are healing up. Will therefore take notice of that, though.
Tries to find them. I don't think the mirror's gonna find them. Yeah, it doesn't find them even with the mirror angle change. This was another almost 3 Cypher kite. I mean, they had enough Cypher progress to win the game. And ST's, it looks like they're gonna fall short for the 6th round in a row. What looked like a winning position is now going to be a tied one. And just because of that one body block, if Enchantress flywheels that mirror, that's a win. Because then the Bloody Queen has to switch places, then shoot 3 stacks. They would have been able to prime the last Cypher in time. So, missed mirror here, and right there is a good example of why Bloody Queen can struggle on this map. Those buildings can be very hard to deal with. Can he still get the hit? Still manages to clip him. You see that extended hitbox of the Bloody Queen mirror image being very important there. We're going to see the long portal set up here. Priestess should be able to make it through in time, but Deathwill's probably just going to go ahead and take it down right away here.
We just see that 3 ciphers are actually located in kind of in the outer skirts of the map. So actually, ciphers. Oh, Blues have this. Yeah, he sensed it. He sensed that BQ was gonna mirror, and Chris is also in this area though. But I don't think it's gonna be instant. He does have this shell to work with, so it shouldn't be an issue. So, and also, Mercenary is full health to potentially go for this rescue. Priestess is rushing towards that cipher at that picket area. It is at 70%. It's being pushed. We do see that, and Gray is still fighting for his life.
Yep. Looks like we're gonna see nice mind games from the mind games of the pallet. Can he make this next one? Deathwill's gonna go for the swing, not gonna get it. Yeah, excellent job from the professor. You always want to force a mirror image out. It's okay that he goes down to the mirror. Cypher's Prime, will they go for the they're gonna go for it, and he does actually escape, and he does have tram. He will be able to make it to this tram here, so Deathwill needs to potentially, he's gonna take the tram with him. Now the question is, where's the dungeon? I don't think
it's at center.
Yeah, so that's going to be very difficult for the professor to make it there. Flywheel is not ready just yet. I think it's going to be a little bit short of being online. So I think ST will fall short yet again for a 3-survivor escape here.
It's setting up portals, but yeah, it's only setting up for herself to exit through that gate. Gris still trying to cut this out, but will be down right now, and it seems like it will be a tight situation. And survivors are not probably going to go for more since there's nothing to work with. There's no tie turners. Princess has not any portals as well, so they will settle for that tie, and it will be a winning BO2 for real side with their map selection, Eli.
Yep, and so again, another game in which ST had a very strong start, almost 3-cipher kite on the first kite. Definitely enough cipher progress to win the game, and they fall short again. That's the 6th round in a row they've had the exact same position. All 6 rounds in which the first kite was almost 3 ciphers, enough for a win on the survivor side, and they did not manage. They managed to only get a tie from it. So if you're wondering what I mean by 6 rounds in a row, we saw them do this 4 rounds last week against Idol, where the first kite was basically 3 ciphers, and then in this game, these 2 games as well. So ST again, they're just missing out so many times. But excellent job from Deathworld to come back from a difficult position. What looked like a losing position for him, still manages to get a tie here. Yeah, that means that Rio actually wins this round here, and they will be advancing to 1-0 for this best of 3. So now that means SC has to win the last round.
Of course, and it will be a map selection, so there is a high chance they can possibly make this. So definitely there is still hope, and I really hope they do all that they can to get that 3 escape. This team, ST Survivors, they have a lot of potential for that 3 escape, but they always lose out in the little bit. But then again, Deathrow, like you mentioned, did a great job. I believe he was kind of having quite a bit of pressure regardless, even though he was just aiming for a tie, not a 4 kill. So yeah, I guess the hands that sweat sometimes, and it might cause the mirrors to suddenly slip off your fingers. Maybe that's happening. That's why it's giving Chocho mirrors. Maybe, I'm not sure. It's Chocho vibes, Chocho mirrors, whatever you want to call it. Felt mirrors, Chocho mirrors. Okay, so we'll settle on that. And let's look at the statistics that we have here. 105 seconds from Lovedale's kite against a Bloody Queen, Eli. So this is actually
and after an early hit as well.
Yeah, especially that, and a missed mirror afterwards. And then a flywheel through that mirror, forcing him to transition over, mirror over, and then that Priestess support portals coming in. I think this team has great teamwork, great skills. They just need to not be too conservative with what they have at hand to, give chance to Deathrow to capitalize on.
Yeah, so think about it. He hits the first mirror, then he misses a mirror, misses the excitement, and then doesn't mirror again for a while because they took the portal and transitioned away. So that bought a lot of time. So the first kite was very long, bought a lot of time. However, it's just I'm trying to think exactly what went wrong. I guess the survivor did die in the last cipher machine. We've seen that be one of the mistakes from them. Survivor dying in the last cipher, or ST stops to heal instead of decode, or ST just doesn't get to the cipher time. I don't really know, or they don't get the body block off. or someone gets terror shocked or whatever, right? It's been something new every game, it seems like. But every game, there's one little thing that prevents them from getting that that 3 escape. If Enchantress flywheeled that mirror image, that would have been a 3 escape, because Enchantress can then 3 stack, and there's no way you kill the Enchantress before the Cypher's primed. So that is another situation in which ST had what looked like a win, but one little thing. So obviously the first match, it was the what happened in the first match? I don't know.
The Leo's memory, and then
they healed the Antiquarian instead of decoding. So they healed the Antiquarian instead of decoding. In this round, Enchantress doesn't use the flywheel. Last round against Idol, Mercenary got terror shock rescuing against a breaking wheel, or they went for a double body block and they missed it, or they went for another body block and they missed it in another round. There's just so many different situations in which ST's falling short here. But again, excellent job from Deathworld. This is 2 rounds in a row in which he was in a losing position and manages to work out of it and get a tie. So Deathworld continuing to stay with those consistent draws, which is very important for him. If there's any time for ST to finally get a 3 survivor escape, it would be right now. They have to win this last round. You cannot let, if Rio ties this round, they win. So ST has to win this round. If they win it by 2 points, then we're gonna see a 4th round tiebreaker. And if they win it by more than 2 points, then ST will win overall. But if it's anything other than that, if it's a tied round, Rio wins. If Rio wins the round, they win. So ST definitely on the back foot now.
And of course, even though the pressure, it seems like it's on ST side since they are losing by points. But we're just gonna get right into that. But before that, look at our winning conditions. If Rio gets 4 escapes, which means that it will be Rio survivors up first going against Kwong from ST. So if Rio survivors get 4 escape, Rio automatically wins and will go against FT in our last match of today. And if it's anything else other than that, it will be a continuous match all the way until second half. And if it's a tie situation once again, and it will be prolonged to a BO3 overtime. So getting back into our point as well, it seems like ST is losing up by points. That's why you guys might assume that pressure is only on them, but no, because this is also ST's map selection, and Rio, I'm not sure how prepared they are for this. The last time they had a Chinatown match, it was only the survivor side of Rio, and it was against GH. I believe Say choose Night Watch, and it was only a 1 escape because they were kind of trying to aim for that 4 escape, which they desperately needed. So with that aspect aside, there is no need for that 4 escape, right? There's no need because it's still the first half. I think the Real survivors might potentially perform pretty good at Chinatown against Kyong, but we'll see whether they ban out the Night Watch, or is it gonna be Spider and Sculptor?
I don't know, we'll see. I definitely think Spider will be banned. I don't think you give Night Watch here, especially on Chinatown. This is an even better map for Night Watch. Just gets better and better from here for Kwong. So I mean, they did get a win against it last round, but it was very close, and they only managed to get it just barely. I think it was because Kwong got a little over aggressive. So I think you definitely ban Night Watch, and you definitely ban Soul Weaver. I think there's no reason to ban anything else here. All Kwong's left with is Sculptor and Bonbon, which are more tie hunters. Bonbon definitely a tie hunter, and Sculptor is more of a tie hunter than they used to be, less consistent. So I definitely think that in this situation, you have to ban Night Watch, you have to ban Soul Weaver. Night Watch, obviously one of the best hunters of the game. Soul Weaver on Chinatown is S tier. You can't give either of those characters. I think they'll definitely ban Soul Weaver because a lot of teams seem to be scared of the Soul Weaver from Kwong, and they definitely won't give Chinatown Soul Weaver. So again, comes down to, are they going to ban Night Watch, or are they going to ban Sculptor or Bonbon? I don't know, but I definitely think it makes sense to ban Night Watch and the Soul Weaver here.
So, while they're preparing behind, I'm actually looking into the live chat. I do see Horton. Oh, I can't pronounce this.
Yeah, actually, real quick, I would like to remind everybody, if we can keep the chat as positive as possible, avoid any arguments. I do think arguing over fictional characters is really not. We should just be enjoying the tournament and enjoying the players and enjoying the matches, rather than arguing over things that are not important for the current matches we're watching. So let's definitely try to keep the chat as positive as possible. We are, of course, just here to support our favorite team. You guys obviously should Do your best to support your favorite team, support your favorite players, and see what you can learn from competitive. Obviously, I love competitive. Chocho and me both love the competitive aspect of Identity 5. We're definitely here to help you guys enjoy the match more and try to give as much information as possible for all of you guys to learn from these very strong players and potentially incorporate that into your own gameplay, whether that's in rank or if you want to become a tournament player yourselves at some point in the future.
Yeah, so I mean, of course, every single one of us have that ability or the chance to compete competitively. Even me myself, I competed as well before becoming a commentator. So I mean, everybody gets a chance. Even Eli. I mean, we had this mini SEA tournament because he came to Thailand, and he was under this team called Asian Minions.
Yeah.
So.
And we actually ended up winning that tournament. Yeah. So
correct. First place.
Chocho was our manager, so it was pretty good. So.
Yeah. Eli wasn't nice to deal with. But anyways, Asian Minions was that team name that we had, but
my dancer was broken. I kited. Come on.
Oh, I just want to say that team was
my credits.
That synergy was great. All right, but
oh yeah, we actually played really well together. It was pretty fun. So.
Yeah, it was very fun. I was very into this, but we kind of drifted a little bit off, but. We have to go back into this. This will be very intense for these teams. We do see 1 win and 1 tie on real side and only a tie on ST side, which means they have to win this BO3. First up, they were seeing here at Chinatown. Real survivors going against ST Kwong. We do see the Antiquarian as well as the Point Merchant, but let's see whether you're correct with his predictions, Eli. You're right this time around. Soul Weaver and Night Watch.
Finally. We are going to see, it looks like we're going to see Night Watch is going to be removed finally, and I definitely think this is correct. You really don't want to give Night Watch again, especially on Chinatown. We saw Kwong almost get a 4 kill with it on Chinatown last week, so you definitely don't want to open up that opportunity. Rio, of course, does have an option to go Mercenary. We'll take that right away. Obviously, these 2 characters being auto-banned is not as important anymore because it is the last round for the most part. So you definitely want to take that Mercenary, or it looks like we Prospector as well. So yeah, I imagine they're going to gear up for Bonbon or Sculptor. I think that's most likely going to be Kwong's last round option here.
Oh yeah, and sorry, I'm just gonna go a little bit back to the point. The tournament that we won in was Jong's tournament, Invisible Jong's tournament. So if you guys are interested, you guys can also join. Maybe you might see Eli there, I'm not sure. And also it was live streamed on YouTube too. So also shout outs to Jong. Thank you so much for organizing that. It was amazing, and of course the members themselves appreciated it and had lots of fun playing together. Thank you so much. And yeah, we'll go right into the match again. We do see a potential painter pick over here, Eli.
Really?
Really?
We're actually gonna see. Yeah, we're actually gonna see Painter. Chocho, I'll let you go talk about Painter because I have certain opinions about this character. That may not be. Anyways, Chocho.
I guess they're kind of possibly trying to gear up for both the Sculptor and Bonbon picks that you've mentioned. Painter-wise, if Hunter looks at the painting, then I guess it's a free rescue. But that only works if the Hunter's looking at you, or my throat is drying up. So yeah,
So Painter is interesting. We don't see Painter a lot in competitive for a few reasons. It's very easy for a lot of high-level hunters to actually just change their camera angle, look around the painting. I think Painter is a very good starting character in lower to mid tiers, but once you get to high tiers, a lot of players actually will struggle to use Painter successfully against many hunters because good hunters will just change their camera angle and look around the painting. There are a few strategies you can use with the Painter where you can go for early rescues, maybe Ford goes for a stun on chair rescue and Painter still has the full chair time. But as a painter, you have to make sure you place your paintings in a very narrow area in which the hunter can't even look around at all, or else the painting is just not really going to do much because the hunter will just look around that painting. Looks like Kwong is actually going to go with the Sculptor, so we finally are going to be able to see that here from Kwong now that Night Watch is banned. Yeah,
absolutely, and yeah, they definitely, I hope they're prepared for this. Of course, they do know what character pool Kwong has, and from the previous matches that Kwong has played using the Sculptor, it was a 4 kill, and we have to see how he's gonna perform in this Chinatown map. Let's see if they've performed it here. They actually did play in Chinatown, but wasn't with the sculptor. It was against Idol using the Night Watch. So we'll see whether things will be different.
Pretty interesting spawn here.
Of course.
So
Anything?
yeah, so I mean, with Painter being in the corner here, Sculptor obviously will just spawn in the other corner. I think this kind of just gives Kwong an obvious spawn. He's just going to block Painter's Cypher and have 2 easy targets onto the Prospector or the Entomologist. Yeah, this is very interesting. I would have definitely loved to see a Survivor spawn in the square right above the Painter, we call the tunnel area, and then the Entomologist potentially spawn in the Umbrella Gate, which is below the Mercenary. So I think that would have been definitely better here, because that way no Cypher machines will actually get blocked off. But yeah, now Kwong gets to block that Cypher from the Painter, and he can choose if he wants to go for the Prospector or the Entomologist. I think definitely we'll go for Prospector. Prospector is a pretty easy chase for a Sculptor, whereas Ento is a lot more challenging. So I think we'll see Kwong go for that first.
Yeah, we do see the Insolence as well as Trump Cut. There is no detention, so I believe Kwong wants a very good starting game for himself against real survivors, and we'll see whether that will be the case. White, once again, without the 3-9-12 build, and I think they're kind of geared up for this. I think they're prepared for this. We'll see how it's gonna go against ST's Hunter Kwong, and this will be BO3 first half. Real survivors going against ST's Hunter. This is your caster Chocho, and Eli will bring you the live commentary of this match.
Looks like we're gonna see Sculptor's gonna go middle first, and then oh no, he's gonna go. Where's he gonna go? He's gonna go towards middle first. Okay, so he's going towards middle. Does catch sight of the Mercenary. May try to make Mercenary waste some elbow pads. I think that's okay. It looks like, of course we do have a little bit of a blurry screen here, so it's hard to see. Wolfie almost getting a free hit here, but is able to elbow pad away. He's going to continue after Mercenary, really trying to get this hit onto them here. Does miss that swing, so nice job not to give any free hits right away, and is now actually going to change targets.
Thought Kwong was committing, but he is not. Blink will be up soon. And he has absolutely no targets here, no tornadoes being popped up. The nearest survivor he has here is Wolfie once again, the Mercenary at the center area. Kwong, are you gonna commit or are you not? Seems like it will be, the answer will be no. He's going to go hotel area where
nobody's at. Looks like we do have the Painter in the distance, which definitely is a good chase target. You see the Painter spawning in that hotel because it's not something you want to chase. Good rotation from Rio. They are wasting a lot of time with the rotation, with communication. But the Cyphers are a little slow still, although we do have 2 Cyphers this time around. Does finally see the Painter here. This is a good trade target for Kwong, probably the best one. Painter obviously having no borrowed time, so Rio constantly going with no borrowed time here. And it looks like they're going to go for, Kwong's going to commit to Painter here first. Has not yet seen the Hunter, so does not have any paintings available. It's going to blink through here. It's not going to get the drop down hit, but is going to close the distance a little bit here. Really trying to get a first chip onto this Painter. Mind game at the pallet does get the hit, but the flywheel, and it's not going to register, so Kwong does get a hit, and bees are not able to push Kwong away as well. So I think White's going to need to go back to the bees here, and then we might see it be utilized this time around.
Yeah, we do see Kakari using that bees already, trying to push Hunter. It is happening, and White able to establish quite a long distance, but does he got his painting already? It doesn't seem like he's actually drawing, right, Eli?
It looks like, yeah, he never got the vision on the Hunter, right? So I don't, and this is another reason why we really don't see Painter utilized a lot in competitive. You have to see the Hunter's face for an extended period of time, or a certain period of time rather, so you can actually use that painting. He hasn't seen the Hunter's face long enough yet, so he cannot use the painting. And so now the reason why you play Painter is so you can use those paintings, and it's just really not working out here. Might change targets. No, he's going to continue here. Although this first kite is quite long. Now Kwong's going to change targets, but it's too late. Prospector's already had some distance. Rio's in a pretty good position now.
Correct. I mean, you brought the Insolence and you want a great early start, but Painter, having that flywheel as well as 3-9, wants that very strong kite at the start, and that is exactly what's happening, forcing Kwong to change targets even after he's expanded his blink. Right now, having to chase Roxy, Prospector. Full health, 2 magnets, and he's gonna rotate back. Oh, he's making use of that travelator thing of that statue, Roxy. Being a little cheeky there, but Kwong, it seems like he should be unfazed. He needs to be unfazed. He can't be too tilted about this. He knows that he needs to get at least a tie, if not a 3 kills for an easier time for the survivor side later on of his team. So let's see.
We're going to see the hit onto the Prospector. Obviously, there's no flywheel, so Prospector still has 2 magnets to work with, though, and the blink has been used. Still on cooldown, about 25 seconds left. And they have enough ciphers to win game easily. This is a really great start for Rio. You see here why Sculptor has not been chosen a lot as of recently in competitive. It's very easy to kite Sculptor with the current Survivor meta. We do see a chip onto the Prospector, not able to get that one, but you can just kind of run in the open, and it's very difficult for a Survivor. Does finally get the Prospector down, but yeah, last Cypher 80% in, 50% of the way down here. Definitely enough for a potential Rio win.
Yeah, and we do see that Blink is already ready, which means that after that first hit onto Painter, after that Blink has been expanded, it has been the entirety of 150 seconds that have passed by, and this Prospector is down again. Which means that time has been brought out so much to a point that the last Cypher is at 77%, and this is the first rescue that's happening in this entire round, so things are not looking good for Kong, and he doesn't have detention, Eli, so it's gonna be there is a chance for a 3 escape for the server side.
Yeah, looks like he is going to be able to get the hit on the Prospector through the body block here. Cypher Machine is going to be ready. They can go for the pop right around now, I would think. And they are going to, they're going to go for the Cypher Pop. Playing for the end game. Prospector not even dead on share just yet. Will Kwang go for the gate, or is he going to go? He needs to get at least 1 kill. A 4 escape here for Rio means that this will be the end of the match. And the dungeon is in the area. The gates are being pushed here. 30% of the way down here. Prospector still has 2 magnets to work with. There is, of course, full presence, which makes things very challenging here. Oh, and Prospector does run into that statue, or at least unable to avoid it, and will go down here to that full presence. We are going to see 3 survivors out the gate for Rio, which does mean that we have to see a 4 escape on the side of ST if they want to win this. Excellent job from Rio here. I'm just waiting for that mercenary to leave. And there we go. That is going to be a 3 survivor escape, a 3-1 here, and that means that, again, ST has to win this last round, so we are going to need to see a 4 escape from them. Or if that does not happen, then Rio will be the ones advancing to play against FT later today.
So yeah, definitely a very wise choice from Rio survivors to ban out the Night Watch. I mean, it seems to be that they're having a lot of an easier time compared to going against a Night Watch at the start of the match. So yeah, congratulations. Firstly, I mean, we haven't win yet, of course, Rio. I mean, with that 3 escape, of course, 4 escape, it would mean an immediate win for Rio. But right now, like I mentioned, ST servers need a 4 escape to turn things back around, and this is gonna be slightly different. If they get a 4 escape, it's just an immediate win for ST to go against FT in the last match of the day. And if it is a tie situation, right? Sorry. If it's a 3 escape, it still wouldn't be enough, correct?
Yeah, they have to 4 escape. So if they 4 escape here, then ST wins. And if they don't 4 escape, then Rio wins. That's just how it goes.
So this is really difficult. We haven't seen ST survivors with 4 escape. I don't even think we have a. Do we have a? Oh, actually, we did have a 4 escape, but it was when it was against MW in the preliminary stage against the ex-boy at Leo's memory. Kind of like a technical situation with that match. So, of course, that was the closest they had with that 4 escape situation. How do you think ST can play this out, knowing that they don't have the Toy Merchant anymore? No more Antiquarian, no more Mercenary, no more Priestess.
Yeah, ST did lose a lot of valuable survivors, so I think I don't know. It's really. I mean, you have to 4 escape here. Let's look into the. We look into the stats of this. We'll talk about that in a minute. We're going to look at the stats of this match here. Yeah, you see only 53 seconds on the Painter, and that was the Prospector support. Obviously, the Painter did it's one of those situations where it's like Painter did a pretty good job solo kiting, right? But he never got a painting, never got vision on the Hunter or anything like that. So just imagine if it was another character who had better kiting potential, like something like an Acrobat or Patient or whatever, right? Or Psychologist. Could have been a lot more valuable. So that's one of the reasons why we don't really see Painter as well, because again, Hunters can just look around the painting. You also have to see the Hunter's face for a certain period of time to get that painting available. But excellent job from the Prospector to allow the Painter to escape the Hunter with that magnet stun, and then also to kite long enough for Cyphers to be ready. So definitely the MVP for this half of the round would be Roxy. So yeah, it again comes down ST. They've tied every round up until now, so let's see if they're able to finally get that escape. It has to be 4, it cannot be 3. They have to get a 4 escape here if they want to win.
Yeah, and I think definitely Real Survivor definitely did some changes in the way they play. Of course, last week it seems like the survivors weren't really consistent, but this time around it seems like things are turning for the better for them. In the first round, tight situation, and then from second round onwards, it was a consecutive three escape situation for them. So but definitely gotta give it to them, of course. But then again, Death Row will be coming in with this character pool: Night Watch, Geisha, Bloody Queen, and then. So he just needs a 1 kill. What do you think he can opt for?
Well, you could just play Anne. Obviously, Anne is the best 1 kill hunter in the game. I think they should ban Anne here, just because Anne, again, is extremely good for getting a single kill. Yeah, it's really tough. I guess you ban Anne, and you could also ban Bloody Queen. You could ban Anne and BQ, or you could ban Anne and like Dream Watch or Night Watch, something like that. But you have to ban Anne 100%, I think. Anne's not great on Chinatown, but is incredibly good 1 kill hunter. Obviously, because Chase is very strong, Camp is very strong. It's hard to body block. It's hard to get dungeoning against Anne. There's so many ways where Anne's very good at getting 1 kill with Disciple. So I think that realistically, you have to ban Anne. And then after that, most likely Bloody Queen. If you don't want to ban Bloody Queen, then it's going to be Dream Witch or Night Watch, but definitely the Disciple here.
I was just looking through my stats and I was trying to see like Death Row, did he get any like 4 escapes? He actually got it once against Jade Survivors, but at the point in time he actually could have secured his 1 kill, but he got greedy and then he lost his 1 kill advantage. But this time around he knows his objectives, which is a 1 kill. So I really doubt that Death Row is gonna lose to lose that 1 kill that he needs. But then again, miracles do happen. We gotta give hope. And also ST's performance have been pretty good the past week. So I just want to say that I still have hope for them, regardless of everything that happened today. I think they still definitely do have it in them. But we do see that Death Row is countering very heavily onto Love Dale's character pool. In the second round, we did see the Prospector as well as the Acrobat bans, and then after the Enchantress happening over there. I still think that with Death Row, he's still gonna bend out that Prospector once again. He's not gonna give that single chance for Lovedale to potentially come for this OB harassing moment for the team. Because actually, we haven't seen him harassed in this series of IVC yet.
Yeah, and I also think that Prospector is a good 4 escape character as well. Any character with recharging abilities is very good because you can recharge your abilities as the game progresses, which you can then use in an endgame kite. So Prospector with recharging magnets is very good. I do see some people talk about Cheerleader. We'll talk about that after this round, maybe if we have time. Yeah, we are gonna looks like Seer Prospector as you predicted here. Chosh is gonna ban that right away. Obviously, Prospector, good 4 escape character, very good player, very good character for this ST team. They don't ban Anne or Bloody Queen. So Death World has many options to get 1 kill. This is a very interesting approach from ST. I don't think Geisha ban maybe, Night Watch maybe, but you have to ban either BQ or Anne. They're just, especially the Anne, such a good 1 kill hunter here. Death World should have plenty of options to get 1 kill now. So I don't mean to be that blunt, but I do think this is a very incorrect set of bans here from ST for sure.
So we'll see whether that will be the case, or maybe some miracle might happen. Maybe the first kite is so long to a point that it's 5 ciphers, Tide Turner from the first officer with that watch that he's gonna use, bring them out of the gate with their 4 escape. Nothing's impossible. There's always the strategy, and there's always this thinking that everything is possible. So we shall believe in that one saying, even though, like you've mentioned, the end wasn't bent out, and it's a very strong 1 kill. At least 1 kill character. We did see that from God J as well at Cigar Hospital with that end. 1 kill. He managed to secure that 1 kill against, I believe, Rio survivors. So it's gonna be slightly tough, but right now we're seeing the battle that has been mentioned in the introductions for the past 3 weeks. Tatian on this battle. So let's see how impressive or how game-changing this battle will be. I hope it will be. And with this first officer as well as beta coming in, the coding seems to be on the slower side. And last pick will be Whipping Clown. Eli, your thoughts on this team, Colin, and what Death Row can pick and potential first chase.
Yeah, so this is definitely a do or die. I mean, you have to 4 escape here. So I definitely don't mind this. Batter's gonna be very good for support, potentially pushing for a 4 escape. Weeping Clown can be good for... you have to have a lot of support characters if you want a 4 escape. So I definitely like the idea of these 4 escape characters. Weeping Clown is a good... if you hold on, conserve your rockets, you can definitely use that for endgame kiting. You can also help a survivor kite to dungeon or kite to the exit gate to get extra escape, maybe get a 4 escape. So I definitely do like this. Of course, the decoding will be very slow, but it's 4 escape or nothing. So going for a comp like this is acceptable. I think Death World probably will play. Probably still just play Ann here, right? We'll see what he goes with, but I think Ann is a very good hunter. Again, very good for getting 1 kill. Should be pretty good against this team comp. Pretty good at chasing Clown, pretty good at chasing Acrobat for the most part, although Acrobat can kite against Ann in narrow areas. You can actually kite Batter pretty well if you curve your jumps. You could also play Bloody Queen. He's gonna go Wax Artist, which is also okay, but I think Wax Artist is a little bit slightly riskier than a Bloody Queen or Ann. A little bit less consistent. Obviously still good for securing a kill or a tie, but is not quite as consistent, slightly more risky than the other hunters. So I don't mind this from Death World, but I think I would have liked to see a little bit of a safer pick.
I definitely agree with you. I mean, of course, you definitely know about it since, you know, before we actually started commentating today, you said your Wax Artist is cracked, your Dream was cracked.
No, my Night Watch and my Dream Witch is correct.
Alright, so all this
Wax
characters,
Artist is not that good anymore. I don't play Wax Artist so much.
Oh damn, so he has kind of lost his feels for Wax Artist already, so it will be the Night Watch and Dream Witch that's cracked, according to Eli himself, quote unquote on him. So we'll see. Maybe we might see him, you know, live stream, you know, follow him on his YouTube as well. And yeah, like you mentioned, this is the confirmed picks as well as the confirmed personas that will be coming in very soon, but before that we'll look at the spawn locations coming in from both teams. SEA Survivors going against Rio's Hunter Death Row. So smack us in the hit once again, Wax Artist, that's right. And okay, so we do have the Whipping Clown as well as Batter located right next to the Hunter.
I think Batter might go no borrowed time. I think we'll probably see Flywheel and Broken Windows. Definitely Broken Windows from a lot of these players in preparation of Ann or Wax. But we might also see a Flywheel build from Batter as well in case of Bloody Queen. So I think no borrowed time might be good here for Batter. We're going to see Flywheel, Broken, I think. Officer should have tied. Acrobat will probably have Broken and borrowed time. And I don't know about Weeping Clown, but the other 3 definitely should have a certain set of personas here. We'll find out.
Right, so if they were gearing up for a N, okay, never mind, it's fine. It's not
have borrowed time and no broken windows, which means
yeah.
that Batter's actually a pretty easy chase here for Wax Artist.
Yeah, that's true. So, Death Row taking the insolence as well as detention built for his Wax Artist, and yeah, as you can see from the Survivor side, there's only 1 tight charger and double Flywheel, 1 broken window. So this will be the last match for sure for today between both teams, ST versus Rio, and SE winning conditions 4 escape. Rio's Hunter, they just need a 1 kill. So this will be your casters, Chocho as well as Eli O. Bring on the live commentary of this BO3 second half between ST Survivors versus Rio's Hunter.
Looks like we're going to see Wax Artist going to go ahead and rotate past the tables area, going towards center map here. Does see the Batter in the distance here. It's actually just going to leave, going to go find a different target potentially. We do see the first officer, not really a good chase target, so probably doesn't want to commit to that. I'd imagine he'll just have, looks like, to see Weeping Clown, also Acrobat, a little bit of late rotation, but finally does catch up to Acrobat. Acrobat's not going to go to Hotel. So Acrobat could have easily gone Hotel. Hotel loop is very good against Wax Artist. So he's actually going to take a different route, which I don't know about this. He also doesn't drop a bomb as well. So Death Row's going to have a lot of opportunities to get free Wax here. So unfortunately, Gris, yeah, a lot of missteps there from Gris in this kiting route here. He's going to bomb early, but he's just going to get frozen anyway. And he gets body blocked as well. He can't go towards Hotel. And Gris has, man, this is really unfortunate. We're gonna see, oh, actually, Crouch Walks has the flywheel a little bit earlier here. Goes for the blink and does secure the down. And unfortunately, the kiting route and misuse of the bombs is gonna allow Deathworld to get a very fast down. And if there was any chance for a 4 escape, it seems very unlikely at this point in time.
Yeah, I think definitely ST survivors knowing that they have the 4 escapes, it's a huge toll on them. Very stressful, of course, and of course misclicking and sometimes decision making might change over time during the match itself. So yeah, I mean, from the first kite itself in BO1 Toy Merchant, Gris actually kited very well against that I believe the Geisha. So yeah, really unfortunate that the kite was so much shortened in this first one. So we'll see whether there will be a potential second kite. First officer with a very safe rescue, Whipping Call coming in with that.
Oh, but he misses. He didn't get the catch.
Jumping!
And he's gonna run away.
Wow.
96 does get frozen there, and he is gonna go down. He did not get the pickup onto the Acrobat, so they went for that play but missed out there. Acrobat's gonna go down for the second time. Definitely wants to die close to Hotel. That's gonna be their best chance to potentially kite. But yeah, there's just no Cypher progress from ST right now. They're gonna finally pop their first Cypher after second chair here, and no one else is decoding as they're stopping to heal the officer, which they have to 4 escape, so this doesn't really benefit them at all. If anything, it's worse because it slows down their decoding. So this is really tough for ST. Deathworld actually doesn't see the officer, so officer can actually just get a free rescue here. So now this does allow Acrobat to rebound.
He's unable to stun the hunter from the back, the Whipping Clown. Wow.
Just missed that. Oh, no one's decoding. Everyone's here to harass. And Gris actually runs in the open here instead of going behind the building. So unfortunately, another missed kiting route from him. He can get into Hotel here. We'll pick up 32% of that wax stuff. We'll have to walk through the firebomb. So there's definitely a chance for a long rebound kite because he is into Hotel. But imagine if he just went there at the start. That could have been a lot more beneficial here.
And yeah, Gris still trying to kite it out. Blink will be up in about 33 seconds. So let's see whether Tatian's better support will make this game changing or not. We do see the first push with that ball. The second one will be coming in. No stun.
Oh, too early.
No hit. That's right. So Deathworld still focused on his target. He just needs that 1 kill, and he knows Gris's last chair. He just needs that.
Yep.
Blink will be up in about 14 seconds. I feel like this is a countdown. Tatian unable to stun Hunter, unable to push a little bit, but the distance wise it's still very visible. He's unable to make Gris disappear from here. And
this communication is really important. So Batter can carry this game to a win here, but it needs to be done properly. He's gonna long bomb away here. This is very good. This buys distance, and this blink is not gonna be very beneficial for Deathworld as the Batter can just push this. And he's gonna miss the hit. He's gonna go for the Batter, who can just avoid that as well. Batter still has flywheel. He will get a hit on Batter, but he's gonna allow Acrobat to get away here. Will Deathworld go for Batter? Is he gonna go for Acrobat? Acrobat makes a ton of distance. He needs to hide. Acrobat has to hide. He should not be running here.
Deathworld lost him!
He doesn't see him, and this game is not dead over. Wow.
Wow! Deathworld, with 1 goal in mind, he just needed to counter, just corner this Acrobat, but that battle was getting into Deathworld, and Deathworld was so committed to a point that he lost Gris in the process, and right now, we'll be having to chase this battle. That has 3 in the end game, Eli, so...
Wow. Batter really wants to conserve balls here. He's going to use a stun. I don't really like this because now that's 1 ball you can't use at all. So Batter really wants to try to conserve these balls as much as possible. He's going to hide behind this wall here. They do heal up the Acrobat. Cypher Machine 90%. The other Cypher at 50. Batter needs to hold his... Oh, he really needs to hold his bombs though. Or his balls here. He really needs to use them for endgame. He wants to try to pick up this other ball here before he goes down. Can he get it? Does not. He doesn't pick it up. He actually gets the freeze before the pickup, which means he won't have this ball for endgame. That's actually way more valuable than people realize. We're gonna see, it looks like missed rocket again. Now Weeping Clown's out of rockets, so now Weeping Clown doesn't have any items for endgame as well. So a mismanaged resources from ST here. They have the win position, but they need to get the 4 escape. And because now these players have no items, that 4 escape is extremely challenging.
That's right, and definitely
No, it's too slow. Yeah, he's gonna miss that one there. So he's gonna go for the hit. They do have the rescue, so they can go for the end game soon. But there's no items for Batter. He did not get that ball. He used too many balls here.
I just realized how important that last thing Whipping Clown had. If he had that, he can potentially drive this battle together towards the gate. Hunter does not have any trump card, no detention.
Oh, he just a drop down hit. He can fly with a swing there. So we are going to see them push for the end game, but yeah, batter has no items. So we have to see somebody body block here, maybe. But they're just going to block the gate. You just wax bomb the gate. You cannot kite on the gate against the wax artist. They can just wax bomb off the gate. He's going to fire bomb here, trying to down this batter. 86% of the way done there. And does get the down onto the batter, but obviously open the gate right next to him. Going to use the pocket watch. He gives the hit in pocket watch. A huge misstep from the first officer, and all of a sudden this game looked like there was an opportunity for ST, and it all of a sudden has fallen right back into Deathworld's favor here.
Yeah, so there's a huge ton of ends for Deathworld, of course in favor of Deathworld, and right now Glue, the first officer, is down in front of the Hunter, in front of the batter's chair. Gris is still in the area. Nobody's opening the gate. They want to push for this 56% gate that is not close to opening just yet. Lovedale trying to potentially go for that opening of the gate, but Deathworld is just gonna keep waxing that gate over and over again. Gris, first officer, Terror Shock, does not have self-heal, and this gives way for Gris to get for this rescue. Flying wheel happened, and he's gonna
But
commit
Acrobat's dead on
to
chair.
now.
Acrobat's that's it. Acrobat's dead on chair. He can just chair the Acrobat. So it needed to be the Weeping Clown that came for the rescue and Acrobat to push the gate, because Acrobat's dead on chair. So that is it. That means Rio actually will be securing the victory here. Deathworld can get a tie. 2 survivors out the gate's not going to be enough here. And ST, they made it really close there. And they still fall short of the win. That's going to be another tied game from them. But yeah, unfortunately not enough for them. Rio will be advancing to play against FT in the 3rd match today. Excellent job from them. Yeah, so many things that happened that match. Excellent support from the batter, but it's just... they lost all their items. The batter needed to save items for endgame. It's okay if he goes down. Just let them go for the rescue. Hold your balls for endgame. I think he had 2 of them, and he wasted both of them. And so then they did not have those items for endgame kite. Weeping Clown wasted a rocket. And then Acrobat went for the save under detention there, which is not, unfortunately, not right in that Acrobat's dead on chair. It has to be the survivor that's not dead on chair, so you could potentially go for another rescue. And they just did miss out on that opportunity there.
Of course, and yeah, I mean, gotta give it kudos to the batter, of course. I mean, without that batter support that we see there at the start with that Acrobat as well, there was no way Grease could have escaped that situation. And yeah, I definitely have to agree with you. They were so close. They were so close. I think they had the mindset correct, but the usage of the items towards the end, definitely not the best time to use those at such crucial moments. And also a lot of missed records coming in from Lovedale, so it's just so unfortunate. But then again, congratulations to Rio. They are one step closer to this top 4 position. I mean, they will be going against FT in this 3rd match, which is also the last match of today. So they definitely have to gear up for that. They do have a period of time to rest and also think about how they want to go about FT, go about with FT. And I definitely hope the best for them. As for ST, I think they've come into this IVC very, very strong. I mean, of course, I do feel that although they did lose today and they are out of this tournament, but they did bring in very impressive plays, especially Lovedale with that prospector in last week. And I think this was the closest match, or like the most potential match that they had for that 3 escape and 4 escape situation that they actually could have had in the first 3 rounds of today, but unfortunately losing out to that little bit. We do see that, you know, every time it's always the little things that kind of builds up in ST Survivor side and them losing out to getting that tie situation. But Deathworld, though, very smart of him to capitalize that hit onto Acrobat at the very end to secure that 1 kill he desperately needs instead of focusing on other objectives. So, amazing stuff. Eli, you want to go through the stats with us?
Yes, we do have a lot of containment time. Obviously, the Acrobat going down very fast at the start, but the batter support. Batter is a really strong character. I think a lot of people don't really understand how strong batter support can be. But also, batter can be an easy kill if you have no bombs to work or no balls to work with. So that's really important that they that batter wasted all those items there for Deathworld at the end. So yeah, just really crucial gameplay. I think definitely in this match, yeah, it's hard to say who the MVP will be. I definitely think it could be the prospector from that last round. I think it was Roxy, right? But Who was it? Who was Prospector from the last round? Yeah, I definitely think it was the Prospector player from the last round. I have to look back on that. That Prospector play was that won the game. I think the MVP definitely should be defined on who won, who basically secured the win. Allowing for that Prospector, allowing that Painter to kite long enough for a 3 escape, and forcing them to change targets them, that wins Rio the match. If Rio ties that last, if Painter continued to get chased and there's no Prospector support and Prospector doesn't take kite and Painter continues to take kite, that's probably a tied game in which this round ST could just play for a 3 escape instead of having to go for 4 here. So I definitely think that play from the Prospector plus the long kite after getting chased was very important. I think that definitely secured Rio the win there. Of course, it is excellent job from Deathworld to secure draws, but that Prospector support, that kiting in there at the end there was definitely very crucial.
Yeah, we did see a lot of improvement coming in from especially Rio survivors. A lot of synergy that it's a lot better than compared to last week. Cypher was a lot faster as well compared to last week. Last week they were kind of struggling with getting ciphers to be done so that objectives can be met, but yeah, but this week it's showing a different side of Rio. And like we mentioned today, it's a very intense set of matches that we see. Even in this VO3 itself, everything was so close for each and every one of them. It was that little things that matters that brings that win for Rio. So 14 to 10, a 4 points difference seems a very it's actually kind of large, honestly, but it was the little things from each match, from BO2 and BO3 that added together. Yeah, amazing stuff coming from Rio, and also definitely gotta give it to Deathrow. With the Night Watch, sorry, he didn't even play Night Watch today actually. He picked Geisha, BQ as well as Wax Artist, so still able to get that very stable tie situation for his team. I think he really did what he could, and amazing stuff coming in.
Alright, so we do see the final score 14 to 10 here. Rio will be victorious. So yeah, this means they are one step closer to making the top 4, but not there just yet. So the next match, of course, will be ADM versus Idol. The winner of that will make it to the offline stage in the top 4. And then after that, we have FT versus Rio. And it's actually going to be Deathworld is going to be the MVP. I mean, yeah, still able to secure consistent ties there is definitely strong. So obviously did not drop any games. Even at the end was able to hold on to the 1 kill, but yeah, I think we definitely, so excellent job from Deathworld overall. 2 eliminations on average, just staying consistent is always good. Definitely think we have to shout out the Prospector from the last round though. That was definitely MVP worthy with their the support and taking the kite. That was Roxy. So excellent job there as well. Definitely could have also secured that too.
Yeah, and but also Roxy is actually also the commander of the team, so him able to do all of that and still making things happen. Yeah, I think that's important for a commander to do. I mean, of course, commanding is one thing, knowing where ciphers are at is one thing, decoding, kiting, everything, but I think today, improvements-wise, I think Rio did the most, and also Roxy, gotta give it to him as a commander for that team. Deathrow, of course, I mean MVP, we gotta give it to him. Yeah, ties, sometimes it can be kind of hard for hunters to get ties, especially in this meta, but yeah, Deathrow is definitely showing another side of him. Instead of being only known for his Night Watch, he's showing many other things. We were kind of expecting the end at the end, but seems like Wax is actually not too bad. So yeah, definitely have to add it into his character pool. Right now we do have the Black Queen, Night Watch, and Geisha, as well as his Wax Artist to anticipate in today's third match against FT, and we'll see whether FT is prepared to go against Rio tonight.
Alright, so that is going to wrap it up for this first game. We are going to go to a short break. We still have 2 more exciting matches ahead of us, so stick with us and we will be back shortly.
received a revelation to judge without mercy. Murderers must have their blades shattered. And the greedy must be depraved of welfare. Only then, when the flames of sin subside, the redeemed may regain a pious heart.
That was the beginning and the end of everything.
I have thought about what I might encounter here, but everything I've encountered so far has still exceeded my expectations. The girl mentioned in here, Emma Woods. Is he back? Hunters? My gut told me it might be my only chance to unravel its secrets with my own hands.
Don't look back.
On that night, the blizzard laid waste to the plateau of Lane. She brought light before my corpse. She could have told me the bitter truth, so that I could escape the intolerable surge of emotions. She could have gouged out my eyes, so that I could not see the demons of hell in the skin of gods. Or his ugly face that is so unlike my own. But it matters not, for the secret is forever buried. After all, corpses do not speak. But the price of it all, her humanity fell into the bowels of the gods. Fret not, mother. The hunt of the gods ended on the night the blizzard laid waste.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are back with the second match of the day. Idol versus ADM's Adams, and of course, definitely a very exciting one, of course. We did see how Idol go against GH till yesterday, and of course, ADM, sorry, was it last week?
Yesterday.
And also, ADM against Nor. So,
it was yesterday.
Was yesterday? Alright,
Yeah.
so yeah, these two teams, ADM won against Nor in this lower brackets, and for Idol, they have moved on to this lower brackets to go against ADM. So Eli, I need your thoughts on Idol versus ADMs. How do you think it's gonna possibly turn out?
Yeah, this is a really tough match for ADM for sure. I think definitely they will be the underdogs in this matchup. We saw ADM has struggled a bit with the Survivor side in this tournament. And they, of course, are going against a good hunter with Meowpie here. So I think ADM's one win condition, though, is honestly just Meowpie himself, and that he really needs to make sure he plays I think his approach yesterday against GH was not great in terms of band picks and characters and personas. So Meowpie definitely needs to learn. He needs to have a better approach with his personas and his character selections. If he goes with a really strong, consistent route here, I think Idol definitely love the lead against ADM here. But it'll be very interesting to see what the approach is actually going to be here. It looks like, of course, the Idol roster, Idol Meowpie is the hunter. We do have Idol Light, MX, Xenia, and Shadow. So, yeah. So this is, again, I think Idol definitely will have the advantage going into this one. ADM really will have to try to work out of this deficit. It looks like we're going to have ADM Haku as the hunter here, and Lan will actually be Survivor.
Interesting. Very, very interesting. We did see how Haku actually played as the Survivor faction for ADM, of course. And right now there's a little switcheroo with Lan and Haku.
Switcheroo.
With this Survivor and Hunter mix. So I'm excited to see how Lan's gonna perform in this team though. But Eli, you've personally played with Lan before, correct, in rank? So I need to know a little
Survivor,
bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, so how did it turn out? Like, give me a little bit about what happened.
Yeah, I mean, it was just, just Survivor rank. I don't know.
You don't remember?
I mean, I believe Lan played some like barmaid or something. It was a little while ago. I'm not really sure, but yeah, I mean, Lan, pretty good Survivor player as well. So we'll see what they're able to do here. Looks like it is Ever-Living Town. Idol does have the map selection here, so we will have that as their first option. Just a very standard map selection. I do like this from Idol. In the past, we've seen them try to be a little over-aggressive, go for these unique approaches, and I feel like they have a pretty strong team. They should just take a more standard approach to this tournament and just try to win that way. So I feel like as long as they go a lot more safe, such as Ever-Living Town, I think this was definitely the right decision from them.
Yeah, we do see that, I mentioned, Idol picking this Ever-Living Town. Yeah, we've seen them play at Ever-Living Town once against MP in their first match coming into this preliminary stage live stream of IVC with this tie situation against opponent. But then last time was with Leah. This time we're seeing Leah being excluded from the main lineup for the first time. Xenia, Shadow, as well as Light. Very strong Kiters, I would say. Very, very strong Kiters. We have to see how they're gonna perform together. So, and yeah, like you mentioned, ADM with Lan in the Survivor side, Haku on the Hunter side. I'm not too sure Haku is specifically who, but we'll have to see what possible Hunter picks this person may have behind his sleeves. And speaking of which, we will be seeing him for the first time in this first half coming into Ever-Living Town BO1. Eli, do you think MX is gonna go straight for this unorthodox business of like loyal, thief, or just a normal?
Yeah, it's hard to say. We don't really know what Haku could play here, but looks like we're gonna see Seer and Antiquarian first. So possibly Dream Witch, possibly Night Watch, and looks like we're gonna see Prospector and Priestess first here. I think maybe MX should try to play a more meta character. I think Nell really highlighted this well yesterday, in that MX did some pretty good kites with characters such as Gardner, but imagine if he played an actual meta character, could kite a lot longer. He also talked a little bit about how these non-meta characters that MX likes to play, when you start to go against a really strong teams like GH, they don't really work as well anymore, right? And it really sort of backfires, I think, to play characters like that. So far, we haven't seen one picked just yet. So maybe we'll see them go for a more standard strategy. Like Dancer's gonna be the last ban here. Are we gonna see a meta character? Or are we gonna see something else? Looks like nope. We're gonna see even arguably a worse character than Thief, which is actually Doctor.
Yeah, arguably, I think I have to agree with you. But I mean, if this is actually going against a Druid, also not too good. Forward can't really OV against a Dream Witch Prospector as well. What other hunters? I feel like it's definitely a single hit hunter from half side that they're expecting.
I mean, if you're gonna do that, you might as well just play Psychologist instead of Doctor, right? But I guess not.
Man is confident. I trust. It makes me trust, I guess, but
think about it this way, right?
Think
about it this way. If you play Psychologist, right?
Correct.
You're guaranteed 3 hits. If you play Doctor, you're not. So why? You know, like that. That's sort of the. Looks like it's gonna be Geisha, and actually Geisha is pretty strong against Doctor. Doctor has a very hard time getting the heal off against a Geisha. The only way you can really do it is if you pallet camp and you actually manage to get that pallet stun. Any hunter that can constantly pressure the Doctor and keep her from getting her heal off, that character is going to be good against something like a Doctor. And Geisha is a very fast at having that aggression and constantly pressuring within their chase. It's not like Dream Witch where you go for like a patroller hit, then you have to switch to the main body and you lose your pressure for a little bit, and Doctor can get the heal off. No, Geisha is going to constantly stay on that survivor. As soon as you get the hit, they'll just dash and catch up as well. Even if you get your veterans speed bonus to make distance, Geisha can still catch up. So there's a lot of ways in which the Doctor can struggle here against Geisha.
So
I almost feel like Thief would be better, right?
Right.
Would definitely be better
Extremely right. You're extremely right. But maybe they just. I guess maybe he's confident. But I mean, he's been known for his kiting. But then again, Geisha and Doctor doesn't really mix well in the same soup. So we'll see how the small locations will be. Not gonna get baited at all. He's gonna spawn near where the Doctor is at the corner house area.
Right.
Definitely don't think we'll be chasing the Prospector. I mean, it's hard chase. Forward wise has the ball to use. Doctor at the corner house. Eli, how do you think the kiting route is gonna be like? Is it gonna kite out of there, or it's just gonna keep rotating over and over again?
The thing is, you can't really rotate with this spawn. The problem with spawning in the corner is you spawn in the back corner of the building, so you can't actually rotate. The hunter will be on you too fast. So I don't really. This is why I've never been a huge fan of the direct corner house spawn. I think it's good to spawn near corner house. That way, if the hunter spawns at corner, you can just rotate to graveyard or towards the middle priestess portals. Or if the hunter spawns on the other side, you can just go to corner house side. You can rotate. But spawning here means you cannot rotate at all. So you're relying entirely on your first kite. Doctor also doesn't have borrowed time, which means that if Doctor's getting first chase with no borrowed time, that could also be a bit challenging for the survivors as well. Because then if you get to an endgame situation, Doctor doesn't have borrowed time, you know, then that's difficult because you pop the Cypher and Doctor's not going anywhere. So I think that Geisha definitely will prioritize chasing this Doctor first here.
So let's see whether you know the predictions from you will be correct. Once again, we did see how you got accurate with that Soul Weaver and Night Watch band in the previous match that we had, but we'll be heading into the match BO1 first half between Idol Survivors going against ADM's Hunters, Jocasta, Chocho, and Eli. Will bring you the live commentary of this match, Eli.
Yeah, Geisha's trying to mind game. Actually, mind games the Doctor here, but doesn't dash. She could have dashed there and runs through the pallet. We're gonna see an early pallet stun. Yeah, Geisha, interesting. Could have actually dashed there when they threw the butterfly and gotten a free hit, as the Doctor did run into the Geisha here. And so does miss out on that first opportunity, but does not cancel this dash, which means Geisha can get the first one. Doctor's gonna start to heal right away. Can they potentially get this heal off? Goes for the pallet drop early. Oh, he could have just dashed the butterfly. The Doctor threw the pallet, so he could have dashed it, but he didn't. But yeah, right away, 2 early hits onto the Doctor. See here why, you know, Doctor, not one of the stronger kiters in the game.
Yeah, we do see a lot of small butterflies being thrown left and right, and yeah, MX still manages to heal up. There is no blink. It's excitement, so I guess he's waiting for this Prospector of forward harassing to happen. Flywheel happening, able to spin over the stun happening, canceling out the dash. Wow.
Yeah, but the thing is, Doctor only gets one heal there. Still going for the heal, gets the hit through the pallet, forward cancels the attack recovery. He had excitement, right? He could have excitement and got a free hit. I guess they want to just play it safe. Has excitement as well to work with, and forward does not realize this, gives a free hit as well. So this start is looking really good for Haku here. Yeah, you can really see here why, unfortunately, Doctor is just not a very strong character. Out of all the veterans characters MX could have played, I do feel like Thief would have definitely been stronger against Geisha. Even Gardner, you could absorb a free hit with that bubble early game. But yeah, Doctor just unfortunately does lack in a lot of areas. And so that allows Aku to get a pretty fast down. Early flywheel from Light here, gonna get the hit on to the Survivor. Still gets the hit. Oh, cancels the attack recovery as well. And this is another down, no tide turner here. You can even go basement as well. And Idol is really struggling to deal with this Geisha here.
Yeah, it seems to be so. 2 cancelled attack recoveries, 1 from the forward, 1 from the Prospector, and even after excitement has been expanded, Prospector's still unable to come here with that support. So that's really unfortunate, and they're still going for this rescue. Forward does have this tide turner. Let's see how they're gonna play this out. Getting that basic hit, rescues will happen. Cypher's is on a standstill, Eli.
Yeah, they stopped to heal up here, so they're kind of accepting that it's gonna be hard to win for. Goes for the Sun, does get the stun onto the Geisha, so nice stun, but unfortunately it is Geisha. It's not gonna buy you that much time as she can just dash right away here. Doctor does not have flywheel just yet. Geisha does acknowledge this, gets the basic hit, and the portal setup is too late. As we're gonna see the down onto the Doctor yet again, and again, just Doctor, unfortunately, being this character having no kiting abilities, no kiting items to work with. Of course, MX being an excellent kiter, just not having any items that help you kite. And that's why Doctor, as we know, not a meta character. So we're going to see Doctor eliminate till still 2 ciphers remaining. No progress, really, on any of these so far. So Haku gets a hit onto the Priestess as well. Forward injured 2 here. And so this is looking pretty good for Haku, considering this is a up-down build, which is a very tie-oriented build rather than aggressive. Still an opportunity for Haku to actually win here. Dash to the Priestess, no flywheel, and that's another down. And the Cyphers for Idol extremely far behind here. So Haku actually could win from this spot.
Yeah, imagining bringing in confined space detention without any trump card and having excitement all the way. This is looking like almost a winning game for him, Haku. We'll see how he's going to capitalize on this opportunity. He's having a snowball happening. It's coming into a medium-sized snowball. It's probably going to become even massive size coming into this. We'll see Xenia as well as Light. Kind of around this graveyard area. He does have this Tennis popped up. Prospector will be coming in for this rescue. It should be safe, but he's trying to stop this rescue. Haku is trying to prevent, kind of get this over rescue, but seems like it will be an over half rescue, Eli.
Yeah, the rescue's after half, which means that if Haku can down this Survivor's getting excitement through the portal. I don't know if this is worth it now that Prospector does have Magnet. Yeah, unfortunately, that is a waste of excitement here from Haku. And now the Prospector can harass. They need to harass until they pop one Cypher and go to the other one. Tries the portal trick, doesn't get it. Are they going to go for it again? Nope. He's going to continue to run away here. He can vault this for a speed boost, but he needs to stay alive until this last Cypher is ready. The Survivors are not at the Cypher machine just yet. Trying to skill check as much as possible. Going for the mind game. Dashes through. Oh. He dashes through the wall there. Beautiful usage of the vision from Haku there. Getting the down, and now it is possible for a one escape still. Haku does not have trump cards, so it's going to be really challenging for them to pressure multiple ciphers and multiple gates endgame here. However, the Survivors, they really don't have much to work with. Prospector has magnets, but Forward has no items, and they are already injured. He can dash through this, so he's going to dash through this area here. Just trying to find where the Survivors are hiding, and he does even spot out the Forward. So he does not allow them to heal up at all here. I think he even sees Prospector in the distance potentially, but so he's going to try to down Forward first here.
Yeah, Forward without any kiting ability as well as no ball left. Definitely a good chase over here, good choice of course. And Prospector is pushing for that Cypher. Xenia is still trying to kite. Oh, Haku caught notice of Light trying to push for that Cypher, so we'll be going for him instead. magnets are being used. Still has one more magnet and flywheel, stunning Haku in the back. So still can potentially kite this. Oh, I believe forward kind of, yeah, I think he's opening the chest right now. So to see, oh, he gets a perfume very unfortunately. This kind of situation I really get ranked, but I didn't expect him to get the same one. But yeah, Prospector trying to kite this out. It feels like a slugging situation, but Haku, do you see forward? Oh.
He's getting excitement. Prospector has flywheels.
Oh.
I thought that was early, but oh, he still gets the down there. Cypher Machine 80%. He needs to chair. I don't know if he'll make it to the chair in time. He is, to the Cypher in time. He is going to chair here, which is definitely correct. Problem is this building is a little bit difficult. You have to kind of guess where the forward is. Does he guess the right way? I think he does guess the right way here, Chocho. And he sees the forward, and that is a 4 elimination for Haku with a tie build. He had up down on the blade, up on the with the excitement there. Up down, no trump card means not again. Just up down build is usually very conservative. It's not aggressive. There's no trump card for pressuring Cypher's endgame. It's really just saying like, well, I want to improve my chase with fast pallet breaking speed and confined space. I want to get a fast down and play from there. But a 4 elimination against Idol here means that ADM actually, again, we thought ADM was heavily disadvantaged here, but they're actually looking pretty strong right away now.
Yeah, I mean, Haku, why have they been hiding this secret weapon, right? 4 kill going against a geisha. I mean, yeah, but I mean, at the end, he kind of just walked straight over there. I guess confidence is key. So, of course, Haku did a great job getting that 4 kill. Survivors did give that opportunity for him to snowball. He managed to capitalize on those objectives and those free chances given as well. And amazing stuff they were seeing from Haku as well, from ADM's Hunter. Immediate 5-0 lead in this BO1 first half. We don't usually see that coming in so soon, but especially coming into the later rounds, the last day of our playoffs. So, right now, Idol Meowpai will be coming up against ADM survivors with Lan included in the survivor mix. So, how do you think it's gonna do, and what do you think Meowpai can pick to get this 4 kill back into their favor?
Yeah, I think, I mean, he has a few options. I think he'll probably play Clerk or Breaking Wheel, knowing Meowpai. I don't think he'll play Night Watch. Night Watch, of course, is a very consistent hunter, very strong with 4 kill potential. But I think you're in a situation where you don't really want to lose this round. So I think it probably makes the most sense to try to, I guess play a 4 kill hunter. So I think we'll probably see him play Clerk or Breaking Wheel. The strategy for ADM should just be to counter comp Clerk and then just take the Wheel. I think Wheel's not really it's not that strong in the current meta. So if you counter comp Clerk very hard, then you kind of force Meowpai to play Wheel, which again, high risk, high reward hunter. Sometimes it does work out in your favor as you're able to get a 4 elimination, but majority of the time it actually doesn't. So I definitely think that it makes the most sense to just be prepared for the Clerk here.
Yeah, and of course, I mean, if you're gonna change anything about this particular match itself, definitely have to be the correct selection of the Doctor. I mean, if it was anything else, the Thief, this would have been a completely turnaround of events if he spawned there. How was he gonna catch MX Thief against a geisha? I mean, like using a geisha, you're trying to chase a Thief. I mean, I guess man will be flying anymore, so he's just gonna be walking around like a walking Poland that we usually see in rank. But amazing stuff.
What
I mean,
walking Polands are you seeing in rank? What are you talking
Ayo,
about?
we do see quite a bit of walking Polands, okay?
I've never seen. I don't know. I've never seen a walking Poland. I don't know what Polands you're playing against, but I want to play against them too. Like, dang.
Yo, friendly hunters. You can the hunters you'll never get. The hunters because you always play hunter, okay? Because okay, quote unquote, he has cracked what? Cracked Dream Witch and cracked Night Watch, and no longer cracked Artist. So we'll see whether that will be the case. That will be the case in future tournaments if Eli were to join as a hunter. So but awaiting that, of course, right now. Like I mentioned, if the only chance, of course, you think that it's highly possible for Idol Meowpai to get that 4K is definitely with that Clerk. So ADM, they just need a 1 escape. So definitely pressure is on Idol's side. And of course, this Idol's map selection, Ever Slipping Town, the maximum they can ever get is just a tie situation in BO1. Never more than that because it's already a 4 kill from Haku from ADM. So if they really want to come back, it gotta be from BO2 to 3 onwards.
Yeah, so yeah, it's definitely tough here. Again, I think Ido really doesn't want to. I mean, I don't know. I guess Haku probably caught them by surprise. I think they probably expected Lanlan to play Hunter here, right? So using the substitute Hunter and putting Lanlan on Survivor actually allowed them to get a 4-kill. So that's ADM really having a unique approach. So if they're able to get a Survivor out here and win this first round, definitely puts them in a good spot. So I think ADM should really, I think they should try to counter comp Clerk and also just build some sort of team comp here that's going to help them get at least one out the gate. So I think that, yeah, I think that they definitely want to go for something like Embalmer, something like Mechanic could be very good. And just really play for at least a 1 escape. They really, really want to win this round here. That could be very crucial.
Yeah, it might potentially change the match. Like you mentioned, how important a 5-0 lead. I mean, even a 1 escape would be better than a 4-kill. You've mentioned that over and over again. We'll see whether this is gonna bite Idol in the back. And actually, I forgot who is the one. Wait, Lennon is replacing which member? Was it Maple Leaf or was it Skyhunt?
It was. I don't know.
One of them. Yeah, for sure.
But... yeah, I'm not sure.
So yeah, if they replace Skyhunt, it kind of means that Elena might be playing a rescuer role to replace Skyhunt, or maybe if they want to kind of adjust towards Lena's character pool, I guess somebody else can just kind of play their rescuer role as well. But we've been seeing very stable rescues from Skyhunt. As for Maple Leaf wise, nothing too fancy, but of course during that crucial moment at the Molivera part during their endgame, his Prospector managed to get that clutch 3 escape with his entire team. So we'll see how things might possibly be. But I think ADM seeing this 5-0 lead, of course they should be kind of excited, hopefully trying to get this advantage in this BO1. Since it's their map selection, of course. So we'll be heading right into this. So it seems like Lennon will be replacing that member Maple Leaf.
Yep.
Which actually played the Varma, Prospector, Psychologist, as well as Acrobat, mainly the kiting roles. So Lennon's kiting, Eli. You've seen majority of it, more than me, of course. So how do you think it's gonna be in this match?
I don't know, dude. I haven't. It was a while. It was like a season ago. It was like the start of the season. I don't remember when it was. Like it was the start of this season. That's back when I was playing Survivor Ring. I don't remember when it was. So, but...
Damn, it's actually quite some time. Yeah, but Lennon coming in with this dual fraction though. Coming in with this dual fraction. Dual fraction. So
fraction is mathematics. That's something else.
Okay, yeah, I always pronounce it as fraction. Faction, alright? Faction. Okay, let's just jump right into this band pick, alright? Anti-Korean and Barman being picked here. It seems like they're actually potentially kind of thinking that it might be what you mentioned, Eli. So
yeah. I mean, they have. Okay, so they have. They are countering Clerk for sure. I would have liked Dancer because Dancer is actually better against Clerk and Wheel. The problem is Barmaid's not very good against Wheel, but they are countering Clerk. You have Barmaid. You have the Antiquarian. They go Officer even though Merc's open. So I'm not really sure why the reasoning for that. In any instance, Mercenary would just be better unless it's a Bonbon, which Meowpie definitely wouldn't play Bonbon here since he has to play for a 4-kill. So I think that, interesting choice there. Yeah, the only reason you pick Officer is they're scared of Bonbon, but Bonbon wouldn't really be the hunter Meowpie would play if he wants to 4-kill here. So looks like Acrobat's gonna be the last band, so they could easily go something like Patient. I think that'd be very good here. Patient counters or Toy Merchant. Both characters are good against Clerk and Breaking Wheel. They want to try to be prepared for both if possible here. I really don't like Psychologist here if they go with that, because then, yeah, Toy Merchant's better. So if you go Psych, that's weak to Wheel. Then this comp is too susceptible to a Breaking Wheel. So they do have Toy Merchant, which is good against Wheel, and the Clerk. They have Antiquarian, which is good against Clerk, and then they have Barbie, which is good against Clerk. So I don't know if Meowpie will still play Clerk against this. It'll be very interesting to see. I might just go with the Breaking Wheel instead.
But he has a Geisha as well. I'm not too sure where he's gonna pick that. But I mean, looking at the conditions that he kind of needs a 4Q, I think. Yeah, I guess Apollon is. This is probably the right time, right? I mean, usually we see Meowpie picking the Breaking Wheel at the wrong time. You know, against GH.
The Will Brothers.
Wait, was GH or was it? Sorry, it was ST. My bad. It was ST.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if he wants the 4 kill, I guess high risk, high rewards, the Polun, and since they're kind of geared up for that cloak as well, if he does beat cloak, right, it's gonna remind me of that first match ST Survivors going against Meowpie's cloak at Leo's memory. He was so hot-headed with that cloak, even though that team comp wasn't good for him.
Yeah, this team comp, also is not too good here, but maybe still will go Clerk. Definitely still deciding. I think Breaking Wheel is better against this combo, just higher risk, because Breaking Wheel obviously is not as strong as Clerk in the current meta. Not as consistent as Clerk as well. But I think it'll be pretty good here. He is going to go with the Will brothers. So, yeah, I mean, definitely would want to chase the Barmaid first. Obviously, Toy Merchant is very strong against Wheel. You can just kind of run around the catapult. You set up your catapult. While they're in wheel form, you wait for them to get out of wheel form, then you jump on the catapult and you can fly away. And then also, Antiquarian is just a good kiter in general. So you definitely want to go for Barmaid first if he's able to do so. So the survivors definitely want to position Barmaid in a strong kiting area. Maybe somewhere close to Graveyard, maybe middle 2-story. Plenty of ways that you can set that up potentially.
Yeah, we do see them confirming their picks, of course. And from Meowpie, we do see the super idol, the show. I got it from Nell yesterday. Okay, now I got it from you. I was listening to what you said. Meowpie, yeah, of course, coming from Idol. We do see this very majestic smile, I like to say, from Poland. So, yeah, every time talking about Wheel Brothers always reminds me of the thing that you guys did to my face at the bottom of the Wheel Brothers. So it's gonna be forever a thing that's gonna be imprinted in my head. But we will be heading into our small locations. We'll be starting soon with the second half. Meowpie spawning the same place as where Haku spawned in the first half, and Eli potential for chase.
Yeah, definitely should go straight for Barmaid, maybe Antiquarian. You don't want to chase Merchant. Typically, I like to say I really hate this corner house spawn because you trap yourself back there. But Merchant not only is very good in 2-story, she's also very good against Breaking Wheel. So I don't think that it's worth it for Meowpie to chase the Merchant at all. So I think it's fine to spawn Merchant there. So I think his best target, yeah, you either go Barmaid or Anti. That's definitely your best targets. If he has Excitement, I definitely think going Antiquarian will be the best chase. If he has Blink, then going Barmaid will be the best chase here. And it looks like he's going with the trump card in Insolence. So no detention yet again. And we saw that be sort of backfire on Meowpie yesterday, not having that detention. But this time around, I think it's probably acceptable to go for a left-right build, as it is like a 4-kill or nothing situation. It's not 4-kill or nothing, right? But it is a situation where you want to try to 4-kill. They have triple flywheel, so they were prepping for the wheel. They did not even they weren't even worried about Clerk. For Clerk, you go broken windows, but they really were ready for this wheel. Triple flywheel here. ADM lining themselves up really well in this first round. They definitely came prepared for this match.
Yeah, definitely gear up for this. We'll see how they're gonna do. But we will be heading into this match, BO1, second half, between ADM Survivors going against Idols Hunter Meowpie. I am Caster Chocho, as well as Eli O, bringing you the live commentary of this match.
Alright, so it looks like he's gonna go Merchant first. Merchant jumps, misses the jump. But Meowpie gets outplayed by Merchant missing. What just happened? He thought the Merchant flew in, but she didn't fly in, and he actually just wait. Wow, when do we see that happen? That is very interesting. We're gonna see the first spike onto the Merchant here. She did waste her glider here, Chocho, so unfortunately she's not gonna have that right here, but as long as she doesn't get mind gamed, you gotta. Oh, she runs into the Breaking Wheel. Unfortunate misstep from the Toy Merchant. Getting an early hit here. Yeah, you don't want to jump up on your catapult. You want to wait until the wheel gets out of wheel form, and then you jump on your catapult. So unfortunately, the Merchant missing out there. She should have her glider back by now, I would imagine. But she's gonna flywheel and then take the jump. Beautiful job from the Toy Merchant there. She's not gonna have any spikes on her anymore here. Does have Blink to work with, but he's gonna probably have to go. She's gonna drop the glider. He just has Blink. You can't put the catapult there if he has Blink, so that's gonna allow the down. Still not a bad first kite. Decent Cypher progress. Probably not enough for a win. Definitely still enough for a tie here. He doesn't break the catapult, so if she ever kites back to it, she could potentially go back onto it. And we do see one Cypher Machine already done.
Yeah, and Skyhan actually kind of rotated early as well. I kind of want to find the trail mark, but I don't think he actually got set of it. But he does it this tinnitus. He's kind of sensing it, but he's not. Oh, Skyhan just ran out. So Hunter has full sight of this first officer. Has the first spike using his watch. Let's see how stable this rescue is gonna be. It's gonna be a slow rescue. The rest of them are still decoding their ciphers. Barmaid is rotating to his graveyard for the second cipher as well.
You see the successful rescue there. She's gonna go right back. I think that's the merchant going right back to the catapult here, as he did not break it. He can dodge the trap here. You can take the catapult as there is no blink. He didn't break it, right? Oh, she jukes it. Can she get the jump off? Gets the jump off. Beautiful play from from Landland, the hunter playing survivor here. Excellent juke on that swing there. That's exactly how you have to play that situation. If you go for the immediate jump there, you will. Oh, but a nice trap from Yaopai to secure the down, but did waste a lot of time here, Chocho. And actually, what happens now is the survivor that's popping the cipher, the 95 cipher, can come for the rescue. They actually have enough ciphers to go for a 3 escape, but I think they're gonna get charged on the last cipher machine. But it is the antiquarian, so I think that's probably fine. The cipher also has more progress than the other one. So officer can actually come for the rescue using a pocket watch. And then, yeah, I think the antiquarian can just push the cipher machine. I think they can still potentially win here. If they play this right. Maybe let the officer decode actually, and let the antiquarian side, I think it'll be better, because then antiquarian can actually harass. But that's not what they're going to go for.
So very interesting decision making coming over here. Toy Merchant is still trying to cut. Oh,
it's a speed boost and has flywheel to work with. Needs to flywheel to swing. Flywheel's the swing. Cipher machine 85. It's not going to be ready just yet. Antiquarian is not here to harass, but again, they only need to get one survivor out the gate here, so this was looking like a potential 8-1, still 7-2 possibility. 8-1 is actually possible as well, just because there is no detention. I think they're just going to go for the endgame right now. I think there's really no reason to wait, right? I guess maybe let the survivor get to the exit gate here. Looks like that's the antiquarian, and they are going to pop. They're going to go for the endgame. He's going to change targets onto the barmaid. Nope, going to go for the gate instead onto antiquarian. Survivors just need to split the exit gates here. That would definitely be the best position. And he's going to leave. Miaopa's going to leave again. He needs to pick out somebody that he wants to chase. Problem is, if you chase antiquarian, she still has a full stick to work with. And so that could be a problem. Barmaid has speed ring, officer has watch, so all these survivors have pretty good items to work with here in this endgame. So, misses the trap there as well. Antiquarian needs to go for a stun right now, does get that stun. The dungeon is, I think, middle, right? No, it's actually at fake. It gets the trap though, needs to flywheel this potentially. Flywheel's early, but does stay alive. Miaopai's gonna try to trap at the pallet here. Does get stuck on the roof. Whoa, no, never mind. He gets the hit. Wow, beautiful trap there. I didn't even know you could throw it that far. I thought we hit the roof there. But 2 survivors out the exit gate here for ADM, which means ADM actually defeats Idol in the first round here by a massive 5 points. That is a huge deficit right away here. 7-2, almost a win as well on their side. So, yeah, in a match in which Idol seemed heavily favored, ADM actually takes a very big lead here in the first round.
Yeah, and considering that this is Idol's map selection, Eversoming Town, losing by such a large margin is something that definitely all of us wasn't expecting. But considering that Miaopai had that pressure to 4K, and unable to get into also the slugging situation that Poland really wants with that changing of peepers, slugging, wasting their self-heals, Cypher Rush definitely was there. And also, I think one thing that we really have to point out that kind of potentially extended Kite slightly more, definitely have to be Landland's Toy Merchant's discipline at that catapult that she placed at the shack corner house area. Amazing stuff you're coming in with that, and didn't expect the discipline from Landland to be. He was so disciplined with that jump. You know, any other Toy Merchants, I feel like, especially when they're in a rush situation with no flywheel, Hunter's right behind you, you will just jump and then just get cancelled out. And wow, I think Landland definitely, even though it was the small things, I think Landland really deserves this MVP for this match. But Eli,
for this
any
first round at
special
least,
moments?
for sure. Yeah, definitely. It's kind of funny how the match starts out with a missed catapult and then the breaking wheel actually getting sort of outplayed by that. Actually, no, Twitter, can you actually make that jump through the window? I guess you probably can, right? If she went for that, but.
Actually, from past Bilibili videos I've watched, it's actually possible. but I've never ever made that jump. Like you jump up, but you got to fly in, which kind of wastes your flying as well. Usually set that up, for example, when you're like half health, it's a pollen, and if he's coming towards you, becomes human form, you jump upwards and you survive. But I've never personally made that catapult before to whether see whether it's still possible. But if Lennon's doing it,
I mean, it kind of mind gamed them. Obviously, it bought about probably 15 to 20 seconds of free decoding for the survivors there.
Correct.
And then also, the thing is though, as a merchant player, tell me if I'm wrong here, but you definitely want to wait until they get out of wheel form right before jumping on the catapult. So what you typically want to do for those of you who are like to play toy merchant and want to play toy merchant against breaking wheel effectively, toy merchant is very good against wheel because what you do is you drop your catapult when the wheel comes to you, and then you sort of juke the wheel form as much as you can near the catapult, and then as they get a wheel form, then you jump on the glider and you fly away, or jump on the catapult and you glide away, you fly away. And you make distance that way. So that's definitely how you want to approach that. Also, if you're in a 2-story area, that's pretty good as well. You can get pretty far. I think the big play definitely was making it to that catapult and then juking the swing. Because a lot of hunters, they'll get a little bit impatient and they'll be like, okay, well, it's sort of like a mind game. It's a 50-50, right? Is the survivor going to jump on it right away, or are they going to bait? And Meow Pie is like, okay, well, she's probably going to jump on it right away, so I'm going to swing. But then he actually waited a second, and she still didn't jump on it. She went even farther past the catapult. He swung and missed, and then she made it back, and he swung and missed again. And so that was a really nice turn of events there, definitely for Landland and for ADM. But yeah, almost an 8-1 for ADM, still managing to get a 7-2 here. So for Idol, this is looking really, really tough.
Looking really tough, and we'll see what ADM decides to pick for their map selection. They have actually performed very, very exceptionally well in this Moonlit River Park that we've been seeing for the past few matches they have been having. And for yesterday, we actually saw Idol going against GH, and unfortunately enough, wasn't able to get many kills or many escapes on each hunter as well, so very respectively. So if ADM is focusing on that particular point that they saw from yesterday, I think Moonlit River Park might be the potential pick over here. But Eli, any other maps you think could be possible?
Yeah, I think Moonlit might be okay. Obviously, that'd be pretty good for Haku's Geisha, but I think we'll probably see that get banned, right? So I'm not really sure. Again, we don't really know what Haku has after that. And so yeah, I don't really know. I guess for Idol, in terms of hunters, you probably want to pick a map that's going to be beneficial for Clerk, because you have to think about Meow Pie's hunters. So you want something that's good for Clerk, Night Watch, and Wheel, because they're going to ban one of them, but you still have the other ones to work with. So I definitely think that's something they should prioritize here. So Moonlit River Park is not good for Clerk. It's good for Night Watch and Wheel. So maybe not Moonlit. If you want to go, you could go something like Lakeside, but Lakeside's also not that good for Wheel. So I definitely think the best map in theory is probably Chinatown, because Chinatown you can play Wheel, you can play Night Watch, you can play Clerk, you can also potentially play Soul Weaver, play Geisha. There's a lot of things that Meow Pie has available for Chinatown. So I definitely think that Chinatown, if you're picking a hunter, the map for your hunter at least, it would definitely benefit the Idol team to go Chinatown here.
So we'll see whether it's gonna be Chinatown, or is it gonna be the Moonlit River Park? I think it also has to depend on what Idol bans as well. Of course, I mean, we're actually seeing very consistent tie situations from ADM survivors over and over again. It just shows how stable they can be. But for Idol survivors, it has been quite inconsistent, I would say, correct? Especially with the results they have been having since ST's match. A lot of on and off, they were leaning towards a tie, and then everything just flipped over yesterday with that GH match. So hopefully they can regain their confidence. I think it can be quite tilting to lose on such a big margin against GH, of course. But they need to remind themselves, of course, it's against GH. So it was definitely difficult, of course. But ADM, though, they did win against Nor yesterday, so I think that confident boost from them as well kind of might have boosted them into this 7-2 lead in their opponent's map selection.
Right.
Then they can't cancel that, of course. And with Haku, right, we don't have any information on that. So we do know that he played Geisha, and of course, if Idol decides to ban that, we haven't really been seeing them ban the correct hunters every time. So,
Yeah.
we'll see if they are confident to go against a geisha again. I guess they want a redemption match. It could be possible, I'm not sure. But I hope Idol makes the best choice for their team, of course. Regardless, though, both teams are actually Chinese teams, and whoever wins this will secure the third spot in this top 4 to that offline stage in Thailand. So it's going to be important. It's going to be crucial. Whether it's going to be Idol or is it going to be ADM. We already have UTP coming in. I think kind of like an underdogs as well. I mean, we expected FT, but
ADM
UTP
had
coming
map
in.
selection actually. So, so what? It's actually not Idol that has map selection. So it's ADM that has map selection. So they're gonna go Moonlight here. Yeah, I was gonna say the best map for Idol would definitely be Chinatown, but for ADM here, definitely think that Moonlight Park is, again, we don't really know too much about Haku. We're assuming Geisha will get banned just because, you know, it's like Moonlight Geisha is pretty strong. But we've seen Idol sort of do this thing where if they struggle against a hunter, they don't ban it and they just want to try to beat it and take it, maybe just try a different approach against it in later rounds, which usually is not great, and it hasn't really worked for them so far in the ST matchup. It almost cost them the match, but yeah, I think that they should just definitely ban Geisha. Definitely no reason to give Geisha after that last round, especially because Moonlight Geisha is just such a strong hunter on this map.
Yeah, of course. So, with this Moonlit River Park picked by ADM, of course, it seems like they want to get the advantage, and if they do, it's just gonna be a 2-0 sweep against Idol, and I don't think Idol wants to just give up just like that. They want to fight back, and of course, if they want to, this is the round that they have to at least tie things out, and then afterwards back to their map selection and then gain back the advantage. But then again, 7-2 lead is not something that you can easily come back from. If they kind of want to make this an easier round coming to BO3, they need to win BO2 and then followed by that BO3 with that 2-1 match lead. So instead of a comeback of a 7-2 5-point differential, either your first servers have to 4 escape, or if not, your hunter has to 4 kill in the middle. So what is it gonna be? I think this is gonna be a decision that Idol has to think about before picking the characters and banning as well. Banning themselves, it seems like they have been struggling a little with their own mindset, of course.
All right, so yeah, so just for those of you guys who were wondering about the bracket, I think there might have been a little confusion earlier, but just so everybody knows, basically, the winner of this match right now between ADM and Idol does not play any more matches before off. The winner of this goes on to the offline stage. They've already secured their spot in the top 4. The next match will be FT versus Rio, and then the winner of that will go to the offline stage. So right now, these two teams, the winner of this match, these two teams do not play against FT. Well, I mean, maybe they do. I guess they would, maybe like in the bracket or whatever. But right?
Correct.
Sure. Yeah, but basically, the winner of this match goes to offline stage, and the winner of the next match, which is FT versus Rio, will also go to the top 4. And then of course, Utopia and GH have already secured a spot there as well. Yeah.
So with that being said, we'll be heading into our band pick phase here. ADM Survivors is gonna go up first this time around against Idol's Meowpai. No change in Survivors, no change in Hunters as well. Are they gonna ban out Meowpai's Dream? Dream Region. What am I talking about? Meowpai's Geisha. Or are they gonna ban out his Pollen that we've seen in the first round, Eli? They have 2 options.
Yeah, I think this looks like they're gonna go Night Watch here. I think this map also benefits Meowpai as well, because you have Breaking Will here, you have Geisha, I think they're just picking Moonlight because they don't want to go with Clerk at all. Because I mean, I guess Clerk is Meowpai's one of his best comeback hunters for sure here. So I think we're gonna see. So we're gonna Night Watch ban here. So they do have to worry about Breaking Will still, and they still have to worry about Geisha. You definitely want to have a comp that can deal with both of those. Looks like we're gonna see Acrobat first. Definitely do like this, as Acrobat's good counter against Geisha, and also strong on River Park in general, so it can be good to utilize against Wheel. See Mercenary as well, which is fine. Mercenary on a large map like this is pretty good, and you don't mind if Mercenary's auto ban because you just go Officer last round. So unless they ban it, but I think here this is probably okay. But I wonder what Meowpie is going to try to ban for. Depending on this next ban pick, we should get a good idea of what hunter he's going to try to aim for, whether that's Geisha or Breaking Lure, possibly something else. He could go Clerk on Moonlit. We have seen it before. It's definitely not unheard of, but it's definitely not as strong as well. Moonlit Clerk is not the case. He's going to ban Magician, which is interesting. You probably wouldn't ban Magician for Wheel, so must be Geisha or Clerk, I guess, in theory.
Yeah, and we've seen how Shane played the Postman as well as Mechanic in this match, in this map itself. So it could be a possible one if they're just trying to aim for a tie, but you know what, just gonna go for the Entomologist. I think they might be gearing up for this Geisha pick. Of course, the Magician was kind of, you know, giving that little bit of Geisha vibes, and yeah, this Entomologist, of course, will be sort of countering, of course, the dash when it comes to the bees pushing the hunter. Lastly, we do have the Psychologist, Eli. So, Shifeng, what do you think you're gonna pick over here?
Yeah, so Psychologist Man means that I probably won't be playing Wheel. We're gonna go Embalmer here. So Embalmer, obviously, very good on a 2-story map, good on a big map like Moonlit. I expect Embalmer will spawn. I think the spawn's gonna be Entomologist first stop, Embalmer 2-story, Mercenary either near Bridge or near the 2nd stop platform, and Entomologist at 4 stop. That should be the, or sorry, and then Acrobat at 4 stop, Ento first stop. That should be the spawn here. So from right to left, Ento, Embalmer, Merc, Acrobat. So I imagine that's how it's going to be here. Now, Meowpie banning Psychologist mostly means that he probably would rather play Geisha or Clerk rather than Wheel here. Against this comp, it's a bit difficult to play any of those hunters. He might opt for Clerk, but obviously Moonlit Clerk is not too good. But because Idol is down here, I think it might benefit Meowpie a little bit to try to play more aggressively, try to potentially go for a win here. But yeah, let's see which hunter he's gonna actually consider. I think overall any of his hunters are probably fine, with the exception of Clerk. I don't think Clerk's too good on Moonlit, but yeah, see what he opts for.
So yeah, I do have quite a lot of selection over here. We'll see whether you'll be right. And also the spawn locations, it seems like it might be correct, of course. Like you've mentioned, we'll see whether that will be the case. For that Meowpie's selection over here, it's gonna be important to see whether he can gear up for that 4 kill that he might want, or at least just tie out the situations like he did in the first round, and just rely on the survivors to get more escapes. I think that could be a possible plan from Idol's side. Bloody
Interesting.
Queen.
So Meowpie really is playing. This is the reason why I didn't expect this is because Meowpie has played so aggressively this entire tournament. This is the first time we've seen him actually play a more safe character. So yeah, Chocho, what do you think about Meowpie kind of sort of switching up a little bit here?
Definitely not I was sorry, I was stuttering.
What?
What we are expecting, of course. Sorry, I mean, it really comes to show how surprised I am with this Bloody Queen pick. Yeah, I mean, I get it. Meowpie has been hasn't played Bloody Queen this entire series, and of course he has very accurate mirrors being placed. But
Right.
we've seen how aggressive his Geisha can be, even in a team comp that was against a Geisha, and he has played Geisha in this map before against MP, and I'm not sure why he decides not to. I guess the Entomologist and Acrobat, but even with the Embalmer, right, you can still move along the map pretty quick with the Butterflies too. So, but we're seeing a little bit of a different spawn location from what you said, Eli.
Oh, that's what I said. I said Ento first stop, Embalmer 2nd stop, or Embalmer 2-story, and Mercenary at either Bridge or 2nd stop to the stop sign.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Fourth.
I thought you meant by Mercenary at the Bridge. My bad. My mind just.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Mercenary could spawn Bridge, but I said I did say that. I did say that, but I also said that he could be 2nd stop potentially. You do go 2nd stop for a few reasons. If the Ento takes the coaster, and the Mercenary can just hit the stop sign, and then you can just go all the way across the map. So that's pretty good. I don't know if taking coaster across the map against Bloody Queen is, I guess it's pretty important, because then they can just mirror after you and catch up. We see the Acrobat not spawning directly 4-stop though, so that's a little bit, which is fine. I think against Bloody Queen it's pretty good. They have triple flywheel again, so they are ready for this wheel. They're ready for a possible Bloody Queen, for a possible Geisha. Embalmer with no borrowed time here, Chocho. So this is gonna be,
Do or die.
pretty interesting. Yeah, but I mean, Embalmers sometimes, again, they don't bring borrowed time because they do have that coffin. to self-resurrect.
Self-resurrect indeed, and they do have the flywheel. I hope they are kind of geared up for this. I think they're kind of gearing up for the geisha, but then again, Bloody Queen, yeah, flywheel will actually work fine too. So after he mirrors, we know the drills, so we're just excited to see how it's gonna play out. We'll be heading into BO2 first half, Moonlit River Park against ADM Survivors going against Idols, Hunter Meowpai. This is your caster Chocho and Eli O bringing you the live commentary of this match.
Also, sorry, I didn't mean it to be like, oh, I'm right. Ha ha ha, that's not how I meant it. I just meant to like... Anyways, getting in the match here. Oh, early hit already onto the Acrobat. Looks like he wasn't able to use a bomb here, Chocho. We typically see Acrobat being a pretty decent kiter against Bloody Queen because you can use the bombs, of course, to potentially avoid mirror images, but the downside of spawning Mercenary over at this other area as well, it does mean that the Cypher Rush is a little bit slower. We're going to see Meowpai take down this pallet. Acrobat, he needs to go up the slide. You could buy a little bit of time this way. But he's not going to take the slide here. He's going to run in the open instead. And so as soon as he throws his pallet, Meowpai's going to mirror. So that way he doesn't get time to charge up the bomb, and he gets the down right away. So unfortunate misstep for the Acrobat. Yeah, you have to go up the slide as an Acrobat there. If they mirror to trap you, you can actually bomb off the slide and escape. So Acrobat definitely had great positioning by going to the slide, but I guess just didn't want to run up the slide. I'm not really sure what happened there, but unfortunately that is going to cost them a very fast down, and this gives Meowpai a pretty good spot as the Mercenary Cypher Machine is very far behind here.
Yeah, and we do see that Shane and Skyhunt is just running at this point in time. There's only one survivor that's pushing for ciphers, pushing for objectives. Missing that swing, but Flywheel has been baited out, so Skyhunt will be going for this rescue. It shouldn't be a problem.
Oh, cancels the elbow pad as well, but still can't make the rescue. We'll see what Acrobat does here. They have Flywheel, they have Bomb. Mercenary almost giving another hit there. But he does have Blink to... Oh! Goes for that. Bees here, maybe to buy some distance. If Acrobat can make Coaster, that could be really good here, Chocho, obviously. The Coaster would go across the map. If he can potentially avoid this mirror here, has Bomb, has the Flywheel, is going to use the Bomb here, still has the Flywheel. Missing that swing. Missing that swing again. He can switch places here. Of course, he can go for the blink, so he needs to be very careful. Goes for the blink and does not get the Flywheel off, but he does get the blink out. So the survivors can go for a rescue with no tide turner and then try to take Coaster. That could be a potential play here.
But Cyphers are actually on the slower side, of course. Acrobat still has Flywheel. He still has balls, of course. So they can go for this rescue, but of course not Skyhunt, because it's just going to be a double down situation. There's only going to be two survivors actually pushing for ciphers. So
I think they should go for it, because you could just take Coaster across the map, but no, it looks like they're not going to. It looks like Skyhunt is also just standing still. I'm not sure if they're AFK or what's going on. Oh no, they're hiding. Okay, I guess they're still here. Yeah, so it looks like they're just not going to go for the save at all. I would have really liked to see a rescue there. I think that would have been very beneficial. It would have given an opportunity for a rebound kite with the Coaster, but it looks like no. Mirror onto the Entomologist here. Bees are on cooldown. Entomologist actually turned off their bees for some reason, so that does mean that they're not going to have that for a speed boost, but Meowpai does miss that, and the bees will come in to block this. Bloody Queen needs to put them in a narrow area here, is going to use that there, and does bring back the bees in time, so he's not going to lose them just yet. Gonna probably use them up here. No? Needs to be careful that you don't give a free basic hit. It looks like they're not going to do so, so nice job from Shane here. Oh no, but runs into the Hunter. Early swing from Meowpai, still has Flywheel here. Does go for the Flywheel, able to avoid that swing, but still can give a hit here to the basic. So Flywheel end up not being worth it at all here. Now can just go for the mirror image and secure the down here. So unfortunately, Shane, yeah, again, you never want to give a basic hit to a Bloody Queen. That is the worst possible situation, right? And does have the basement here to work with as well, but it's not going to take them there. They're actually going to chair near the Cypher Machine instead. So what needs to happen here is Embalmer needs to start another Cypher Machine, and Mercenary needs to come for this rescue and then pop the Cypher Machine with their delayed 15 seconds ability. So that's going to be the crucial play here.
Yeah, and missing that mirror. They need to play this well though, because if they lose this, possibly 5-0, it's just going to give Idol back the advantage that they lost in BO1, and that's not something that AEM was, especially in their map selection. So Skyhunt still being in this area, 88% of this cipher is here.
Oh, we could have normal. Yeah, that's it. That will be most likely securing the win there. That's why Mercenary needed to come for the rescue before half. He's got an elbow pad here, just trying to buy time. But Mercenary needed to come before half. That way he could rescue, then go pop the Cypher Machine. But yeah, wasn't able to do this. He's not even gonna save. They're just gonna let the Entomologist die. I think you have to go for one rescue here. But they're not gonna go for it, so ADM, I don't think there's any chance now at this point, and not going for that rescue is really crucial. There's 2 rescues in this match where I do believe they should have gone for it and just didn't go for either of them. So this is looking definitely pretty tough here. Lan I think can pop one of these Cypher Machines, but after that, I don't know.
Yeah, it's looking extremely difficult, especially after the abnormal play by Meowpai. Meowpai is focused on objectives. He knows what he needs to do and when he needs to do it. So, yeah, it seems like a pretty slow slugging game for this match at least. Lan still trying to hide it out. Meowpai is in this area but spots out the Embalmer. She's gonna get a free hit without this mirror. Oh, flywheel happening. I'm gonna put on the pallet.
Yeah, definitely should have dropped the pallet there, and that's another basic hit to the survivors. Meowpai should be able to get this down. A little bit of miss on the mirror switching there, and can get the down with the switch there. We should see Embalmer. Are they going to coffin now? Oh, I think maybe they should have self-heal first and then use coffin, but it looks like no, they're going to coffin right away here. Interesting. Yeah, you definitely want to throw that pallet down so you don't give that free hit. I think Lan trying to be too aggressive with the kiting. Again, no reason to really go for a pallet stun. That doesn't really benefit you in any way. I think just avoiding the basic hit is very important. So anytime a BQ can get a basic hit, that is definitely the game-changing play.
Of course, and each accurate mirror is just gonna count to that 4-2 as well. He's doing everything right, and while Listener was opening the chest, he got that free hit as well. Very sharp eyes by Meowpai as well. It's actually showing already. And yep, the slugging situation, we do have Embalmer still with that self-heal, but Mercenary does not. So yeah, it's just and that Cypher that Meowpai actually at normal twice is now at 11%. It's completely like a new Cypher already. There's no way they can actually decode back the Cyphers without Meowpai mirroring to you, instant downing you. And Meowpai is looking very carefully at the Cyphers. He knows that all the Cyphers are actually located at one side of the map as well, which gives him an easier way to camp out the Cyphers even if the Cyphers were being decoded, and there is still possibility at that point in time maybe. But switching over, this kind of gives room for Embalmer to run towards Sky Han to heal him up. This slugging situation is just gonna be extended a lot longer, Eli.
Yeah, interesting choice from Meowpai. So we do see Skyhan is going to run towards the Bloody Queen. Definitely want to hide away here. It's going to have normal again. Doesn't really matter. Cypher is just going to go down to 0, so they're going to start a new one anyway, I would imagine. Problem is all 3 Cyphers are on one side of the map here. Does Meowpai find the Survivor hiding back here? Does see the Mercenary here. Mercenary needs... Okay, nice job from the Mercenary. Not to get... Okay, again, you cannot get a basic hit. We're going to see the mirror image here. Does have Perfume. Misses that swing. So unfortunate for Mercenary, they weren't able to get that there. But I think can kite out this mirror image. Meowpai needs to switch before it runs out, and he's able to get the switch off there. But Skyhan is kiting towards Landland, so that's not really ideal here. Definitely want to kite away here, and is going to do so now.
Yeah, just trying to kite for his life, but then again, Landland's still in this area. This Tinnitus is being covered by 2 survivors, and this mirror hit very accurate once again, downing Skyhan and Landland at the first call.
Alright, so he's going to get down onto the Mercenary. Mercenary, of course, does not have self-heal anymore. Embalmer still has their self-heal, but that's, of course, not relevant. And this is why I would have liked to see the Embalmer use the self-heal first instead of the Coffin, because now, if you go down, then, you know, Meowpai's just going to chair, and that will be it, because Mercenary doesn't have self-heal. Does go for the mirror there, is going to flywheel, but yeah, it doesn't matter. Does catch sight of the Embalmer here. This will be a 4 survivor elimination here, which means that Idol has tied things back up in terms of points. They've really worked themselves back into a pretty good position here. There's the down onto the Embalmer. No more self-heal on the Mercenary, and that is a 5-0 game. So, yeah, it really goes to show how Meowpai sometimes struggles a lot. Like in the first round, we saw a very difficult match from there, almost losing that with the breaking wheel. But this one, able to get a 4-kill with Bloody Queen, and this is one of these things that I was talking about. I think like last week when we were talking about Meow Pie. One of the things that could really benefit him as a hunter is if he learns a bit more discipline in terms of his character selections, in terms of his personas. I think typically he would play something here like, you know, an aggressive breaking wheel or clerk or something, which wouldn't really make sense. You wouldn't really want to play clerk on Moonlit, and I feel like breaking wheel against this composition could be a bit difficult. So he's just going to play a safer character playing the Bloody Queen, and it actually does work out for him. So he really needs to learn that consistency and learn that discipline as a hunter, and he did show it in this round with this character selection, with this approach to this match, and it did work out in his favor. So, you know, as long as he's able to continue to do that for the third round, that could definitely be very good for Idol and definitely help them win here. So yeah, they are able to, Idol is able to tie things up in terms of points here. They definitely want to get at least 2 survivors escaped here on their survivor side, and that would secure a win for this round and a tie overall in this match.
So yeah, we're looking at the statistics at this point in time. Added together is a 489%, but with that 3 normal kicks by Meow Pie, yeah, one entire cipher was just deleted and it just became to 0%. Yeah, but Mercenary did try to cut it out. 145 seconds, that's a lot. And Eli, I actually have a question though. I'm not too sure, but let's just think about this. If Skyhunt went for that second rescue onto Acrobat, would things have been slightly different?
Potentially. I think that the early game, well, there's a few things. The early game from the Acrobat was not really ideal. Anytime you give a free, I think it was a, he didn't give any, he gave 2 mirror hits, but the problem was the first one, he had the ball ready, but he didn't use it. He just kind of ate the mirror. And then the second one, he didn't really take the slide. If you take the slide, that's really good, but he didn't take the slide. So that was definitely a misstep from the Acrobat there in terms of kiting routes. So the problem was, and then when it came for the rescue, yeah, you definitely want to go for that second rescue. Since there's no tide turner, you can't take coaster with tide turner, right? But since there's no tide turner, you can't take coaster. The third stop's, it would have gone all the way to third stop as the second stop platform was already hit. The stop sign was hit already. He had bombs, he had flywheel, so it's definitely possible that he could make that roller coaster over the body block. And I think that was definitely worth it for ADM to go for that play. If they get that play off, because Blink's already been expended, you can't blink him off the coaster, then it would have been really strong, gets to go across the entire map. Stars could maybe not only tie, they probably could have won from that position. So interesting choice to just not go for a rescue where you definitely could have had a strong rebound.
Yeah, I think it could be possible that ADM was thinking like, you know what, this Acrobat has already forced out the blink from Meow Pie. You know what, I'm just gonna sell this guy. We're just gonna go with this 3-man and continue that Cypher Rush. So it could be possible, but right now looking at our results that we're seeing here, we're back to a 7-7, a tie situation. So all the advantage that ADM had in the first round is all given back to Idol once again, tying things up. And now ADM's Hunter, I believe it's still going to be Haku, will be going against Idol Survivors, and Idol Survivors need to now focus on objectives. They know that they have brought back this, alright? Don't need to risk too much things, and if you can't even get a 3 escape, on, if not a 4 escape, such that they just need to tie things out in BO3. So let's see whether that will be the case. And even at the very least, 1 escape, alright? 1 escape. And 6-3, they do still win by points. So let's see how Idol Survivors are gonna go about doing this. And I think one thing also we have to point out about Meow Pie is the very accurate mirrors, able to capitalize on Survivors' kind of missteps, of course. And he was very cautious even after he changed to abnormal. Like from our view, of course, we could see where the Embalmer was. Of course, not at the ciphers, but even when he was chasing the mercenary, he still made the conscious effort to keep looking back at the ciphers. Back and forth. So I think Meow Pie, even though he kind of knew that he might have secured that 4 kill, he was still being very safe, very keeping sight of where the ciphers are, where the ciphers were moving. So yeah, the slugging situation kind of got dragged out a little bit longer because he swapped over, but the result still remains the same. So good jobs on Meow Pie's side, and now we'll be heading on to BO2 second half. between Idol survivors going against Adian's Hunter Aku once again. So they have banned out it has been completely banned for the Prospector as well as the Priestess, and right now Mercenary, a very strong rescuer in this big map, and the Seer support. So Eli, what do you think Idol's gonna ban here? It's very hard to say, right?
Yeah, I mean, it should be Geisha. I mean, there's no reason to ban anything else. Okay, so they are going to ban Geisha. Definitely is correct here. We've seen them not try to ban characters like that in the past, but you definitely don't want to have a repeat of that first round here. So we're going to see the Geisha get banned here. Let's see what Idol opts to go with. Are they going to continue? Is MX going to continue with the non-meta characters? Because I do think that over the past 2 sets of matches they had against GH, and then in the first round of this match, it's really caused the team trouble having a veterans character, because they're just unfortunately not as strong as other meta characters, right? So that sort of cost the team a little bit. I think that was difficult for them in the GH matchup, and especially against that Geisha in the first round. So let's see if MX will continue with that, or maybe he'll change it up a little bit here. I think that since Idol's really, they were able to tie things up and start to make a comeback here, I think they definitely want to hold on to that lead. So it looks like maybe Acrobat is the first character here, and we're going to see Wildling is the next one. Interesting choice to lock in Wildling, but yeah, it looks like that's going to be their character of choice here as their rescuer.
Wow, so really interesting. I think this is the first time that Idol is picking a Wildling into this. Of course, it's still better than the non-underdogs one, like the non-meta ones. Steve, Dr. Garden. Sorry, I had to look up a little to see whether it was a psychologist or was it something else that I was gonna mention. But yeah, it seems like they were going for a more stable team comp with this first 3 picks. Okay, I don't want to speak too soon. Okay, it's very hard to tell with Idol survivors. They do surprise us with their picks at the end, so we'll see whether this is going to be the case. And someone actually mentioned, I mean, Nell, thanks for asking that question as well, but people are expecting a possible breaking wheel by Haku.
Interesting. If that was the case, this would be a good place to play it. Not only is it good against Wildling and Psychologist, it's also very good on Moonlit River Park. Also, Coordinator is decent against Wheel if they don't have Excitement. If they do have Excitement, it could be a problem. But yeah, Breaking Wheel would actually be very good against this comp. Obviously, you can snap the Wildling off the board. Psychologist has no kiting abilities against the Wheel, in that you can just you can just down them right away without having to worry about the triple hits and the stress and whatnot. And then the Coordinator, of course, if you use the flare gun up to rescue, Breaking Wheel can still just catch up. Coordinator is good for first chase against Wheel, but not good for rescuing, because the flare gun doesn't really buy a lot of distance. So because they just use Wheel form to catch up. So yeah, definitely. If Idol, I think, was expecting a different hunter with this team composition. I don't think, if it is a Wheel, then that would make sense against this comp for sure. But if it's because this comp is definitely prepared for a different type of hunter. I'm not really sure what they were expecting. Possibly Night Watch, possibly Clerk, I suppose. But maybe yeah, it could also just be that they don't know what Haku actually plays.
That could be true. That could be true. And
Bloody
BQ,
Queen.
Wow. I mean, definitely a completely different set of servers that we're seeing here, but a Bloody Queen picked by Haku as well. I mean, of course, we have never seen Haku play Bloody Queen, actually, at all. Like, this is the first time we're seeing him. So, yeah, this team comp is actually great against a Bloody Queen, don't you think, Eli?
I think it's not bad. I think definitely the Psychologist is very strong. Acrobat could be strong if they have Flywheel. And Coordinator is just, decent, but I think that overall, yeah, definitely 2 of these characters is pretty good. Wildling's unchaseable, so that's not bad as well. So interesting choice to go BQ here. It looks like first chase will be Acrobat. Acrobat does trap themselves at 4-stop. Typically, this would be very good against a lot of hunters, but not against Bloody Queen. Not so much against Bloody Queen here. So, Bloody Queen can, of course, use that mirror image. And so we'll see where Haku goes first. I would think that Haku would try to play aggressive and try to go for a 4-kill, but actually going for a TIE Hunter instead here. But we did see that TIE Hunter get a 4-kill first half of this round, so it is possible. And actually see MX is not going to go for a veterans character, so Idol, I think, really acknowledging that maybe these veterans characters are actually unfortunately not that strong. And we're going to see Wildling, which is definitely a little bit more meta than one of those veterans survivors.
but of course MX has to be the one that's playing the wilding. We'll see whether that wilding is going to be slightly different from the ones that we see. But looking into the personas, trump card detention on Haku, very standard. Flywheel, triple flywheel, and one Titan of the wilding. Quite curious to see whether Haku will be having the Blink of Excitement, Eli.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's hard to say. Excitement obviously is very good for Coordinator and the Wildling, but then you also want Blink to deal with Psychologist. So we're going to find out. Does he go for the Acrobat first? I think that definitely makes the most sense, but yeah, we are in the second half of the second round. ADM Hunter versus Idle Survivors. I'm Eli O, joined with Chocho, and we will bring you live commentary for this match.
Yeah, we do see that, like I predicted, Eli, he will be chasing the Acrobat Light. Will we see a different kind of kite? It seems like he manages to block.
Oh, he clips him on the bomb there. That's a big play from this Hunter here. Does is able to make some distance with this, of course, but it is a Bloody Queen, so can catch up pretty quickly here. That is a really big hit from Haku, so definitely a very strong start against this Acrobat. The Flywheel's not ready just yet. They will have another bomb to work with, though.
Yeah, it's slightly different from the first one that we see. Both Acrobats actually got first mirror. First mirror, but Light used his ball, so let's see this mirror. Will it be accurate? Light is being cornered over here. There's a chance, and he used it very well. Able to establish such a huge distance between the Bloody Queen, Haku, and and
yeah, and
you
Haku
see the
has
excitement as well.
Yeah, excitement, not blink. So this is going to mean that Idle Light should be able to kite this out here. Is able to avoid that swing. So one mirror image out of the way. This is pretty good here for Light. You can see utilizing that Acrobat very well. Now, you don't want to trap yourself back here. You could use the... Oh, he's going to juke that. Needs to get the hit right here. Oh, he runs into the wall here. So unfortunately, a missed opportunity from Haku. Goes for the charge attack. And he doesn't flywheel or bomb. Light just runs into the corner and goes down to the mirror. So unfortunately, Light looked like they were going to be able to duke out that mirror, use a bomb. They were going to use a flywheel, but they just didn't get it. It looks like they're on their slow bomb. Maybe they switched bombs accidentally. Maybe a misclick. I'm not sure, but I think there's still enough cyber progress potentially for a win here. Possibly. It's going to be very close. But that was really crucial for Haku. They had to get the down right there. If they didn't get the down there, that would have been definitely a losing position. So a tie is definitely still in order here. Because Wildling is a slower decoder, it's going to be hard for them to pop all those ciphers.
So, speaking of Wilding, we do see MX coming in for this rescue. Yeah, able to, extend this half health on the chair very as long as possible, and able to get a very stable rescue as well. We'll see whether Wilding will be coming in for this harassment. Flywheel, but the hit registers onto Acrobat.
Wow, didn't even need to use a mirror. Another instance where, getting it down without a mirror image is pretty big. He's going to mirror onto the Coordinator, just trying to slow down that Cypher Rush a little bit. But, yeah, we do know that Haku, of course, still holding on to the excitement, so Wildling, yeah, not really much they could do here. And because MX is going for this strategy, I actually think they're not going to have enough cyber progress. Haku can just walk through here, still is holding the excitement. So there is the excitement that will get the Acrobat to the rocket chair here. And MX, of course, will have to leave. And yeah, again, because MX went for this harassment strategy, I think he potentially misses out on priming these ciphers in time. It's going to be very close, though. Still has the flare gun to work with. So that could be interesting. We're just going to go ahead and wait out this mirror. Switching right away, gets the hit onto the Coordinator, so this forces an early rescue. But the Cyber Machine only 30% of the way done. Coordinator can still use the flare gun. Wants to hold the flare gun until the mirror. You want to wait until they use mirror and then use the flare gun. If you're Haku, you want to bait it out. Don't even try to bait the flare gun. Oh, because now they're just gonna use the flare gun to stop the mirror here. I would have just ran forward and allowed the Coordinator to shoot you, and yep, there it is. That's exactly why. Yeah, just if you run forward there, allow the Coordinator to shoot you, doesn't matter. You don't lose any time because you just mirror image as soon as that flare gun runs out. But yeah, still possible for Haku here. Cypher's only 35% of the way done. He's able to get it down onto the Acrobat with this mirror image. He can excitement the Wildling, as excitement might be back in time. Not really sure. It's gonna be really close here. Here's the mirror image. It's not the Acrobat. Goes for the push, misses the bomb. Charge attack. Gets the down here. Wildling can support. He can actually just wait for the boar to run out, maybe. I don't know if he'll have enough time though. Oh, he hits him off a boar. He hits him off a boar. So MX getting too close here, and that's going to cost them the win here for the survivors. As the Cypher's not ready just yet. And Acrobat's down on chair.
That's correct. And right now, Cypher is prime at 98%. MX is still in this area. I think Haku knows that. He shouldn't mirror, and he has excitement ready. He does have his trump card as well. This end game, we'll have to see how it's going to play it out.
Well, he doesn't want to chase Wildling, because Wildling can get on board, although the cooldown is still up, because he was hit off board and not actually, he didn't get off board himself, so the cooldown is actually 60 seconds instead of 30. He's going to teleport to Coordinator, though. Coordinator has no flywheel, no items to work with, so she will go down to this mirror image here. And if this was a smaller map, I think Haku could actually win this position, because you can share here and mirror to the other gate. For example, there's an Arms Factory. Because it's moonlit, the mirror image doesn't reach quite as far here, so I think probably most likely this is going to be a secured tie position, but anything is still possible. Psychologist is pretty close to middle. I feel like that the Wildling should be the one staying closer, but looks like I wonder if he can see the Psychologist in the distance here. If he can, and he mirrors the Psych, he could win, but it looks like he's actually going to mirror the gate instead, which it's not really going to work, as Wildling could just jump back on the board at any point.
Ooh, but he's still taking precaution measures, seeing that mirror going towards that area. Hunter manages to swap his mirror and knows that the Wilding is there, making this damn
Wildling's
swap.
gonna go down! But can the rescue still happen? I think the rescue can still happen. Yeah, Psychologist can, of course, make the save. I don't think Haku can get back in time. The cooldown on that mirror is still 30 seconds. They can make the rescue and then push the gate. I mean, Haku could mirror back across, but it's such a far mirror, and they're right near the exit gate here. So this most likely will still just be a tied game, it looks like. We're going to see the gate 50% of the way done. Haku's going to switch right away. But yeah, no, they're going to make it out the exit gate here. Teleport's not ready. So this is going to be a tied game. Almost able to pull that off there, but Idol does still get 2 out the gate, which means we're all tied up in terms of points and rounds here.
Yep, and wow, pretty intense. I mean, 9-9 right now. We're back to a situation where both teams does not have advantage, nor disadvantage. Everybody, we will be looking into this BO3 match to see who will be exactly winning and taking that 3rd spot in this top 4. So yeah, things are getting really intense. We're coming into BO3 already, with Idol having their map selection. Quite funny actually. Idol with their map selection, they lose their advantage. ADF with their map selection, they lose their advantage as well. And things just evens out. But I think at the very least, Haku still manages to get a tie instead of, you know, possibly a 3 escape. You know, so I think it's still a good job well done on Haku's side. And yeah, we're seeing that them picking a more normal team comp, a more standard one, seems to be working out better compared to what they picked in the first round, of course.
Right, yeah, so the Wildling, obviously, as you saw, it almost did work out, but unfortunately, MX did get knocked off the board from the basic hit. You unfortunately never really want to let that happen as a survivor side. I mean, that entire match looks like Idol was going to be able to win. If Light didn't give the hit in the corner, he kind of just ran into the corner and gave a free down there, unfortunately. And that was pretty game-changing. It looked like they were able to juke out the mirror, use flywheel, use a bomb, something like that. And it looked like maybe MX was able to harass until the Cypher's prime, but they gave a free hit to knock him off the board. If he didn't do that, then definitely would have been a 3 escape as well. So yeah, so unfortunately for Idol, very similar to ST, right? Just a lot of missed opportunities. It looked like winning positions, just missing out there. Also, the Wildling harassing ended up not working, because if Wildling decoded, I think they definitely would have had enough. What I mean is Wildling, I think it was harassing after they went down with Tide Turner. I feel like the survivor should know that there's probably excitement and not blink, right? Because you never blinked on that first chase. So you definitely want to go for the Wildling pushing Cypher Machines to decode. I guess maybe they're trying to get the excitement out so Coordinator could use a flare gun. The flare gun against Blade Queen is not that good, right? In a lot of places, because you can just mirror after the survivor anyways and catch up and close the distance. So I definitely think that it would have been better for Wildling just push Cypher Machines, and from there on they could have potentially actually finished the Cyphers in time, because they were just a little bit short right at the end. So yeah, I think, yep.
But I mean, Wildling were able to like force out the excitement, also gave way for Coordinator to use the gun after that. So I think it's still not too bad. Also, it was exactly like you predicted as well. The way that Coordinator used the gun was very well done as well. The way she waited for the hunter to mirror, get closer to the hunter, sniping him out. I think that's amazing discipline onto Shadow's Coordinator. And yeah, MX with that kind of bad positioning with his Wilding, I think kind of could have made that match slightly different with that outcome, of course. But they
Yep.
were very close with that 3 escape if Walding could potentially not get hit by that basic hit of that Bloody Queen. So, really unfortunate. But looking from ADM's side, of course, it's definitely a sigh of relief. Able to tie things out from Haku's side instead of giving that 3 escape. So, coming to BO3. Idol have still quite a lot of map selection. We do see in BO1 was Ever Sleeping Time a big map. Second round also a big map, Moonlit River Park. So, do you think it's gonna be once again a big one like Chinatown, or is it gonna be a smaller one?
Well, I still think Chinatown would be a really good map for Meowpai based off of the hunters he has available. I think Chinatown's not very good for Bloody Queen, so Haku would have a bit of a difficult time there. So yeah, I think definitely Chinatown would be the best map for Idol here. I mean, it's good for Night Watch. Clerk is fine. Breaking Wheel's good. Soul River's good. So many opportunities for Meowpai. Geisha's pretty good there. So yeah, I think definitely Chinatown would benefit Meowpai the most here.
So we'll see whether that would be the case. Yeah, I think this time around in BO2 they definitely did play their cards a lot more safer to this side. Of course, with that Bloody Queen and Moonlit River Park, that was something we weren't really expecting. But you know what? It's Meowpai getting her 4 kills still regardless. So definitely did carry that second round, of course, Meowpai with that Bloody Queen. So it's gonna be kind of tough for ADM to come back from this. Idol with the map selection and also them now possibly can tell that having a more standard team comp, a more standard hunter pick as well, is gonna give them they kind of flourish better in this kind of conditions instead of picking like things like a doctor, for example, in the BO1, and then afterwards having to force Meowpai into a situation where he must get a 4 kill, forcing him to pick Polun. So hopefully you don't force Meowpai into a situation anymore. And you know what? They're gonna pick a smaller map, a Red Church. So considering Meowpai's character pool, Eli, how do you think Meowpai might fare in Red Church?
Yeah, must be wanting to play, I guess, Bonbon, or so they'll probably ban Clerk because they wouldn't really give Clerk last round here on Church. So we'll probably see Clerk ban, and then I don't know. I guess Church is pretty good for Bonbon. Bloody Queen's fine. Maybe they ban BQ and Clerk here, and then Meowpai wants to play Bonbon because you wouldn't really pick Church for Night Watch or Wheel. So I think that's probably the case. Yeah, I guess that's probably the case. Is they just go, they go Church here because so Meowpai can play Bonbon. I think that's probably the best reasoning for this. I would have expected a larger map that's better for Wheel or Night Watch, but yeah, I think definitely the survivors. I guess they get banned Dreamwitch as well if they're really worried about it. But Meowpai hasn't really played Dreamwitch that much throughout this event, so I definitely think that it makes sense for us to see a Bloody Queen after the last round, Bloody Queen ban and a Clerk ban. And then Meowpai can't really play Wheel because it's Church. Probably won't play Night Watch because it's Church. So at that point, he'll be left with either Bonbon or what was the other hunter I just said? Dreamwitch. Yeah.
Bonbon or Dreamwitch. So these are the two characters that is what we're seeing right now at this point in time. But unless ADMs are decide that, you know what, they're not gonna ban the BQ and Clerk. I think it's gonna give a lot of opportunities for Meowpai to perform very well, especially with BQ or Clerk in this map. So definitely have to agree with you. So it's gonna be slightly tough. I have to see how ADMs are going to perform. Currently, it seems like conditions of survivors is not doing too good. Yeah, it's not doing too good. From a tie situation in BO1, they got a 4 kill soon after, and we are seeing ZT, my bad. Idol survivors actually recovering a lot better right now from a 4 kill position that they had in BO1, coming to a tie, and they might have a strategy that we don't know, right? And with this Red Church pick, is giving Thief. It's giving Thief from MX. Right. I'm not sure why, but I'm feeling it that he might pick that just for this map. So we'll see whether that's gonna be the case and whether how how well he's gonna fare against ADM's Hunter. And this will definitely prolong to a BO3 second half. So right now, a little bit of time check. Right now, it's 7:45 at my place, 7:45 p.m. Sorry, and for Eli, it's 6:45. It's around dinner time. So guys, if you guys haven't had your dinner, please have it. Today's gonna be a long day. Okay, we're still on our second match of the day. We do have our last one after this. So it's gonna be the most intense one, of course. FT versus Rio, and it's gonna show who is gonna be the last man to take the last spot for the top 4. So you definitely gotta be there, and we will all be watching to see who will take the last spot. So before that, of course, I would like to give our shout outs to whoever's in the chat right now. We do have Eli. How do you pronounce XYU?
XYU. I don't know.
Shu. Alright, I'm gonna give a shout out to Shu, Lollipop. You guys have been here since
I think it's like fish, right? X-fish.
Yeah, X-fish.
Yeah.
XU. She works too. She works too together. Sarizi. Oh yeah, but speaking of the live chat, just now they were kind of talking about cheerleader, but we'll get into that later on when we have a little bit of time. Yeah, so we'll head into our band picks first between Idols first going against ADM Hunters first. I actually thought that Idols might be going second half, so that they know how Malphite perform, and then they go from there onwards. But ADM is gonna let their Hunter perform first. We'll see how Haku's gonna go against this. And a Bloody Queen and a Dream Witch Ben. Letting the Geisha out, Keith being a great counter for Geisha. I'm not sure, Eli. What do you think?
Yeah, interesting. I guess maybe they picked Church because it's not a great Geisha map. Yeah, obviously Geisha is not too strong on Church, but we did see a very strong Geisha in the first round, so they are, yeah, apparently not too worried about it here. It looks like we're going to see Antiquarian as the first character here. Maybe first officer next. You definitely want to secure that rescue character here if possible. So let's see what their next ban is. Idol definitely taking a long time here. They might just go Thief here as well. As you talked about, Thief is very strong on Church. And it's also good against the Geisha as well. Looks like we're going to see first officer here. I actually think Thief ban would be pretty nice right now. In that if Haku does want to play Geisha, let's go ahead and get rid of that character right now. As Thief, again, he's good on Church and is also very good against Geisha in general.
So let's see whether that will be true. No, we'll be banning the female dancer instead. So this still lets an opportunity for them to pick Thief, but still, we're still seeing them being very conservative. They're gonna pick the Barmaid first, and they do know that Haku played the first round with that 4-kill Geisha. So knowing that he has a Geisha, and then now they're gonna pick a Barmaid. Yeah, I need to know how Idol is thinking. They're thinking.
Yeah, so it must be a different hunter they're considering here. I think their mindset is like, well, this Red Church, he's not, Haku's not gonna play Geisha, so, and they're trying to counter some other type of hunter. I think that must be the idea, but I think maybe Haku will still play Geisha here, depending on the team comp. For the last one, when were they gonna ban last year? This could be interesting. Gonna ban Enchantress, so still going for Geisha. I mean, these are Geisha bans. Seer Merc is Geisha ban, Dancer is Geisha ban, Enchantress is Geisha ban. So definitely Geisha ban still. We could still see Thief as the last character. If there's any place to play one of those original characters, it would be to play Thief right now. But they're actually gonna go Postman. So yeah, MX is actually gonna. I guess they really are in the mindset of like, well, these veterans bonus characters are just not as strong as these other meta characters, which obviously definitely is true, right? And we have seen that in the first round and also against GH last week. But I think definitely here, Thief could have been good. It counters Geisha, and it's also, you can set the flashlights at the windows. When the hunter vaults the windows, you get stunned there, and that can be very important for kiting.
Yeah, so yeah, Idol seems to have a different way of doing their band pick selection. Is not really into what we actually thought of. So we'll see whether it works out for them. Of course, for each team, it's unique BP that we're talking about. each of them have different character pools and they make use of each one. So let's see what Haku will be picking finally. But before that, I think they're just gonna finalize on who will be playing which character as well as their personas. Personas going into this. So personas are actually set before the hunters select which hunter they want to play. So we'll see whether they actually are geared up for whatever Haku is going for if it's not a geisha.
Yeah, it's gonna be
MX is the first officer, by the way.
Yeah, wow. So yeah, they really just don't want to. I guess they don't want to be hindered by those veterans bonus characters anymore. So I don't know. Yeah, MX is going to be on rescue here with the first officer. Yeah, so Barmaid, not a very good character, obviously, against Geisha. Geisha's very good at getting that second hit right away if you have Blink or if you can catch up with the dashes. Postman's fine. Postman, you can dog the Geisha. You can hold down an infinite skill check by, if you have a butterfly, you can just stare at the Geisha while holding the dog by looking behind you. So there's many ways that Postman can be good against Geisha. Also, if you throw the dog to slow them down when they dash, then that can obviously help with the kiting there. But I think definitely Barmaid would be the best chase target here. But something to keep in mind is Red Church Geisha is not as strong as Eversleeping Town Geisha. And now the survivors are a bit more prepared than they were in the first round here. So now I'm very curious if Haku goes with the up-down build again. Are we going to see Confined Space and Detention again? I think that definitely could make sense. But will we go Blink or Excitement here? I think Blink might be a little better this time around. Obviously, you don't want to have to deal with the Antiquarian, but Blink is very good at securing it down on a Barmaid before they get that heal off.
Yeah, that will be very important to see whether that will be the case. Yep, Light will be spawning at the shack area, Xenia at that center, Postman at center, Antiquarian at the red carpet, and Geisha right next to the Postman. Eli, potential first chase and how you think about the spawn locations?
Yeah, probably will go straight for Postman though, just because Postman is obviously right there in the center. You could go for Barmaid, definitely not gonna want to go for Antiquarian here. So I think definitely go Postman or Barmaid chase first here if you're Haku. Again, very curious if we have Excitement or Blink. That could be very important in this match. Excitement can be very good if the Antiquarian comes for any sort of harass or support, which obviously is very good against Geisha, but the Blink can be very crucial for dealing with a quick down on a Barmaid. So we'll see where Haku goes first. Looks like we're going to have only one flywheel, and it's actually on the character that typically brings broken windows. So Idol with a very interesting persona build. I don't know about this. Yeah, Barmaid, you almost always want to have broken windows, so you can take the hit with the drink, and then you get the speed boost to transition away. Then you have the Antiquarian, the Harasser with broken instead of flywheel, and the Postman with broken instead of flywheel as well. So this is really interesting. We have up down again from Haku. So I think this persona is definitely benefit Haku more than anything here. But yeah, this will be the first half of the third round of ADM versus Idol. Eli joined here with Chocho, bringing you the live commentary for this game.
That's right, and exactly like you predicted, Eli, he is going for that center Postman, and yeah, the chase is fierce, the chase is real. They are pushing for that ciphers already. 2 ciphers are being decoded, and yeah, yeah, we do see that the ciphers also being worked on. Shadow a little bit interrupted over there, but not gonna give any chance, gonna move out. Yeah, distance established is great, Eli, and Xenia. This distance getting close, and the dog does bite onto Haku.
Yep, definitely going to want to use that early here so you don't give any free hits away. Trying to mind game here. Is any good patience not to give a free hit? Haku really trying to mind game, but yeah, Xenia just wasting a lot of time, but does run in the open. But Haku actually loses sight of the Postman here, and he's going to get a lot of free distance from this. So excellent job from this player here. We see they do have Excitement and not the Blink here. So this is going to be a pretty challenging first kite here for Haku.
Yeah, so Xenia's still at the center. Once he runs there and towards the outside, Shadow is there for any support that he needs. So Xenia still gonna run past this area. Shadow just being conservative as well. Don't want to get a free hit, but ooh, pushing the hunter away and is there anything over there? Am I not? Why did he take the extra route, longer route to get closer to the Postman? But dashing through, stunning the Geisha. This kite is looking extremely long, Eli.
Yeah, this is looking really good here for Idol. So they definitely needed to make this comeback, and they are doing it. So they definitely want to win this last round and secure things here. We're gonna see goes for the dash through the wall there, but yeah, doesn't matter. You can just drop this pallet. The dash is on cooldown. Already 3 ciphers down here, and not even a single hit yet. Goes for the pallets and gets the pallets and goes for the Excitement, but it's on the wrong side So a big miss from Haku there, and this is looking extremely good for Idol. So I'm thinking at this point, Idol, yeah, is looking very strong. Another dog. That's gonna be another kited butterfly here. He's gonna be able to vault. This is another speed boost as well. Does not pick up the butterfly, so a bit of a missed opportunity and a missed dash from Haku as well. This is looking like a potential 5-cypher kite. We're already down to 50% and 30%, and loses the postman as well. This is definitely looking like a 5-cypher kite here from this postman.
Yeah, and Xenia even went to touch that Cypher, thinking that Hunter might potentially lose him already. Don't want to chase him, but coming right into this again. Still trying to chase him at this graveyard area. Xenia is making this kite very long, very tough for Haku to continue. Last 2 Cyphers though, I at almost same speed.
Oh, that's the wrong butterfly again. And yeah, by the time he gets his first hit, the Cyphers will be primed. And because the first officer still has Pocket Watch, they can actually go for a 4-survivor escape here. The postman needs to make sure they die near the exit gate. We're going to see the dog there. Haku is able to avoid it this time, but the Cyphers already are primed here. They're double priming, which, no, they're not going to. I was going to say, there's no reason to double prime here. Haku does finally get the first hit. I don't know if they're going to pop just yet. I think they're going to wait for postman to position themselves a little bit better here, potentially go towards the dungeon. But I think it's actually better to position towards the gate. Position towards the gate, then you can have the postman, not the postman, the officer go for the rescue, and we are going to see them push for the end game here.
Yeah, and we see the chase is still on to Xenia, the postman, so getting dog and slow dash happening over there. He is kiting around the dungeon area. Both gates are almost prime. 95, 96, 97, gate is open. Let's see how this is going to happen. There is no flywheel, so...
they're going for the dungeon play instead of the first officer rescue. I think the first officer rescue is a lot safer. Goes for the dungeon. Jukes the swing. Can he get the dungeon? Jukes the swing again, and he does get it. Double juke of the swing there. That is a 4-survivor escape for Idol, and Xenia didn't go down a single time the entire game, cutting all the way to dungeon. Yeah, I think if Idol wins this, Xenia definitely would be the MVP for this match. Excellent job there. Yeah, I mean, that's extremely impressive there. I really thought it's technically safer to just go for a the rescue with the officer, right? Because the officer still has Tide Turner. There's no way the officer can die because even with the tension, you just use the Pocket Watch anyway. So I think it makes more sense to go for the execute. But they allowed Xenia to try to push for the dungeon and was able to get it there, and that is a 4-survivor escape here, which means that ADM has to get a 4-survivor escape just to tie things up here. So things are looking extremely strong here for ADM. Sorry, for Idol. And so now, yeah, not for ADM, for Idol. And yeah, even if they get a 4-survivor escape, that would just tie it, right? So very, very strong here.
Yeah, so I mean, with the first round going against the same Geisha Haku, same build, same skill, ADM Haku was able to get that 4 kill, but then coming into the third round, with a more normal picks from Idol, yeah, we do see them returning back with that 4 escape to that Geisha. So amazing things that we're seeing here. Didn't really expect that 5-cypher kite by Xenia, and also that first hit only registered after the Cypher primed. So this is 207.7 seconds of kiting time, and two pallet hits onto Geisha. So, definitely looking very tough. This is, I think Xenia might potentially be the longest containment timed survivor in this IVC series 2023. I'm not too sure. We gotta look at our stats to see whether that is true. But Eli, any key highlight moments, or what do you think Xenia did, or what did other members do that kind of contributed to this 5-cypher kite?
Yeah, I mean, there wasn't even much, and there was only a little bit of antiquarian support, and it didn't really matter. It was mostly just strong kiting overall from the postman. So just an excellent job there. Excellent display of kiting against this Geisha. And so, yeah, I mean, it really goes to show when you don't play the veterans characters, it can make a difference. I know the argument is like, well, he chased a different person, so does it matter? But I feel like if MX plays like a doctor or something there, you're just gonna chase the doctor, and that's a pretty easy down for a Geisha. Even with good kiting skills, it's not. We saw in the first round, right, how that goes. So definitely Idle making the switching off of those veterans characters and playing the meta characters here is definitely was a big reason for them. One of the big reasons that they were able to come back and make this victory here. So definitely good acknowledgement from the Idle team to play just like sort of straight meta team comps, and that really worked out for them and allowed them to make this comeback victory against ADM.
Yeah, I mean, this winning condition of ADM now has to, not a winning condition, but at least things to tie things out is a 4 escape on the survivor side of ADM. So, initially you told them to ban the BQ as well as the clerk of Melpai, but now considering the things that are at stake, do you think they should continue with that same bans, or maybe there should be a slight change coming into this?
In terms of what?
Sorry. So initially, before this first half happened of that 4 escape happening, we saw. We kind of discussed on what the survivors of ADM is going to ban from Melpai, and you mentioned it would be the BQ as well as the clerk.
Yeah.
But now,
well, yeah, because they have to 4 escape, so they have to ban. I guess you ban Bloody Queen for sure, and I don't really know what else. I guess you just, it's probably still the same. Like, obviously, Clerk is pretty easy for securing at least a kill, and the Bloody Queen is great for securing a kill. So you definitely have to ban at least Bloody Queen here. And yeah, ADM, they have to 4 escapes, so that's pretty difficult. I don't know. I really don't know what their approach could be at this point, but yeah, they have to 4 escape just to force an extra round here. It's looking really good for them in the first round. They're able to jump ahead 7-2 there. So Haku definitely getting an early lead there, but then obviously you see there's a big difference between Ever Sleeping Geisha and Red Church Geisha. It's just not nearly as strong. It's very easy. It's a lot easier to kite Geisha on a map like Red Church because there's a lot of ways to break line of sight, a lot of strong pallets to work with. So yeah, definitely just very, very important there that they're able to get that 4 escape, take advantage of that Red Church Geisha there. So yeah, well, we have some a little bit of time here. Chocho, what do we talk about cheerleader?
You talked about it in your live stream. I was already there, of course. So
yeah.
I think you'll elaborate a little bit about, because you're having differing opinions compared to the general audiences that are actually looking into this character. So you can go for it.
Yeah. So we don't really know too much about cheerleader just yet. All we did see some of the abilities revealed on some short videos that were posted, obviously. And I know a lot of people, when new characters come out, a lot of people are like, oh, this character is so OP, he needs a nerf, whatever. And let's take Percy, for example, right? A lot of people thought that Percy was the most broken hunter in the game when they saw, oh my god, this hunter can do all this, and Percy ends up being not very good, right? So you have to sort of think about things that way. So when it comes to cheerleader, when you think about her from a competitive standpoint, she's not very good. And the reason why is that to the resurrect ability, where you can jump the survivor up if you use the 30 stack or whatever it is, that's not very good. That's literally just like a worse Seer Owl. Seer Owl can literally do the same thing. You just force them to get 3 hits instead of 2 to down the survivor. At that point, why would you not just play Seer, right? And Seer can give the owl from across the map, whereas cheerleader has to be near the survivor and build up the stacks up to like 30 or whatever it is just to use that. And if you're going across the map to find a survivor to do that, your decoding is so slow. Your decoding is terrible. So cheerleader is a not Cypher Rush character in any way, which is not good for meta. And then the only good ability she has is the one to add to reset the cooldown of a survivor's items. But for most survivors, that's not very good, because if they're using their items, they're creating distance, such as a patient hook or an acrobat bomb. They're creating distance, so by the time the hunter does catch up anyways, then they already have the cooldown up anyway, so it's honestly not even important at that point. It would only be really good with a very long cooldown character, like maybe a professor scale. But with most characters, or maybe Antiquarian, but with most characters, it's not too good. We could see some combination with Antiquarian, that would be nice, but besides that, Cheerleader's Cypher Rush is just too slow for using the stacks ability, and the resetting cooldown ability is not very good with most characters. So in reality, Cheerleader's not too strong, unfortunately, when it comes to competitive. But we could see some unique strategies come out there later on. But for now, let's get into our match here. Looks like we're gonna have Bloody Queen, which is definitely something they do have to ban before escape. Also, Bonbon's a good Bonbon's a good, at least 1 kill, a good tie character, which makes him also a good 1 kill character. Looks like we're actually gonna see Painter So I don't know, Chocho, what do you think about this?
Yeah, this second time our painter's appearing today, as of today. Previously it was from Rio's side. I believe it was White that was playing this painter, and it was without 3. It was 9-12. Broken Windows and Flywheel, so we'll see whether it's gonna be the same one. But from what I remember, I think Skyhunt has this painter. Skyhunt has this painter pick, even though he usually plays the Rescuer. I'm not sure whether this time they're gonna give him a Kaito role with this painter, and how is this painter is gonna turn things around. That's gonna be important. And yeah, I think they kind of figure out that this might be their last run, or maybe because of that's why they're kind of picking characters that are not towards the norm. Maybe. So we do see Malpai with that very smart first officer ban as well, considering that mercenaries in the global bans as well. Just cancelling out any secure rescuers. Amazing stuff done. And forward pick here, Eli.
Yep, Ford and Painter actually go really well together. The reason why is Ford can go for a stun on share rescue, and you can allow the Painter with that share time to it just continues basically at 0, like 1% when they get shared the second time. We're gonna see Doctor here. I feel like at this point ADM maybe is just having fun with this one. There's no reason to play Doctor in any instance, especially when you need a 4 escape. Doctor's a free kill endgame, so Doctor's probably like out of any character that you could pick in the entire game, Doctor is probably the worst one. So I think this must be ADM maybe just trying to have fun in this last match potentially.
Yeah, I mean, ending the match on a good note, of course, that's something that ADM definitely wants, and yeah, acknowledging that, yep, Idol definitely is a very strong opponent, of course, and they still managed to play all the way into BO3, so definitely it's a match to behold. And coming into this BO3 second half, of course, good luck, have fun. Fun part, of course, important factor, but of course, winning as a team. If you guys have fun and you guys consider that as a win, sure, why not, right? If that's your goal, if that's the motive, just go for it. And right now, Malpai, I think, trying to just select what hunter he wants to pick. He has a lot to kind of go about doing this. So, we do have 15 seconds. Let's see what Malpai is gonna pick. Could it be a club, or could it be something that this might not be very comfortable in this map, like a Night Watch?
Yeah. I mean, again, Malpai needs to get at least 1 kill.
What?
Yeah. I'm gonna be a little blunt here. I don't really like when people like. I mean, I get you only need 1 kill, so you might as well have fun. Try to play a fun hunter. But any situation where your tournament relies on you getting at least 1 kill here, I feel like this is not the position to play a troll hunter. But yeah, looks like we're gonna see Ripper.
You know, every time now that I see Ripper, it reminds me of what you tell me about Psyche, saying about how Ripper is so good now.
Yeah, I actually don't even know if Ripper's been adjusted on the tournament server yet either. So we could be looking at a pre-buff Ripper, but if not, if Ripper's already been buffed on the tournament server, then definitely it's not too bad. Ripper's not that bad after his buff for sure. Before his buff, he's terrible, but we'll see. We'll see.
Dang, maybe they were gearing up for the photographer. Who knows? I mean, with that doctor pick, sure, why not? But Malpai coming in with this Ripper, definitely interesting. Definitely interesting. I wonder how he's gonna play. I'm not too sure whether Malpai used to play this Ripper character, but it is his debut pick for the first time in forever. So, might be the only time he might be playing with as well in this IVC series. Against this team called Postman, Painter, Doctor, as well as the forward.
I'm pretty sure his adjustment. I'm pretty sure he's still pre-buff because journalists would be allowed. I think journalists was added before. Well, actually, I guess I'm not sure because it takes time for them to make changes for certain things. I'm not really sure, but anyways, we're gonna see. Yeah, he's gonna go Ripper here. Again, I don't really like this. You gotta play. You gotta play safe, right? This is obviously Malpai's trying to have fun, and I do like to see people having fun in a match that obviously where the result's already secured, but this result is not secured yet, right? Idol still has to get a 1 kill here, or this match does continue. So it's one of those. I guess it's one of those discipline moments, right, that we sort of talked about before. But yeah, let's see what happens here. It looks like we are gonna have It is going to be up-down build with Ripper here. We do have flywheel, double flywheel, and broken windows here from the painter.
Yep, and yeah, with Malpai, of course, confining space and detention. Curious though, is it gonna go for this blink? Is it gonna go for excitement, or is it gonna go for something extremely weird? Teleport. Come on, blink, excitement, teleport, Eli. Come on. You got this. 33.33% chance of getting this correct. What do you think it's gonna be?
Probably just blink, right? Definitely a lot safer. Yeah, the Mind's Eye might actually be worse than Doctor. That's probably true. But anyways, we're gonna get into the match here. It looks like he is going to have. Wait for it. Can't really see. It's a little bit small screen. That's blink, right? Should be blink. So, yeah, and he is going to be going first chase on to Shane, which is the postman here. We do have 2 flywheels, so flywheel is pretty strong against Ripper. You can just flywheel the Foggy Blade here. He's going to go ahead and take down this pallet. He's going to locate towards Graveyard here. Graveyard is very difficult for Ripper. Some of these tombstones you cannot actually Foggy Blade through as they are too wide. He's going to go ahead and drop this pallet. He's going to try to Foggy Blade through this and does miss that. And this is the start of why Ripper is not a strong hunter. We're going to see him go for that dog there. Unable to get that there. As soon as you miss a Foggy Blade, things get really, really tough. So he's going to have another one online in a few seconds here. But, of course, Shane could always fly with it. Oh, he vaults too early and misses the flywheel there. I actually think he should not have flywheeled. I think he should have actually just taken that hit, yeah, and then flywheeled the Foggy Blade. Because now he no longer has flywheel to work. He's actually running to the... No, he's going to the stronger tombstone. Oh, but he gets stuck on the wall here. Goes for the Foggy Blade and misses it. And he's going to go for the blink, though, through the wall and does secure the down onto the postman here. So that is going to be... gets the down... oh, we see the forward here, but he actually doesn't go for the stun. He just runs away here instead.
So, yeah, Malpai knows that forward is at that area. Right now, he's just going to squat down there with that tonight that's being popped up. Malpai is going to push out to force this rescue. Still kind of unsure. He's going around this. He does see the forward. Oh, very disciplined over there. He's not going to swing too prematurely. C4, let's see this rescue.
He's able to get the save. That's another issue with Ripper is that even if you get the Foggy Blade, they can still make the rescue in time because Ripper's swing is so slow. And excellent job from the forward to buy some distance for the postman. And goes for another stun, and this actually can get postman to the window. And because Ripper has to vault the window, he loses his invisibility. So this is a really nice play from the forward. He is going to go down because of this, but this does allow the postman to make some distance here. So not too bad overall. But again, the flywheel being on cooldown is really important here. You cannot Foggy Blade. Cannot flywheel the Foggy Blade here. Goes for another dog. Does get it onto the Ripper. Postman, I think, is still a little bit faster than the Ripper when he needs to hug this wall here. But he's sort of trapped back here, and he is going to go down to this Foggy Blade. But still, pretty good rebound kite here from the Postman. Will have flywheel for the next kite. Survivors need to push Ciphers. They cannot force go for a heal here. We do need to see a successful rescue. So I think it makes sense for... Doctor or Painter to go. Painter could potentially use a painting to harass after the rescue, or Doctor could fly with a Foggy Blade. Both are options. Looks like it's going to be Painter, and he has to be careful, though, that he doesn't get Foggy Blade from too far away here. So this is a pretty difficult rescue.
Yeah, definitely difficult indeed, and
they're
with stakes
double
that
saving,
go for
but...
escape. Oh, this is going to be difficult.
I think this is okay because you can just go back into code right after. They need to body block. Oh, they don't. Postman has flywheel, and he doesn't use the flywheel here, which means he is going to secure the down here. Meowpie just needs to chair the Postman to secure the win, so no need to go for the Painter. This is, yeah, just chair the Postman. That secures your team the win here. You definitely want to guarantee that. Of course, the win is not important here. It's just securing that one kill. So he is going to get that down. Is going to secure the kill onto the Postman here. And yeah, that does mean that Idol does manage to secure the win, even with the illogical character selection. But we're going to see is going to go ahead and change targets to Graveyard here, trying to find the forward, which doesn't have a lot of football left, does not have flywheel as well. So definitely a pretty optimal next chase target here for this Ripper.
Yeah. So
he misses that beautiful football, but he does get the blink off to secure the down.
So yeah, we'll be sharing at, I believe, the last cipher. Skyhan is trying towards there. 80% cipher. Will he be able to kind of decode this close enough such that he can get this rescue? Oh, he does have a painting though, so we'll see how he's going to put that into use. Something to note that Doctor doesn't have 3, so she needs to be, after this rescue, she doesn't need to be away from this area.
Right.
So, let's see how they're going to play this out.
They're going to rescue. Is it attack recovery? It is attack recovery. Doctor could force heal. Nope, Doctor's going to heal. Doctor's going to heal herself and come for the rescue. I feel like Doctor could have just force healed there. And oh, but Doctor's going to borrow time. That's right. So, yeah, you can't do that. So, it looks like we're going to have... Yeah, they're going to go for the rescue a second time here. Cyber Machine is now ready. It's 99% of the way done. Foggy Blade onto the Doctor, but the painter is here, so it doesn't really matter. And he tries to play around the painting and isn't able to get it. They're gonna pop the cipher and go. Nope, they're not gonna pop the cipher. They're just gonna wait. So now, if you're Meowpie here, you want to go for a Foggy Blade. Try to get no attack recovery for this endgame position. Forward will, of course, try to position themselves close to that dungeon.
Foggy, and right now the cipher will be primed. Painter still in this area, does have another painting. Let's see whether that support will be coming in with that painting. It does. So right now,
it doesn't look away from it. He could have looked away from it there, but...
She was running away from where the dungeon is located at the back gate, so...
Interesting.
How's this gonna get...
Oh, I think it actually might work, though. I think Meowpie doesn't know. Oh, no, Forward doesn't know. Oh, if he pushed that dungeon right out the door, I think he would have actually made it there, but I think he's going to fall a little bit short here. But if Meowpie vaults this, he will lose his invisibility, so there's a chance, but I don't think it's going to matter. I think that Forward needed to go straight for the door here, and he... Yeah, he's not going to hit that, but he is going to get a speed boost from here. Forward can't make it to the window, but it's going to come down to Meowpie probably just waiting for his Foggy Blade. Just going to try to keep the survivor trapped in this area.
Yeah, so just trying to take things their own way, take things slow. Foggy is up now. Let's see how accurate this will be. Shifeng, oh, very patient over there.
Oh, Miss Foggy Blade. Miss Foggy Blade, and he does have, he can push the dungeon. I think he might potentially make this. There's no speed boost from the invisibility. But the survivors are not leaving.
Because Skyhan was opening a chest at the red carpet area. What?
No
way.
Obviously, it doesn't matter if there's a 3 escape or not, but that would have been a 3 escape if the painter just left. I don't know about that one, but so anyways, that will be the final result. So Idol does, of course, secure the victory, but yeah, definitely not an easy one at all there, with a very early lead from ADM. They also made that one very interesting. If they got that body block onto the after the rescue, onto the postman, I think they definitely would have had a potential endgame situation, which Meowpie would have still had to secure his kill. So again, that's why I just really think Ripper is not... I mean, it's great to have fun, but it did come down to a position where it might have actually cost them the match, but it doesn't matter here. We do see that Idol will be advancing to the top 4 stage, which means that is another team into the top 4. So it's now Utopia, GH, and Idol moving on to the top 4. And the next match of FT versus Rio, the winner of that will be the 4th and final team, securing themselves in the offline stage.
Yeah, so I think Idol definitely won this in an incredible fashion. I mean, with ending their last playoffs match with this Ripper by Meowpie, they've got amazing stuff going on with them, and also we see how Shane with that postman didn't fly will and kind of relied on his teammates to body block, because I mean, what are the chances, right? But today, after the first 2 matches, we did see the first match how the Enchantress also didn't fly at will because of the number of people that was there. We now learned that low chance doesn't mean no chance, alright guys? So you gotta play it safe. Fly when you need to, and you have your flywheel, so make use of it and you might see things turn around. So, but then again, congratulations to us Idol. Like you mentioned, they have secured their spot in this top 4. And we will be seeing them in the offline stages. Of course, this will be very exciting for them to come together as a team. So let's see how it's gonna play out. But before that, let's look at the stats. 109 seconds from Shane, a long kite already. Support wise from Skyhan, 111, and also kite as well as rescues from Shifeng. I think his stance as well, we gotta say, it was pretty good, allowing that distance to be established between the hunter as well as the postman after the first rescue.
Yeah, so yeah, excellent kiting from the entire team here. So you see the Postman, as you mentioned, 109 seconds. A very strong first kite, almost enough for a win. Postman with that, that forward with the support, allowing for the rebound kite. I definitely think that would have been probably a 3 escape if the painter wasn't searching a chest at the end there. Yeah, so that is going to be, yeah, I mean, everyone over 80 seconds plus from the Doctor and everyone else. Over 100 here, just an excellent job overall. And you can kind of see why Ripper is one of those characters where it's just very easy. If you miss those Foggy Blades, it's very hard to win as Ripper. And even when he got the Foggy Blade on the camp, he still can't stop the rescue because Ripper recovers so slow from swinging. So yeah, it's pretty tough. But looks like final score, Idol does manage to pull out on top here. Behind at the start, managed to make a comeback and managed to hold on to the victory here. 16-11 the final score over ADM, and it looks like we do have Xenia as the MVP. Of course, 96 seconds of containment time, but it was like 200 and something in that that Geisha game. So yeah, definitely well-deserved MVP in this one.
Yeah, definitely well-deserved, I have to say. And also yesterday we had our first Survivor MVP, which is Prospector from by UTPZ, and this time around another one, Idol Xenia, like you mentioned. Amazing stuff, amazing kiting coming from him, and definitely we expect to see a lot more from there onwards. Yeah, just coming into this, of course, I thought maybe Melpine might have been a potential MVP for this round since he got that 4K with that BQ, but I think Xenia really took our breath away with that 5 Cypher kite against that Geisha at that Red Church map. So congratulations to Idol, and we'll see you guys in the offline stages. And right now, this is not the end, ladies and gentlemen. We do have this last spot in this top 4. Last match of the day, FT versus Rio. Who will be taking that last spot? I think that's going to be a huge question mark.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think that this match was mainly, I mean, obviously ADM jumping out ahead early here was pretty important. And I think the big key there was that they switched to more meta team comps. I think that was really important. That I think they realized that these veterans characters, they don't cut it. Once you start playing against these really good teams, you start playing against ADM, playing against GH, you're not going to be able to beat them with these characters. So yeah, definitely they're starting to gain more discipline there, and that's going to be really important for them. So yeah, we're going to send it to a short break here. We will have one more match for you guys, FT versus Rio. The winner of that will advance to the top 4. We will have Poch and Nell in here for the next match, so stick with us, guys. We will be back shortly. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I hope you guys enjoy the last match.
There is no rebirth without pain. The whispers by my ear, the scars from the pain. I was once lost in superficial applause before I crossed path with that touch of red. When the throat is slit, everything I wished for comes true. A mark forever sealed between my eyebrows. On the night the jailbird lost its voice, we chose to go our separate ways. Yet, I returned once more. Tears ignited a glow in my eyes. Ashes were once flames.
Racing against the time, I don't want wasted. Or while I'm chasing you, you hate to hide it. 臆病さと睨めっこしたら逃げることはやめにして Gliding across the Stephanie Warrior cases.
Controlling your heartbeat, you and I be together.
心の声に耳を澄ませば暗くなんかい夜が明ける我想在路上里对至今以来的爱毫不吝啬的表达感谢 Everybody sing love song Everybody sing this song for you and
あ
me
なたが未来を見せてくれた
もう何も怖くない Everybody sing love song Everybody sing this song for you
明日な明日へ歌うメロディー
Remember last time we have.
本気を楽しむね新しい道をつないでく Sing all the time Sometimes I do feel that need you by my side. Forget about and fight, I keep feeling it. 如果听到我心跳声，就首先说奔跑吧。
在这老地方不用另外找地方。
这里忘记时间流是记录时间流。
Can't stop it，
一起找地方。
这世界无时无刻在追求你感到迷惘。
让伙伴齐出发抵挡，不管让我们击掌。
有彼此此刻才有了力量。
是不会忘记我们曾携手并肩。Everybody sing love song. Everybody sing this song for you and me. あなたと未来を共に生きてどんな壁も越えよう。Everybody sing love song. Everybody
Ladies and gentlemen, it's main event time here at the playoffs, day number 4. 2 teams will enter, only one will continue on to the top 4. Poch Spice and Nello Mello here with you this Sunday night. Nell, on a scale of 1 to 10, why are you feeling like an A+ on this match? Sorry, that was a very confusing question. How are you?
Well, one thing's for sure, I'm definitely feeling A+ tonight because number one, I'm Asian, so A for Asian. Like otherwise,
that was
my
your
mom.
blood type. Okay.
Well, yeah. Otherwise, my parents would be super disappointed. But on a scale of 1 to 10, I'm super excited. I feel like we are definitely. You definitely are excited. I can feel that already. It's just a lot of back and forth, and we talk a little bit this now behind the stage, right? Like actually, we wouldn't mind if it went overtime or best of 3 and overtime because of how intense it is. And now that they're fighting for the final spot, FT versus Rio is gonna join that death match decision. Like,
yeah,
who's
all
gonna
Valley.
be that?
It's gonna be an Agni Kai all Valley duel that we're gonna see here. Yeah, so Rio, we just saw them. They had an intense match with ST. Let's hope they still have something left in the tank because FT from yesterday is kind of waiting in the wings and they're chomping at the bit to actually solidify their ticket and punch their ticket, not just to Thailand but to the top 4. So yeah, I'm super excited for this, and I also echo the same sentiments as you. This is both teams fighting for their tournament lives, so I wouldn't mind if it went to BO4, BO5, however long it's going to be, because they want no stone unturned. They want to be able to settle this here and now. So hopefully we'll see the best of them.
Yeah, I'm hoping for the same thing as well. Even if it goes best of 3, I totally agree. Because it's definitely going to be intense. Last spot, last tournament live at stake. And the opportunity to go to the offline events in Thailand, fighting for a piece of the sweet cake, the $1 million, million baht, actually. Yeah, it's really captivating, like fighting for the highest honor and prize money. I can see why it's a super important and very incentivizing night tonight.
Oh yeah, 100%. So, ladies and gentlemen, gracing the stage, we're going to see FT. We know Kuga. You got Yuki, Mini Blue, Dragon, Adi to round it up. So we have been seeing mostly like Dragon, Mini Blue, Adi, and Panda to come from Team FT. So I'm excited to see what they have on the roster for today for us.
I'm kind of surprised that I'm not seeing Panda tonight because Panda's usually the one playing, and we did mention yesterday, at least if I recall correctly, Panda's actually super stable, and you did mention that his acrobat was carrying against the Itakwa as well. So I'm kind of surprised that Yuki is the one playing, but it's a pleasant surprise, and I am excited to see what Yuki will bring to the table. I've seen her. Seen her on the Antiquarian, seen her on support character, so pretty excited to see what she can add, the value she can add to this FT tonight.
A lot of questions will be answered with that because, Panda has been the player that we have been highlighting, a rising star in his own right. We've seen him also grace the stage before in the offline for Thailand. So we're just going to put a pin on that and introduce Rio. Nell, would you like to do the honors?
Rio, no surprise, no stranger to us as well. DWD, which stands for Death World. Obviously, even though the name sounds scary, he's actually a really nice person. He hails from Thailand, S-Batch, Itakwa, and of course, Wolfie, who doesn't know? Wolfie, the S-Batch mercenary, very reliable rescuer. Love seeing her blindsiding the hunter with her elbow pads. And not to mention White. Cat Carey and Roxy, I believe, is the new team that Wolfie has assimilated herself in. So I'm really glad that she found this team because they're building a bond. And they had built a bond since last year until now, and they've meet up in real life and having stuff like that, like having meals together. So I feel like it's a growing team, and I would love to see them grow even further.
Yeah, I mean that's the recipe that we have seen in GH. A team that has stuck together as it's seen the fire of competition has grown from it. So hopefully that they will be tested tonight up against FT. Also, we have seen them, kind of face their fair share of adversity and also victories as well. So this 2 Titans will be clashing, Kuga and Death World here. Kuga has been synonymous to one of the best hunters in Southeast Asia, but Death World also, is he has made a lot of splashes here and there in IVA and certain Southeast Asia tournaments as well.
I mean, he's very formidable because he is very known for being super stable, consistent, right? But sometimes I just kind of wonder, is that enough at this point of stage? Because a lot of the players are on the rise, right?
Yeah.
And I feel like sometimes you kind of gotta break out of your shell and play something risky. Just like a very clear example of what we've seen, like Nyopai, a Bloody Queen. Very unconventional, right? Like it's not something that people would pick in a lot of occasion, or a Ripper. So I feel like that creative pick and risky pick and decisiveness might pay off, but still, I guess we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, and wait and see. We will indeed do. Also, we have to wait and see how Yuki will be coming into that mix, because I mean, this is definitely a big question mark on the side of also Rio with how Death World, how he's going to be facing off against Yuki. Yes, there is some tape on Yuki, but also, you have to admit that the team has been used to Panda on the big stage. So it's a big question mark. It can go either way. It can go really well, or it can actually go the other way around, because the team has to adjust to Yuki coming in replacement of Panda.
I feel like Yuki is a person, I mean, from playing with her and getting to know her, I feel like she is a player who is used to the heat of the battle. Like sometimes when you get into like a heated game, you'll be like, oh, why didn't you do this? Oh, you should do this. Like all those chaotic moments. I feel like she responds really well. She doesn't like shout back or things like that. I feel like she responds well. So I feel like maybe that's the calming water that they need in this raging fire battle between FT and Rio. But yeah.
You definitely need that, especially when, the team is kind of put in a tough position. You need someone to kind of, not necessarily the captain, but someone that can kind of like snap everyone back to the reality of like, okay, this is still salvageable. And hopefully Yuki can be that rock, since Panda did make some play-making kites. So big shoes to fill. However, Yuki definitely up to the challenge for that one.
Yeah, I mean, like we've seen a lot of superstar moves going on, right? Like it's like watching a Cristiano Ronaldo going all the way, dribbling up to the front goal. But here, I feel like they realize one man can't do everything, with the exception of Xenia that we watched the 5-side break. But honestly, that doesn't happen all the time, right? We love it when it happens.
I like the point that Eli brought out. It's just that he took the mantle, and also you don't see it in the background, right? If he didn't do if the rest of the team didn't do their job, he wouldn't be able to kite that long. So there were still communications going on. But yeah, I get you. I get what you mean. That that's not the best example. But here and now, we're gonna see hopefully the best of the best when it comes to survivors of FT and Team Rio.
Yeah, I mean, we're not gonna be expecting any short of greatness. Like, this is the final stage, the final tournament live, and boy oh boy, we are gonna see the female dancer. We've been seeing a lot from Adi being featured, with great reason as well. He's been playing a lot of female dancer. I would say that the music boxes are enough for self-preservation, but maybe if it shifts more towards team preservation, I think it will really help a lot. Female dancer is a super strong character.
Yeah, no, I just have to say, when you're on an airplane, you want to put your mask on first before you help other people, right?
Wow,
so
nice.
What Adi is saying here is that, hey, these are my boxes. I need self-preservation first before I can help others. So there you go.
Exactly.
That's what I do. It's like, no, these are my boxes.
Yeah, that's the correct thing to do, right? Unless if you're playing 8v2, and what I usually do is I put down all my boxes, and when it's destroyed by the hunter, I pick up the other female dancers' boxes. And they were like, why did you take my boxes? So
self-preservation.
Self-preservation. I like those music. I like the music, right? But you know what? I see a lot of people in the chat. So sorry. We should. I really want to give a shout out to all of you guys in the chat. Are these chants going on by you? I believe the word is you, XYUU, Tuberose, Kisser, Diamond, I believe we learned that name, Hanako, Kino, and of course I see you, Athena. Thank you for the shout-outs as well. She's been a fan of us since our Koa casting, so really appreciate those kind words. It really goes a long way for us, so thank you so much. Namaste.
Red Riding Hood has one of your jokes. Hi, back, I'm front. Hey, that's a Nell joke.
Bro, what?
No, because then it says, I'm back. Oh, hello. Yeah,
Yeah,
Okay,
I mean,
there we go. It's a good. What's up,
okay.
Red Riding Hood? Reverie also. I did see Maney also. Zosier. Yeah, just a lot of people in the chat that we'd love to say what's up to. Hopefully, we'll get to your shout outs. But we will get to this map pick and ban. Rio is picking first, and we're going to Ever Sleeping Town. Sacred Heart Hospital does get banned by FT. So this is kind of the neutral ground that we have been seeing a lot of lately. Ever Sleeping Town. And Rio, I think it was Chocho that brought this up. Rio usually goes Leo's Memory, but now they're going with Ever Sleeping Town.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a town with less snow.
No snow. Yeah.
No snow. Exactly. No snow. Just a lot of tram curses when you get hit by one. And yeah, the RNG factor comes in, and if you're a tram follower, it'll probably spare you the agony of getting hit. Yeah. But honestly, I'm really surprised that FT wanted to ban Sacred Heart because I feel like the hunters. I think when you play a survivor-sided map, the hunter with the more technically stable hunter will have an advantage in this kind of map. Because what's the worst that can happen in this kind of map? You get a draw. So the hunter with the just a little bit short of it is probably gonna get a less result. So I feel like that's a very defining one. So bringing it to neutral grounds, still not too bad. But I guess we'll have to see the game plan of the Wolves icon and the Lions. Oh my God, Wolves versus Lions!
Oh my God, we got the emojis for tonight, folks. Let's see some Wolves in the chat. Let's see some Lions in the chat for Team Rio. Do you know why it's Rayon? Or is that Rayon's a lion?
Rayon.
Rayon.
Oh my God, it's like a play of word because it's lion, but instead of saying lion, you call it Rayon.
Is that true?
Rayon.
Is that true? Okay.
I feel like based on the
that's
Singaporean blood they have, right?
Okay, that makes sense. Rio. Because
Rayon.
Rio is Brazil. Like I thought they were like giving a shout out to I don't know, like a different part of the country.
Rayon.
So Rayon. We got the Team Future here, FT with the Wolves, and now we're gonna head towards the picks and bans, folks. So it is FT that's gonna be surviving first. I really feel like since this is the neutral grounds map, and I have a feeling like we're all gonna see night watches here, it's the survivors' chance here to just play defense and deny the worst case scenario for the hunters, which is, in theory, supposed to get a tie.
Exactly. I think there's a little bit of background check going on, like a research coming in. Yuki does play the toy merchant, right? So I feel like taking it out is super good. Yeah, smart thing coming in. I mean, in general, you should ban it, right? But when you have someone that's really good in it, so you kind of have to ban it out. So.
Yeah, if you guys, this is pro tip: if you see Chocho, you're hunting against Chocho, ban the toy merchant. She's too OP with it.
Or the seer.
Or the seer.
Or the seer. Or you don't have to ban the seer because she'll give the yellow owl. Probably. I don't know. I'm just kidding.
Apparently
Chocho,
she's a BQ main. Like when her and Eli were commentating, she's a BQ main. So there it is. What do you say? What do you say?
No, I was like, I think she would give the perfect catapult for everyone except for Eli because. It's like, yo, trust the catapult. Okay, fine, I'll do it. Takes the catapult, jumps into the big tree.
Or the hunter's arm.
In the Chinatown. Into the trap. What about that?
Oh no. I can see that happening. I really can. Eli, don't put Chocho on your stream. She will set you up for that. So we're going to see the final picks here. We're going to see a dancer, acrobat, barmaid, and a forward to round it up. It's looking okay, but I'm pretty sure Death World, he's gonna go. I mean, he's definitely not gonna go for a Dream Witch with this composition. He has to go with that Night Watch.
Yeah, I mean, Itakwa is still really strong, and honestly, I don't see a lot of worries here, especially since it's just one forward to deal with at the moment. I know I say it's just the forward, but Itakwa is really good in catching up to survivors. So I feel like, with the exception of the forward, because he has the football to work with, I feel like everyone else would pretty much be caught pretty easily. Well, unless if he rotates into Adi's music box, which is carefully placed in the middle of the map, or wherever the kite is. I feel like that's going to be a factor. But other than that, Itakwa is a pretty safe bet. So this is FT's map. This is Rio's map selection.
Yes.
So I sure hope that DWD at least would be able to make the most out of it in the first half.
Yep. So in light of Yuki's toy merchant being banned, she will actually be playing the barmaid, and Adi, the signature music boxes will be placed. I think we've seen how he was able to kind of have a redemption kite in a church, but he has had his fair share of moments where he didn't optimize the boxes here in Ever Sleeping Town. So hopefully he'll be able to have that redemption there. And now, surprise, not necessarily. We have seen this jump scare before. Itakua's going to come out for the first time, first of many for us tonight, I feel like, no. Unless it gets banned, who knows?
Who knows? But I feel like he's going to bring it out. Next match, Kuga's going to bring it out. And then it's just going to be a battle of which Itakua is going to be able to dominate more. But I mean, we've seen Panda on Acrobat against Itakua did a pretty good job, and now Dragon is the one who has to take up that mantle and carry that steed of prolonging the kite, prolonging the containment. Here, this lineup is super teamwork based. Like the rotation needs to be super on point. The music boxes need to be super on point on where the kite should be on the vital areas. Yuki on the barmaid, obviously. It's a given. She's a supporter by nature, and barmaid, super good. Though I would really love a psychologist, honestly, because you kind of have to move the distance, right, to get the Dublin.
Yes.
Well, yeah. So I guess the team likes their liquors. So.
They like the liquid courage. They don't like the Wi-Fi heals. They want to be able to have the 24/7 bar open up. So it seems like they will be spawning in an L-shaped here, Nell. I mean, Yuki, Adi, and Mini Blue just surrounding DWD here, and it seems like maybe Barmaid might take first chase. What do you think?
I mean, Barmaid can definitely take the first chase. But if we look at the traits, I mean, yeah, Yuki. I would say that Broken Windows fits barmaid more, because you need to get distance, right, when you're trying to drink the Dublin and you're like, can you please stop, it's ladies night, let me finish my drink. I want to feel good. I'll puke later, but let me feel good first. So I mean,
she'll feel great, and then she's gonna run to the dance floor, which is the music boxes, and then she's gonna head to the tram, and then she's gonna just head on home back to her Mojo Dojo Casa just to chill out. That's a fun ladies' night here. That's in theory, and like you said, she is gonna have the speed boost here. It is only Dancer that did bring the flywheel, and they only have one Tide Turner in Mini Blue, the sole rescuer of the team, and he has been using this role. I mean, S badge forward, right?
Yeah, I mean, as stipulated by Chocho, she did mention it. But here we are coming into the first game, first half, FT versus Rio. Winner is gonna move on to offlines. Commentating this is Nello Mello and Posh Spice.
Seems like Mini Blue is actually taking this first kite. He's already spent a little bit of that football, and now he's going to spend it once again. He's going to get his wind energy up. Mini Blue unable to get away from the wind force, but now spends another football here. So getting rid of the sole Tide Turner carrying character is actually a good investment if he downs early now. So he's still got some time here in for Death World.
I'm not really sure if I like what is going on with Mini Blue. He's kind of not using it efficiently, but I guess safety comes first, right? You know what? I don't mind if I don't have any more football, because he used so much football in less than, 10 seconds. It's just to move out of range. So, but I like the idea of DWD going after Mini Blue, wasting all the football. Then they don't have any more Tide Turner. It's gonna make things super hard for FT. So Mini Blue is gonna get that one hit, and without any football left, Posh.
Yeah, Blink is already up for him. He's gonna head towards the dance floor here, but he could just easily dash here. Blink attempt, and he has scored the first knockdown.
My goodness. I would say this is a beautiful placement of the, the slow music box. But now, because Mini Blue has no more football to work with, he wasn't able to deal with the Blink, right?
Yeah.
So, and now two things go to waste. He's going down, he doesn't have any more football, and two music boxes are gonna be sacrificed in the process.
Yeah. And I'll add to that, Nell, these pallets were super strong. Now they're a non-factor for Mini Blue to actually rotate to, because he's gonna have to cover some distance for him to get to the other middle part of this map. There is a music box that is placed outside the two-story middle, but it's gonna be hard to get to, and I don't think he has any more tools left. So the survivors are trying to buy enough time here to figure out how to plan this next course of action. It seems like the dancer, wants to go for the rescue, but it seems like she was swatted away.
Yeah, I mean, she doesn't have Tide Turner as well. Mini Blue doesn't have a rebound kite as well. I feel like Adi just wants to take that.
Here we go,
next phase.
Dragon.
Dragon.
Getting the rescue, but he can easily just farm a hit off again. Just buying a little bit of time, but Nell, I want to ask your thoughts on the Cypher progress, because it's not moving by that quickly. We're at 39 minutes. Oh my goodness! I'm kidding.
39 minutes, yeah. I mean, this game feels like it's going on forever because of the slow music box.
I knew it! It's affecting us too.
Yeah, I mean, Cypher progress is looking really healthy. Comes to a standstill, but I guess the wisest decision for FT is to not underestimate Itakwa by DWD. Go for the draw. This is Rio's map selection. Go for the draw, you're still fine, and hope Kuga will be able to carry the next game. So I like this mindset going on. They realize they don't have Tide. If anyone else gets injured, it's gonna make the second half of the game super hard. Cyphers are continuing to move. Now, Dragon has to make this kite work, still has a lot of bombs to work with, 4 bombs, so to speak. And it feels like the 4 Cyphers about to be completed very soon, Posh, and 40% left. I think Dragon will be able to make that happen.
Yeah, and considering he's not at full presence yet, so his wind energies isn't at 4 stacks, Dragon's gonna hide this one out here. He's gonna try to go for this the pallet drop hit, and we do have Blink that will be online for DWD, but he can't afford any more missed opportunities here, because the Cypher is moving by pretty quick. Nice dash in, just gets the regular hit, and now he can actually down the Acrobat with that Blink. Seems like he's gonna try to harass the Cypher before he goes back to chasing the Acrobat.
Yeah, I like that he tries to harass the Cyphers first, but honestly, he's playing with 6-9, Insolence Detention, so he doesn't have any more traits to work with, so to speak. So he can only rely on Blink. He doesn't have normal, he cannot change to abnormal, teleport. So I feel like if he downs Dragon first, things would be super good. And now that Dragon has found himself in a good position, like, how are you gonna deal with this now?
Yeah. It's really tough. He's using all his wind stocks here to get the jump over this pallet, and now it's already primed. So FT's doing an amazing job handling the Itakwa of DWD. They already go for the end game pop here. Like you said, he only has Blink to work with, so he can't threaten at all at the end game unless he downs early, which is the case now.
Yeah, I mean, it's still not too bad, but it's just very unfortunate. I feel like they could have waited for Dragon to at least move to a position that's better before they pop it, because he has 4 bombs, and now the bombs are gonna go to waste. I feel like he could have waited until he goes into a position to go for a dungeon play. They can afford to go brave like that, right? Because I feel like a draw is playing it safe, but I don't hate it. A draw is still good for FT.
And we did set up the stage, right? You know what? It's going to be, the playground of the Itakwa. We're going to see a lot of Night Watches in this match. They usually get the 4K, but for them to get a tie, maybe they're just kind of warming up. So it's still very salvageable. I think maybe they're going to give Kuga, they're setting up Kuga for a 4K in their eyes, but we've seen Rio's craftiness. We've seen the resolve. Triumph against like really stacked odds against them. So it can bite them. We only have to wait and see. But I agree with you. It's playing a little bit safe. But let's recall the moments of this match. Let's talk about the forward kite at the start.
Forward kiting in the beginning, I did mention, yes, he was trying to use the football to avoid getting hit, right? But here's the thing: you wanna try and use your football to go to a stronger kiting area.
Right.
But unfortunately, he was burning through the football faster than I can swallow a whole hot dog or something. I mean, in like a minute. He was using it so fast. You realize, like 20 seconds, boom, more than half gone. Boom, more than half. And it wasn't even to reach a really safe spot. He was pretty much just circling the area. He kind of forget that Itakwa has the movement speed.
Yeah.
So when I feel like he's kind of underestimating his potential for a rebound kite, because even if you get hit once, you can kite a lot in the slow music box. And if he blinks, at least you can still use a music box. Your football to transition to the second floor, jump through the window. With the pallet put down by Adi, you can still manage to get a speed boost. But after all that has been said and done, I feel like the last part of the game, that is to give Dragon an opportunity to go to a stronger kiting area, is I think he should be given the chance to at least fight for the dungeon. Yeah, right, because he has 4 bombs and then
he does. Like, you'd want to give him that opportunity to flex on that, right? It's just it's every survivor's bane or annoyance if you die with like a flare gun with 4 bombs with 3 hooks. It just hurts.
Or an owl.
Or an owl. Oh, even a armed owl. Oh, like all the hard work, right?
Yeah.
Just a little unfortunate. True catapult. Oh, jeez. I will not stand for the Chocho slander. She's an amazing toy merchant, Chocho.
Exactly.
That we're just kidding here.
We're just playing with you. Yeah.
I will say this though. I agree with the I would say untapped potential. I mean, the forward playing it. I think that was just how we can summarize the survivors, right? They played it very conservatively. In theory, they could have done a lot more, but for them to get the 2-person game, I think maybe just giving Kuga that confidence coming into this next one. Yes, there's a lot of untapped potential, but maybe they just want to hit that two survivor escape mark. We just have to wait and see. But no, this is kind of on track to what we want to see, right? We want to see like ties all throughout and see it until the end game. So we'll it's gonna be, hopefully it'll be a long night for us, because I can't wait, because after this it's gonna be the offline finals in Thailand.
Exactly. I mean, we want to see the teams fight to their heart's content, to their fullest potential, for the last spot, obviously, right? Offline's going to offline is a huge thing. But at the same time, I have this kind of like a devil in me saying, just make it a 2-0, because at this point, right? At this point of competition, if you don't have that killer aura, so to speak, like you don't have that killer aura, you don't have that burning desire to get that 4K and to get a 2-0, like you have to aim high, because yes, you might be playing safe and you might draw it out and make it to the top 4, but from there you're not facing the lions anymore, you're facing dragons, you're facing unicorns, you're facing griffins, and you're facing all kinds of mythical monster now. You're not dealing with a lion anymore. And and that's what I'm saying, like, I hope it's gonna be a 2-0, because it's gonna prove that
I will say this though, and I think I know that voice in your head, I know that devil inside your head. His name's Kuga, and he always gets the 4K. And we did say that if Kuga's able to establish the dominance at the start of the match, it's gonna be hard for Rio to kind of release their I would say get released from the clutches of defeat that Kuga will be grasping them with. It seems like they might follow suit here and go with a dancer to start things off, but it's going to be a coordinator that will be coming to the mix. I know, Nell, we have strong feelings about our coordinator, but how do you feel about coordinator, a first-round pick?
They think they won't need it anymore in the later rounds. It's like, more so than the coordinator, the female dancer first also. So I feel like they're just sacrificing it, like it's a one-off thing. Maybe we'll do something else later on. But Kuga deciding not to ban the mercenary, I'm not so sure about this though, man. Like, cause not banning the mercenary might prove to be a problem for him, because Wolfie is really good in with mercenary, right? So I feel like if he bans the mercenary, allows the seer, and you get the seer, yes, but you kind of lack a rescuer at this point, because obviously Merc is the best rescuer for Wolfie at this point. So, but the gardener play here,
I feel like Eli has bit his tongue seeing another gardener a veteran coming into the mix. So you have to give it up to White. White does bring out the gardener, does bring out the lawyer as well. Probably inspired by MX in this matchup. So based on the bans of Kuga, it seems like, he's opting for that Dream Witch, but then he could just do a bait and switch and go straight to the Night Watch. But I mean, having a gardener in the mix, yes, she has that bubble. We've seen how their gardener in the previous match kind of kind of gave away the positioning based on like he saw that the chair was broken. It's like, oh, the gardener's around this area. So hopefully White has learned or has adjusted his gardener instincts to break chairs.
Yeah, I mean, the instinct to break chairs is super strong with Emma. I mean, it's just as strong as MX picking the thief and all the veteran characters. But hey, you kind of have to overcome your urge and instinct to play something that you love, but to adapt to the team. But with Gardener, I would love to make an exception for Rio, because I feel like it's a strategy that they kind of work with, but they work with a cowboy in Arms Factory, so in Ever Sleeping Time, I'm not sure about strategy. But one thing is for sure, Kuga is forsaking Itakwa.
Wow, going with the Dream Witch here. So I'm pretty sure Rio's very familiar. They know Kuga. There's a lot of tape on him, especially with this Dream Witch. So it seems like, I guess, maybe they were raring for this as well, because it's kind of seen that, based on how he banned out the characters, that this is a possibility. But based on this lineup, Nell, who do you think this matchup will be favoring?
Kuga for sure. I think they were so convinced. I wouldn't say so convinced. I think they were really, really betting on Kuga bringing out the Night Watch. But when they brought out the coordinator, it sort of opens up the possibility like, yo, how many followers can you shoot? It doesn't really matter
one bullet.
anymore. Yeah, like you shoot this one, the other one's like still waiting. I can just easily change to another follower. So I feel like this comp all of a sudden it's like not really viable against Kuga's Dream Wish. I mean, I think they kind of forgotten about Dream Wish. I mean, I did, because I was just enjoying Aqua at that point.
Yeah, that's usually the effect, I would say, that Night Watch has on people. You have to say Kuga is terrifying with this Dream Witch. So hopefully, picking this lineup isn't too big of consequences that Rio will be facing. It is workable, however, yeah, resource-wise, not as good. They're really gonna have to. They are really gonna have to rely on their rotations, and the first kite has to last a while. They have to kite out the patroller bite, which again, it's not. Actually, no one can counter patroller bites here. They're gonna have to rely on the real estate, jumping windows and also throwing down pallets. Yeah, it's gonna be a tough one now that I'm talking about it.
It is, right? And with a flywheel as well, I feel like it's
3
just
flywheels.
avoiding.
Yeah,
3 flywheels. Not the best composition to go against a Dream Witch. But still, they still have a fighting chance, because, I mean, a draw is still possible as long as they, one, either they have an amazing kite, or two, they have an amazing rotation. Yeah, amazing rotation and stuff. But I guess we'll have to see, because right now, heading into the second half of the game, again, it's me, Nelmelo, and Posh Spice bringing you the commentaries.
Yeah, it seems like we are gonna not go for the mercenary. Roxy is in the corner house. Again, Kuga could actually take his time to find his first chase here. No one is touching ciphers just yet. I don't think Kuga realizes that. But he is just, making sure that he actually covers the back of the corner house. He's already sandwiched Roxy into a really tough spot to transition from. So it might force out the gun, but he could easily just transfer targets here. Oh my god, yeah, that's what happens.
Yeah, honestly, I was hoping that he would take the hit from the leech and shoot the spawn follower instead. But now he shot the leech, so he's pretty much very far. But wait, he's gained force distance. What?
Oh, that's a little unfortunate there. So a technical pause there on Kuga's side. Yeah, I was thinking, wow, this patroller is not necessarily going for the best route to get the ankle of this coordinator. And to your point, Nell, yeah, I also fall victim to that I get too antsy that I don't eat the first hit and I use the item right away. And yeah, I would like to see him actually take the hit, transition away to a better spot. Then you'll have the access to your flywheel or also to your gun. So it's a pretty tough spot the coordinator's in, because I think it was about almost a minute in, and he has not. The ciphers aren't going accordingly, and now Mercenary has to get off the cipher to go for the rescue.
Yeah, I mean, it could still work, right? Like, you don't want to get injured. You just want to shoot one and then hopefully buy a lot of distance away from the hunter. As you can see, Kuga was so far away. The mother host was super far. The patroller was like taking a stroll. I thought for a moment he was taking a stroll, like looking left and right.
Yeah.
Crossing the trail. Did the tram actually hit the patroller?
Chat, can you fact check us on that? Is the patroller affected by the tram? Dude, that would be so crazy if it is. I don't think it has to. It has to. Then it goes right back to the host. Oh, that's so painful.
Like a cockroach. And then, yeah, it renders useless. Maybe that's the plan, but in all seriousness, I feel that yes, buying distance is the key. There's different kinds of kiting, right? But marathon kiting is the best against Dream Witch. But Roxy's staying in this area, so apparently the doggo has finally bitten Roxy.
Yeah.
And he flywheeled that bite, right? And
there's still gonna be another one, and that's gonna be it. Gonna get a hit. At least it's not the leech followers. The coordinator has already received that hit. Already has spent her gun and the flywheel. So Kuga now transferring the main body to the center, and this is where the dance floor is placed out.
But you can see that here. Oh wait!
Oof. The switch up.
Did you not see? Do you not see the two?
Yeah.
The two followers coming to sandwich him. But
I'm not quite sure. He wasn't even close to that pallet, right? So I'm not sure if he was aware of that, but this is the reality we're living with, ladies and gentlemen. Roxy is down. We're gonna see the cleanup of the music boxes here. So a fair start for Kuga, and this is where he can start to ramp up the pressure.
Yeah, ramp up the pressure indeed. Same story, right? Like same situation. Two music boxes have been broken in the middle of the map. And the cipher is gonna be camped. Very, very unfortunate, but I guess they have to come back and prime it later. They can always try and do a new cipher first. That's the idea. Don't force it here. Wolfie's gonna try and buy some time. Oh, that miss! Wow, that's really good. That's really, really good. But the trap? Did the trap hit anyone?
No, I don't think so. We do see that the patroller is gonna get dropped once again, and Kuga being very characteristic with just getting that coordinator. And look at that, just so fast. Oh man, her spawn follower just got jump scaring her off, and now a last effort has been popped. Wolfie is actually here, and he will Kuga will be leeching onto Wolfie as well. So a lot of presence being built here for this Dream Witch.
Yeah, a lot of presence, but Cypher progress is still looking pretty healthy. But if history has taught us any lesson, even if 3 ciphers have been popped, never assume that it's over yet. Like, basically all the progress is 3 ciphers, right? So it takes 2 new ciphers, so to speak. But I would say they still have a chance, but I think they shouldn't rescue. But I guess they have to.
Yeah, they need to create time, but they're not gonna do it with a Terror Shock now. Oh my god! And there was still more time for the coordinator on the chair. She does take a while, and now Wolfie forced to rescue here. He's gonna another Terror Shock!
Kuga, the beast! The beast is coming to life! And this is exactly what I'm talking about, which I love to see. Double Terror Shocks, not the double tramp hits, but White is gonna come and rescue at the same time. Fortunately for the bubble, okay, at least Gardner's like useful in this sense, like the bubble.
Yeah.
But, oh my god!
You hate to see it happen if you're a survivor team. It's all falling apart for the survivors, but it's all falling into place for Kuga. 2 Terror Shocks in a row for 1 camped out coordinator. Holy smokes. If he's not MVP, I don't know what.
Yeah, but here's a chance. Wow, Kuga is really decisive. He's just holding Cat Carry down. He's gonna bite down White on the Gardener. I guess the point is to just keep him on
Drop
the
down,
ropes.
but switch. Yeah, it's he's really not relenting this pressure. Gardener using that flywheel, interesting. So it seems like female dancer is down. Mercenary, he's gonna take a while in that chair. He's gonna have to force a rescue here. Gets the bubble, but now, able to use that bubble to great effect. And now it seems like he's gonna hunker down on White here with that blink. And now there's gonna be a pallet drop, but it's actually not in place.
Yeah, I mean, he tried his best. And honestly, Posh, like, this is what I'm saying, like, usually it doesn't really make sense to pick veteran characters, but Gardener here apparently is the saving grace for Rio at the moment, because he's the only one making the rescues without getting a Terror Shock.
Yeah.
So, but it still doesn't change the fact that they're in a pinch. They can't heal each other, they can't decode, And honestly, it's like waiting a slow and torturous release.
it's hard because they're in triage mode. They're in survival mode at this point. They're not touching objectives. They're forced to actually tank hits and play musical chairs. Wolfie is trying her best, and oh my god, the blink switch. Beautiful call there by Kuga. And now Mercenary is going to be down. This does have a self-heal. Female Dancer can see that rocket chair once again, but Kuga, I think, yeah, he's going to go just leech the Mercenary out. And Nell, this was the voice in your head. This was the Kuga going in Super Saiyan mode, reminding us that he has a Dream Wish that you have to respect, folks.
Exactly. Kuga's Dream Wish is still super strong. Never forget, like, Itakwa is super strong at this point on time. A lot of people are using it. But Kuga, his roots is still the Dream Wish. And in Ever Sleeping Town, it's a menace. And I don't know, man. If 2 Terror Shocks doesn't convince you that his Dream Wish is scarier than his Itakwa, then I don't know what to say, because...
It's too much. Alright, gonna get the struggle here, but you know what? The follower is right down there getting traffic jam situation on that pallet. So I think they gotta fix that chair over at that area since the Gardener did touch it. Speaking of the Gardener is over at the graveyard. Ciphers did get a syringe. I'm not sure if he's gonna be priming that heal just to happen. But now, it's gonna be a slugging strategy to start off.
But honestly, it doesn't matter if he gets the heal off. Kuga is never in a million years gonna chair Wolfie. It seems brutal, but he's just gonna keep him on the air, keep Wolfie on the air, and just keep beating him up each time he struggles free. It's a cruel process, but it is a strategy. It is a strategy very commonly used by Dream Wish players, to stop the dungeon plays.
Yeah, it's and at this point, you like you said, we need that killer instinct. You want that that side of them, the killer instinct, to come out for them to get that 4K, to convince everyone that they are the best of the best. And this is the way to do it. Kuga needs to, show that he's the alpha in this matchup, and he wants the points. He wants to get the 2-0s. Unfortunately, he can't find the Gardener.
Yeah, this is like one of those few games where you are actually happy to have a Gardener in the team, because all the important chairs are being broken.
Done, dude. Yeah, that's crazy, right? Oh, you see the balloons. Note that Emma was here.
Yeah.
Gardener's
hiding behind the bushes. Oh my god!
Oh my god! He's gonna find out. Yeah, he's gonna figure out he can go for a leech here.
He got it. He's gonna prime the heal. Is he gonna prime the heal? No.
Yeah, he's got the prime heal. And luckily for the Kuga, able to get the main body hit. The leech is still there, so now he could actually just go for the chair here.
Yeah, I mean, go for the chair, and just chair it, because obviously now. Wait,
maybe not.
Yeah. I did say a million years, so apparently it's only 10 minutes.
Oh, the flywheel! Beautiful sequence there by White. Just gonna make sure. Wow. Okay, he's gonna force Wolfie to go for the self-heal here. And he's gonna just trap White in this place. And just forces the leech hit onto White. Wolfie still up though. 2 elbow pads to use, so I think they just really wanna... They're not gonna go down without a fight. They're gonna show how long they can survive and kind of frustrate Kuga, because he can wait a million years, while real survivors can wait 10 billion.
Oh, 10 billion. I mean, I hope not, because I would probably be in the grave by then.
But guys will still be running.
Still be running. Legend has it, they still are, actually.
They're still, the stream's gonna end, but they're still playing, guys.
Exactly, they're still playing. World record, by the way, one whole day. One whole day playing the game.
Oh, Blake is gonna connect, and there's the surrender. Kuga, ladies and gentlemen, what a beast!
Yeah, that's like if you watch MMA, that's like, I don't know, man. That's like Brock Lesnar in his prime glory. Like, but honestly, Beast, the double Terror Shock. You gotta be convinced right now that you kind of have to ban Dream Witch over Itakwa if you're going to best of 2, because after that performance, I feel like you gotta respect his Dream Witch, and you're not gonna think that Itakwa is that scary anymore, so to speak. Right?
Because compared to I mean, compared to how we saw this match and compared to his his Itaqua matches, yes, it does get the 4K, but 2 tear shocks and 1 camp coordinator. That's the pressure, ladies and gentlemen, that Kuga brings to the table, and you gotta respect it. So coming into this round number 2 now, you know what? Rio's gonna have to pull one out of the fire for this one because 5-0 is no joke. So the survivors were actually playing to Kuga's strengths, kind of setting him up for this slam dunk of a game with his Dream Witch. And you know what? Maybe in hindsight, if Rio does look at the bans, he was really raring for this Dream Witch, and they kind of served it to Kuga on a silver platter.
Exactly. Dream Witch, never forget, still a very super strong character. I mean, he's played it the longest. He's shown results, the most successful results with Dream Witch as well. And I feel like when going into best of 2, we're never gonna see Dream Witch anymore. Yeah, we're never gonna see it anymore. Like it's too strong to not ban. Like there was nothing wrong with the kiting of the coordinator, right? Like he's still pretty good. He still kited very respectably, 70 seconds, first kite, right? But unfortunately, the rebound kite, the second time not so lucky anymore. Wolfie is the only one who made that rescue successfully the first time. But you know what? As the saying goes, you can kite all you want. You can kite very good, but if the rescue doesn't happen, that's when things start to fall apart.
Yeah, and that it did. And considering that this was Rio's map selection, it's a little tough pill to swallow for them. Hopefully that they can bounce back in the next round, but with FT picking the map, they could definitely pick a map that is good for both Dream Witch and Itaqua for Rio survivors to kind of pick their poisons in the next one. But we got to give credit where the credit is due. We got to give the devil its due here with Kuga being that little voice in our head saying that, yeah, you guys want a full game? No, I want an early night in the office. I want to be able to get the convincing 2-0 coming into the top 4. And they might even have a GH run because GH had the same results last year where they were sent in the lower bracket coming into the top 4 and they just steamrolled the entire competition. So maybe FT wants to be able to write the story that way in their perspective.
Yeah, in their journey, right? Like make a mark in their own story as well. But one thing is for sure, the journey is still not concluded yet. Rio still has a fighting chance in the second game. And honestly, if they banned Dream Witch, I feel like they will have a fighting chance against Itaqua, as long as they don't fall for the Terra Shocks again by Kuga. I think everything should be pretty tieable. But at the end of the day, you kind of have to rely on DWD a little bit, either DWD or the Survivors team to make that points come back. Yeah, points come back. Or you could try to avoid the tie. Get a tie, and then the second half try and get a 3-man escape, and that would give you a glimmer of hope. Because right now it's 7-2. Point difference is looking huge. A 7-2 win, round 1 win for FT.
Yeah. It's a tough mountain to climb, but it's definitely doable on the side of Rio. They have faced some adversity before. I think this is the most that they have at stake, and like you said, this is a team that has been formed and has, forged their bond through the controversy and the ups and downs of competition. So this could be another bump in the road for them in this next one. So I'm excited to see how they're going to try to salvage this, especially coming into its I believe FT's map selection. They might go for something that's like a Chinatown or a Red Church, just to give teams give both sides a good faction. And seems like Panda is coming in.
Wow. So apparently they're
Yuki's
finally
done her
bringing Yuki's done a job. Now they're bringing the big cannons. They're bringing in the Dragon Warrior, so to speak, Kung Fu Panda.
Exactly. Panda, I love that name. He's very stoic too. We met him in the offline. Well,
we did.
I personally met him. He's very quiet but very stoic and very reliable too. So definitely the Dragon Warrior that
Warrior
we've known of.
Yeah, exactly.
Like you said also from yesterday, he's definitely kind of graduated or has added more to his arsenal just from being a plain rescuer to more of like a diverse kiter.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely built his confidence. He's definitely built his experience through a lot of the tournaments that he has joined in different teams. But of course, FT has been. I mean, he used to play for ZT, right? So he moved to FT, and honestly, I feel like he's a contender at this point. He's a name. To be recognized. Hopefully, he wouldn't change his name anymore. I'm already happy enough that
I think he can change his name to Dragon Warrior or Kung Fu Panda
or Po.
Po.
I'm just kidding, but honestly, I'm just glad some of those top players they don't really change their names, just that we can identify them. Like Zed never changed his name.
Please don't. Run. Don't change your name.
MX,
the Hunters too, MX, Death World, Kuga.
Yeah, I mean, stick with that identity. We would love to see you grow as well.
And look, those names that we mentioned, it's like we have like stuck knowledge on them too. Like Wolfie, we know that he's kind of it's been one of the most stable rescuers out there, and hopefully like teammates like White, Cat Carry, Roxy, that they also stick to their names too, so that we can follow them, and also hopefully they make like socials so that we can follow them too on their journey. I know Wolfie, please follow her on socials. She definitely posts a lot of highlights. And also Nello, want to follow Nello on the IGs, Nello World.
And Poshy Poo.
I should change my IG.
No. Spicy Posh, but Easy's not here anymore, so please do follow Spicy Posh at Instagram as well. And I think you did voice work as well. So.
That's just a little project I'm doing. So if you guys want to just check out my Instagram, links in the bio. So hopefully.
Nice.
We gotta help promote our the community as well. So also Eli, subscribe to his YouTube as well. He goes live on YouTube, and also Chocho convinced her to go live and ask her to play Bloody Queen. She's not listening to us anymore, so we can say that.
Yeah, we can say that. Convince her to play Jack. Yeah, Jack the Ripper. And watch her throw the winds from halfway across the map and hit someone at the gate. So
that's gonna be crazy.
Oh my god. Like in Moonlit River Park?
Oh yeah. She knows the lineups. She knows the lineups. She doesn't even play Wax Artist to know the lineups. She can do it, Jack.
That sniping skill, you gotta love that. But honestly, we would really appreciate the follows. And of course, please help us get to 10,000 followers.
Yes.
Dream big.
You dream big. Mr. Beastify it, guys. We got this.
Mr. Beast it. Yeah, exactly. And hopefully.
I was gonna say, no, we still gotta do something interesting for the offline. I feel like we should do like something with our socials to go online with. I'm not sure. I mean, playing would be the kind of a given, but I don't know. Last year we were, going around asking questions, giving rewarding players and all that. So I think we should do something like that. But I don't know. If you guys can suggest to us, let us know. Yeah. No, you're saying.
What about? Would you like to buy an apple?
An apple?
Yeah. And if someone says yes, we're gonna say, thank you for buying the apple. Actually, I want to buy you an Apple product.
Oh!
I'm just kidding.
Or what's that thing? All right, don't say anything on the mic, and we'll buy anything in the store. What's your name?
What's your name? That's smart.
Next one. We're giving away the meta. We're not supposed to do that. Dang.
Exactly.
But we'll workshop it. Yeah. We do want to go around and meet everyone. So what? Again, we always extend our invite. If you guys want to say hi, what's up? Talk for a little bit. We'd definitely love to meet you guys because we love that it's online, but there's no other feeling like offline. So
exactly.
There's that.
Yeah. We hope that we can share your message as well. So the thing about following is like we do it not just for the identity, we do it for community building as well. Like we would love to read your messages as well. Like if you want to send us message on Instagram, we would love to read your message. Right?
Remember in Call of the Abyss we had like a meme showing thing?
Yeah.
So we'll bring like our iPads, send us like your favorite memes or make some memes up, and we'll show it on stream. That's definitely something we can do.
Yeah. I don't have an iPad, but I can draw your.
I know Eli has an iPad, so we'll borrow his because I thought you had an iPad.
For sure. Yeah, we would love to read the messages as well. Maybe some stories we can share during intermission, right? So
true.
it would be more meaningful, right? So
Well, Chocho and Eli like commentate. Let's jump up behind them and be like, "Hey, what's up? Oh no."
yeah, would you like $1 or double it and give it to
Double
the
it,
next person?
double and give it to them. Mystery box or $1? Mystery. Go with
$1.
mystery. Oh, you go with the dollar? Dang. Okay.
Okay. You see what you missed? Nothing.
Nothing. There's nothing here.
There's nothing. Yeah, it's $1 too. So either way, you just got $1.
You just gotta throw away the box. That's what you
Yeah.
gotta do. Very
Exactly.
wasteful.
Yeah, I just feel like there's a lot of gimmicks going on in social media, and things like that. Yeah, but we are trying to make meaningful content, not something gimmicky like that. But
Unless
hopefully,
Mr. Beast notice us, please do. We'll
Mr.
help you.
Beast, we would love to join your challenge and win an island as well.
Imagine if Mr. Beast does a real life Identity 5. What? Like recreates the entire Identity 5. Oh.
The manor.
The manor. Oh.
Okay, do an impression. Do an impression of Mr. Beast introducing in the video.
All right, folks. I'm here with Nello Mello, and we're here with $5 million. Like, I need super zooms and cuts.
Super zooms and cuts, yeah. And we are here in a real life enactment of the Identity 5 manor.
Then zoom out, right, with the drone shots. What?
I mean, he did it with Squid Game, right? Super.
That's gonna be dope. That's gonna be
dope. And then,
all right,
and then
let's
Silas gonna come and be like, yo, Silas gonna be like, okay, we gotta have your name here now.
That's gonna be crazy. Mr. Beast notice us. We're on YouTube. Anyway, so ladies and gentlemen, we are gonna get back into this matchup. Apologies for that. We're just super excited to see you guys offline. It's gonna be Chinatown now. So FT just. I feel like they're really just wanting to put the nail in the coffin here and solidify their victory. But Rio really needs a fighting chance to come back at this. However, in a map like Chinatown, that does give Death World also has a Dream Witch. He also has a Night Watch. We also seen his Wax Artist that wasn't as stable, kind of lost track of the Survivor. So I couldn't see who was gonna play the Hunter first. But yeah, it's Chinatown. Any thoughts on that?
Chinatown by FT. I think they just want to leave the option of having Itakwa and Dream Witch very, very playable in this kind of map. And I think it's a really good pick, honestly. It's more or less like the second ever Sleeping Town. It comes second after ever Sleeping Town. Pretty neutral ground for both parts, with the exception that Soul Weaver is super good here. But unfortunately, neither of them play Soul Weaver. But yeah, it's pretty solid. It's pretty standard. It's pretty balanced. I feel like they can at least open a lot of possibilities for Cougar to pick either one of these hunters, and hopefully helps him to get it. But I was about to say, since Rio's the one picking, right?
This is
the faction, right?
Yeah, the faction first. Yep.
I thought they would want to send. Yeah, they should send the hunter first. Send the hunter out, and then based on the results, they can try and make a play after that. Yeah, that would be the best case scenario. I don't think they want to deal with Kuga first anymore, right?
I think so. Yeah, he's just too overpowered, and I think this is actually good for the mental stack of Death World. Like just try to tie or just set something up good for the Survivor side, because the Survivors have been crafty enough to kind of come back in the second and third game. So maybe that's the plan here. But FT do not want to deal with the Dream Witch, even by Death World standards. So they're banning that out. So I think they have to get ready for his Night Watch.
Exactly. Night Watch. Here we go again. Unless the Death World decides to forsake Itakwa and go for something else, right? Go for Wax Art. I don't know. I mean, there's a professor in the play now, so Itakwa might not be the best choice. I mean, it's definitely doable, but in the chat itself, I'm seeing Chocho saying, giving scary uncles vibes. How dare you? You are gonna cosplay as Bonbon in the offline.
in the duck outfit, right, Chocho? Saying what's up. Shirayuki is also in the chat with the panda love. Diamonds shouting out Mr. Beast. Yes, let Mr. Beast notice us, folks. Up FFF is also, chanting on to Adi. So hopefully we'll see some amazing Adi plays here. What else we got in the chat? I think Hanako is saying IVL offline will happen as well as IVC offline. So it's going to be a crazy week this end of August. So hopefully you guys can watch both of them. Or obviously Horton Hines telling everyone to just drink some water.
Hey. Thank you so much. Speaking of which, I should probably drink some, but shout outs to Up FFF as well. He's asking us to give him a shout out. So shout out to you. 我想要 shout out. So that's the meaning of 我想要 means I want.
Okay, you get one. 我爱你 Up FF.
我爱你. Wow, mahal kita.
There we go. Let's see if he understands Tagalog. Abakabar. That's what you taught me.
Yeah, that's in Malay. Nice. You remember. What's mahal kita din, by the way? Mahal kita din.
I love you too.
Oh, nice. I tried saying it in the chat, like in the Harry Potter chat. I said mahal kita. For those of you who understand mahal kita, and wow, everyone was like, oh, I'm from Filipino. Filipino represent.
Let's go, mga kababayan, mga kaibigan. Let's go.
Let's go. Masaya ka ba? Okay, I don't know what I'm saying. But at this point, Posh, I'm just looking at the survivor's choice. It's a lot of harass going on, don't you think?
Yeah, I mean, the scales, the football, the gun, and also the toy merchant just keeps throwing objects, throw magic wands, throw syringes, just to provide that support. In a map like this also, you can set up a lot of good catapult jump spots. So yeah, FT really want to go for the win here and punch their way towards the top 4, forcing DWD to go with a Geisha.
Yo, Geisha, I like Geisha, but I call it, there's a lot of single hit deterrence here, right? Professor won. And he sheds his skin, and everyone else can use his skin. But then again, I feel like if he can get a draw here, it would still be good. But I would like to say that. But at the same time, I would like to say DWD should be the one wrecking points for Rio because Kuga seems unstoppable. He's on a high tonight, right? So I feel like DWD should be the one raking in the points. Get a 3-man kill. And then if Rio survivors can get a draw, well, we're gonna be seeing a best of 3.
Yeah, hopefully it's gonna be easier said than done because, like you said, they're raring for like a lot of support, a lot of harassing in this lineup. So Geisha we love seeing Geisha. I'm not gonna lie, but with the scales, with he can counter the football and also the toy merchant's catapult, but I'm just really scared because the professor could be a difference maker in this matchup. Nell, who do you think would be the best chase to start off with?
I think the best chase would be no one.
Next question. Thank you.
Thank you, Posh. Yeah. But honestly, I feel like they should chase. DWD should chase the professor first, because even though he has that stun capability with the scale hardening, you only have 2 chances to get it right. It's like flywheel. If you miss it, well, sorry, you're gonna get hit, and it doesn't do anything for you. Second choice, I would say go after Adi before he puts down more catapults. Yeah, because let's not forget, they are all depending on Adi to replenish their supplies. Use up the gun, get something new at the shop. Come to Adi's shop, right? And use up the football, come to Adi. Adi has special offer on a perfume or whatever he has, right?
No receipt, I just throw it. Here, take it, pick it up on the ground.
Just take whatever you want. Take whatever you want, don't need to pay, free of charge. Why you complain? Right? So, hey.
I can't do that.
I mean, yeah, it's just Chinese thing. So, it seems like 2 people have tight turners. So, I think it's gonna make all the difference in the world. 2 tight turners. This could buy so much more time for FT.
Chat's asking for Chocho to cosplay, and we're asking you guys to tune into this one because you got Potch, Spice, and Nell on the mic here for this match. We do see that DWD is actually heading towards Mini Blue, which is actually the forward, and we have seen Mini Blue actually take the first kite at the start. Is he gonna go for a rematch here? It seems like DWD has learned already, like, all right, let's not go for the forward to start out with, but Panda giving the scratch marks on the floor.
Yeah, scratch marks, the bloody marks, whatever it is. Panda, one thing is for sure. Oh, he was trying to do the wall
Glitch
dash. I
that, yeah, unfortunately. I think that's too much, a thick wall. I haven't seen anyone do that, so DWD now. He also brought excitement, by the way, Nil. So this first chase is going to be a little tough, especially if Panda is able to, play the pallet game really well here.
Yeah,
Whoa.
I mean, beautiful play, but unfortunately he kind of missed it. I think he thought that Panda would be waiting at the pallet. Yeah, but Panda still has a gun to work with. Let's hope. Honestly, he should use it much earlier so that it renders the excitement useless. Because now he's not going to be able to use anything anymore. So even if Panda goes down here, he shouldn't use the gun at all. Because they know DWD is definitely going to bring excitement.
True. Oh, tried to go for the drop down. Beautiful hit there. DWD able to cut Panda's kiting time shorter than it could have been. I mean, that's still a very decent kite. Another cipher is about to pop, so you could say that's a 2-cipher kite. I'm wondering how this 45% cipher, it seems like they're rotating away from it, probably was disrupted in that kite. So now Mini Blue here, forward, does have some football. Didn't use it quite the whole way here. So now he's going to try to rotate to get this rescue.
Yeah, I mean, he can come for the rescue, but I think he kind of has to force DWD to use excitement on him. So that when Panda rebounds, the gun's going to be a surefire thing. Yeah. But,
wow. What? I know. The rescue was great, but yeah, it was just unfortunate that the drop down is able to hit and connect. Well, you do see that Panda here. You know what? They're still making him hold on to this excitement, which, yeah, like you said, the forward can still come back for another rescue. He's going to jump back in here. Mini Blue, is he going to wait for him to pick up and then go for it? But it seems like Coordinator, yeah, he's just checking if anyone's here. I actually thought, like, where's he going?
Okay, Mini Blue is... I was about to say Mini Blue's doing a good job hiding from sight.
We just saw him standing there. Here we go. Excitement's going to get baited out. Okay. So now this rescue is going to be great for Panda. He's going to have a gun to work with.
Yeah. Or Mini Blue can come in for
another
stun rescue, but his football is too little to use. Adi can come in and now
Panda can, by the way.
Yeah. And Panda can easily use the gun, provided someone rescues him without getting terror shocked. But the cipher rush is pretty good so far. 4 ciphers almost done, but the last cipher is just starting to move at this point, Posh.
Yeah, it is. So another drop down. They have to make this one count. DWD is doing a great job so far. Has provided a lot of patience here. Now he's going for a drop down. Attack recovery has been rendered useless, and now Coordinator has one shot. He's going to try to go for it, and nice shot for him to be able to move on away. Dragon is here for that support as well. We're sitting on the last cipher now.
Yeah, forward's the one they depend on for the decoding. Not the fastest decoder, but hey, 3-man, man. 3-man, 2-man's covering, covering a Panda with their life. I mean, Dragon Master, bro. You gotta preserve Dragon Master.
The fearless, the fearsome 5, or like the tiger. Everyone's like blocking here. Coordinator also has some scales to work with, so that can be used in the end game. And also, she's got a pocket watch. So it's not going to be as long as the first officer, but it's still going to help out. Dragon going for the support here, helping the Panda out, able to get the scales too.
Yeah, and this is why one excitement doesn't help you from the Dragon Warriors followers. My God, this is so bad. Cypher's almost prime, Posh, and
it is.
Honestly, they're just moving into position now. Dragon's gonna be the victim.
Yeah, he's gonna actually might have to take this endgame kite, but the catapult was used to transition away. No one's touching. Oh, the double catapult! Okay, to the second floor. Wow, but he can just go for the butterfly to the level 2 here.
Yeah, that's cruel. Geisha can do things that no other hunter can do. She can just go up the second floor with ease. But here comes the deal. Gate's almost open. It's for sure. Dragon's not going to be able to make it to the dungeon here. Unless, if the scale...
No, it was still at 20 seconds, so that was a little unfortunate. Yeah. But they got the 3-person escape. Wow. So the survivors, you know what, just showing us a little bit of levels to their game. You know what? Playing it very conservatively at the first game, but now they really went all out in that one, courtesy of Panda, holding on to that gun until they forced out the excitement to come out.
Yeah, I mean, I love this game plan. I'm pretty sure they already know DWD's Hunter Pull, Geisha, Dream Witch, Itakwa. So what happens in this game? You're not gonna play Itakwa. Ban out the Dream Witch because Dream Witch obviously doesn't counter gun, right? Doesn't. I'm just kidding. I guess, yeah, I mean, the guns get countered. The stuns all get countered by Dream Witch followers. So we saw what happened in the first game with Kuga's Dream Witch. It gets countered. And here, they made a super good choice. Ban out Dream Witch, deal with whatever single hit hunter Death World has.
Death World has, yeah.
And throw all the stuns. Like, what are you gonna do? A professor. A coordinator, a forward. Yeah, one excitement's not gonna save you there. And
yeah, now that I think about it, right, and you were saying you hold the gun till the end, force out the excitement to happen, and that's what they did. They played it to a T. Beautiful teamwork, and it was just they were 2-3 steps ahead of what Death World wanted to accomplish in this matchup. Considering it, maybe if you went with a different character, it still could play out the same way with how much stuns they brought, because one excitement isn't going to pay off in the end here with how much they have to offer here.
Yeah, I feel like not just excitement, you kind of probably have to bring the max stun resist as well. I feel like that would be a much better. Usually in this kind of situation, I feel like you kind of have to bring that and not just depend on excitement. But when all has been said and done, the score is 3-1. Probably not what Rio survivors are expecting from DWD, but it is what it is, because that Dream Witch ban is definitely super disadvantageous for DWD, and they made it work. Like, bro, you know that things are going smooth for the survivors when your forward is holding the more than 100%.
Yeah, I mean, Mini Blue was kind of forced to go for the decoder roll when he got hit. I mean, he was just more for information and objective taking. So, again, great stuff on his side. And I would say more conservative start, right? He used a little bit of that football, but DWD was already discouraged to chase him and forced to chase the coordinator. And considering coordinator also sits significantly long in the rocket chair, so it didn't really play out in his side. So here's the skinny of it now. The survivors are gonna have to 4-man escape or nothing. That is their only choice of victory here. They can go for that tie, but the lingering 5-point game is still looming against them come round number 3. So they want to go for the win here. If not, 3-1 still good, but you're still gonna have to pay that pound of flesh in round number 3.
Yeah, pay that pound of flesh if they can make it to best of 3 in the first place, right? Because you and me, we've seen this situation a lot of times. You gotta make a comeback with a 4-man escape, and you can see from the criteria below as well, at least a 3-man escape to go to round 3. But technically, you gotta think in the long run as well. If you gotta draw here, you're gonna have to do even better in best of 3, even if you make it.
Right.
So I feel like asking survivors of Rio to get 4 escape, it's like saying Kuga can't get a single person, which is kind of impossible. He just showed us he got that double terror shock, leading to a 4K. And honestly, I don't see what character they can play in order to get that 4 escape. 3 escape, I would say, is very doable, but maybe a cowboy.
I mean, for a 4-person escape, it's not just the survivor team that has to do their job. Kuga has to slip up real bad for them to get that 4-person escape. So that's why it's really hard to see a scenario where a 4-person escape is going to happen. Again, we like to be proven wrong, folks, and Rio, we're really rooting for them to push for that round number 3. But after Kuga's performance like that, it's hard to fathom a reality where he's gonna try to slip up like that. He's gonna play as conservatively as possible, and he's gonna at least just get a tie for them to win.
Yeah, unless
I like that word. Okay, what?
If Kuga plays the Ripper, then they will have a really good chance.
You mean Chocho's Ripper?
Chocho's Ripper. I mean,
if Chocho can give her blessing, then maybe.
Yeah, I mean, Chocho, bro, when she swings, the fog somehow
it goes 180 behind. Like what?
Yeah, it's like tracking, bro. It's like the tracking device. You get hit. Yeah,
Chocho
it's like
crack Ripper. Make that trending, guys.
Crack. Yeah. It's like you're hiding all the way at the back of the gate and you get hit for no reason. Like, what did I do wrong?
You did wrong by selecting ready for match when you're against Chocho. That's what you did wrong. She's that good.
Exactly.
She's that good.
Yeah, 1v1 her anytime, bro. Her ID is okay. I'm just kidding.
Oh my god, Chocho. Shout out to you.
Yeah. Shout out to you.
Follow her on IG, by the way, IDV Chocho. She posts a lot of content on like her doing scrims and also a lot of IVC updates.
Exactly. A lot of IVC updates. She's also very funny in real life. Her humor is second to mine. I would like to say, I wouldn't say that honestly. But her dad jokes are almost as good as mine, so I guess that makes you dad too. So
Chocho's a dad.
A dad. Yeah,
Congrats, Chocho.
Yeah, congrats, you've grown. Yeah. Okay, but this lineup though, Wolfie still gets to play her mercenary, so at least we can expect a very stellar rescue coming out from her. With a prospector and an entomologist, it's also good. Yeah, it's strong. Kuga can play Itakwa here, but I don't know, man. With a prospector in the game,
I mean, we breaking wheel.
Yeah.
But right, we talked about going breaking wheel when it's do or die. For him, he just needs to get a tie, and breaking wheel it's either 4K or nothing. So it's gonna be risky if he goes for that. Yeah, I would say they drafted this one pretty well. I know that they kind of went big at the start. It's at Wolfie's mercenary, and we got to see the toy merchant of white to start off with. But the fact that they're able to secure the prospector and the entomologist, it's a good showing. He can just simply go Itakwa and just go for ties, and that'll be all she wrote for Team FT to punch their ticket to top 4.
Yeah, I'm still trying to think of what
he can
play here. I don't think he should play Bonbon. I would like to say that, but I mean Bonbon is just so slow in chasing. But yeah, I guess Itakwa's the only way to go. The way, the truth, the cult, the Itakwa nation. Right.
It's we are Itakwa, guys. We are Night Watch. It is us. We are them.
Yeah, we are them. Not the hero that we need. Sorry, not the hero that we want,
but the hero we need. The hunter that's the hunter that they need right now. So he's gonna go with that. Shout outs to Hanako. She is watching while ironing her uniform, so hopefully it doesn't get burnt.
Yeah, and hopefully you can iron mine as well. So
wow,
halfway across the map. Hopefully, and to a certain friend that I have not talked to anymore. I don't know where you are, but you may call. Please wash my dishes.
I knew you were gonna bring it up. You were going to the signature dishwasher, and also shout outs to Kino, also up FFF, also XYU. Being very vocal in the chat here. Again, fire emojis here. They want to see the fire of Kuga burn, I believe. But we also want to see the lion heart of Rio show here. So this is their potential last stand, folks, in this matchup to stay alive in this tournament. FT in a good spot, but Rio have the odds against them. But you know what? It's hard, but it's definitely not impossible.
It's not impossible indeed. What's impossible is summoning Richard from his grave to give them his blessing. But speaking of which, they are gonna be doing I would call this a Z formation, but it's still an L formation.
Yeah.
And for me, I don't like putting Roxy in that position because it's a really safe spot. I would imagine, but then again, there's no one else left to kite, right? So I think they're just depending on Cat Carry to make that first kite. Due to the beast, she will be able to block certain hits, though I'm not really sure. The beast definitely don't block the suction by by Night Watch. But then no one can. Oh my god, no one wants to face Night Watch, and that already shows how strong Night Watch is, right? Like, would you want a toy merchant to face the Night Watch first? Norton, Zed did face him first.
He did, and he kind of showed the way to do it, right? With how he timed the magnets. And you honestly, first off, like Zed is just his fundamentals in kiting has been showing in spades in IVC. So you want to have to get that down pat. But here, it's going to be a little tough. Cat Carry is going to have the kite of his life here as the entomologist. Yes, the bees can slow down in just a bit, but I mean, Nightwatch, even with 0 presence, still has access to the wind and also has just the dash. So it's going to, I mean, he's going to get that eventually. So, and also Kuga brought Insolence. So he just really wants to play for that tie. Get presence early on and go for the detention endgame if that's going to be the case. But we're going to see if the case will be just that, folks. Nello Mello and Potch Spice on the mic at your service for this potential last match of FT versus Rio.
Yeah, everyone's just hiding inside. No one wants to see Nightwatch, especially Morningstar, because you know, Lucifer Morningstar. It's a bad moment to see one and then especially walking in the night in Chinatown, taking a stroll, not to enjoy the night breeze, but to find someone to murder. So I don't know, Vosh, but it seems like might have spotted Roxy on the 2nd floor.
Oh, baited him to go down, but Kuga didn't spot it out. So,
oh my God.
Wow, Roxy kind of caught a break there, and now Roxy's actually rotating away. So is he gonna see the scratch marks on the floor if he turns left? Oh, wow! So this is actually a great start for the survivors. Kuga flabbergasted to find anyone here. There is no tinnitus that is being propped. He's gonna have to move on away. So I think now he's gonna see that tinnitus. Unfortunately, it's gonna be Roxy's hiding behind the building here.
Yeah, I mean, well, at least you get a consolation prize. The mercenary is around the vicinity, but now Roxy's gonna be caught with his. Oh wait, he's gonna be caught in the wind. Not really. Yeah. Roxy can get up there. Yeah.
He's gonna try to go for the hunt here, but wow, just getting the stun on the level here, changing of levels. Gonna go for that jump. Blink is gonna be ready. He's gonna just get that another speed boost here. He tries to go for the blink to avoid the magnet. So this is an aggressive start for Kuga. Flywheel away from the hit.
I'm not sure I totally agree with using the blink there. Because now 2 ciphers are done. Punch.
It's happening. The impossible is being done, folks. Roxy having the kite of his life here. He's going to take just the first hit, but you know what? They're already working on the last 3 ciphers, and you have the support of another survivor that's in the vicinity here.
Yeah, I mean, Wolfie's there to... Maybe the idea is to just help him block. I'm not sure what Wolfie's doing there.
Yeah, actually, if anyone would come for the support, I think it would be the entomologist, but the bees were not enough.
Yeah, it wasn't enough. I mean, well, back to the drawing board. I mean, not too bad. I think what happens is Wolfie's trying to finish the cipher there.
To be closest to the rescue here, but yeah, that's just gonna interrupt objectives. He's gonna just absorb that magnet and also clean up a little bit here. But yeah, Kuga's not gonna play with desperation. He just wants to get the 2-man kill, and he's gonna be a happy camper. He's one more hit away from actually getting his full presence and getting the 4 wind stocks. So that's gonna be a problem. And Wolfie is she's gonna have her hands full for this rescue.
Yeah, she's gonna rescue before half. Beautiful rescue as always. A pad. Oh, the pad not really doing it at Kuga. Eye on the prize, bro. Because 1K is gonna help him. Yeah, he's just with. Bro.
Oh my God! The magnet didn't get off in time, and now the last effort's gonna be popped. Wolfie is gonna have to just stop decoding and go for this rescue, but he can just camp this one out. He's already at full presence, and also, mind you, he's still got detention. But we're already seeing on the last cipher, even though it's less than 50%.
Yeah, but it's still an indication of a strong 3-man escape, because the next person can come in. No, actually, I take back my words. The last cipher is just next. It's actually the mercenary cipher. It's just next to where it's being camped. I feel like they shouldn't force this cipher. They should start a new cipher. They are forcing this cipher. Not gonna happen anymore. So, yeah.
White with Soren flying in. Now the Tide Turner was able to activate here. But yeah, Wolfie is gonna be downed. That cipher is not gonna get touched anymore. And now there's actually a lot of body blocking going on, but no one's touching the objective. So this is all good for Kuga here.
I mean, what? No one's. Oh, okay, I think the plan is just for Wolfie to just self-heal.
Wow.
But, yeah.
Blinks on through to down the man of the hour, Roxy, and now that's gonna do it for him. First survivor down and out. Mercenary is still healing up, while we gotta look at the last cipher that's here at the center now.
Yeah, I think it's really, really hard to come back from this situation. The pad is fortunately gonna save Wolfie from a potential hit again. Cat Carry will be the one to take that second kite probably, but there's no more bees to work with, and with that boosted speed, Cat Carry is gonna take that damage. Wolfie start already doing that 6 cipher, right?
Yeah.
So
it is much needed. Tried to go for the long hit, baited him to actually take in the stairs, and now the wind is actually just gonna go for the attract, and now Cat Carry will be down. So slug strategy, very interesting.
yeah, I think the plan was to not die near the last cipher. I feel like that's the turning point for Ryan. Because we were saying like, oh, 44%, they can make it, they can. But now it just looks like it's gearing more towards a tie situation.
Yeah, you got to give it up to their start, right? Roxy did an amazing job, and Kuga was kind of in a tough spot. They couldn't find he couldn't find his first target, and that bought so much time for them to rotate. But we are seeing the mind games being played by this pallet. But yeah, this is a Night Watch. He gets to jump over that pallet. Entomologist has already used up the self-heal. Wolfie's still trying to push an objective here, but they're so close to each other, Nell, that Night Watch, it's so close to each other.
Yeah, I mean, all the ciphers, cipher management, right? They are decoding all the other side, and now all these ciphers are lined up in one single line. Can you even finish decoding? Like, this cipher has progressed 55%. This cipher has 70%, but everything's lined up in one. So
yeah, and you can't really split push this 2 ciphers where it's at if you're facing up against the Night Watch at full presence with those dashes. Entomologist luckily got the syringe for her to get that heal off, and now it's just gonna be a slugging strategy. Kuga just building up the wind stocks just to defend the cipher at this point. Still at 73, so it's not looking threatening just yet, and Kuga knows this. That's why he's gonna try to commit to Wolfie, because Wolfie still has yet to expend her self-heal.
Wow! She's gonna get back here. Fortunately, she still has a self-heal to work with and 1 elbow pad. Rest assured, Kuga's not gonna... No, he's gonna check Wolfie for sure. You know that she's the only one self-heal left. Oh my god! If he shares him here, like everyone else won't have self-heal once they're down. But
yeah, it stops the cipher progress from happening, or the last cipher pop, and forcing them to go in a tough location here, which he knows the entry points of this rescue to happen, and he's gonna try to cut anyone off. He's gonna build up more wind stocks. Cat Carry just playing all the roles here. Had a syringe, now has a pocket watch to work with.
Yeah,
Ooh,
but he knows. Like with 3 wind stock, he easily dash through. Not really gonna happen here. No flywheel as well. I mean, he did flywheel, but it kind of missed. So, yeah, White has flywheel as well. Everyone, as a matter of fact, has flywheel except for the mercenary. But against the Night Watch, yeah.
There we go, Toy Merchant. Toy Merchant flying her way to get the rescue going. And this is actually really good for them to actually extend the game even more, just rescuing the mercenary. But he's already spotted him out. Flywheels the hit, but the blink will connect.
Yeah, and with that, Kuga has pretty much solidified at least a draw or a 3-man.
Actually, it's a 4-man at this point.
Yeah, it's a 4-man.
No one can get up. Yeah.
Yeah, no one can. Yeah. Slugging, strategy, working. Honestly, amazing start. It's just that, like what I mentioned, don't die at the last cipher. Don't die at the last cipher.
They were just kind of forced to push that cipher, so it's kind of unfortunate. Wolfie is going to try to go for the heal, but then the Terror Shock is going to connect, and just like that, folks, we have our top 4, and FT has made it to the list of that top 4 that will be heading to the Thailand offline finals.
Yeah, I mean, congratulations to FT. Finally, a chance to battle it out in the offline stages. They've definitely done their due diligence. They've worked hard, and honestly, super proud of them. Used to have them as the NM team, but now they're building a name for themselves. So congratulations, you are the top 4 of IVC. We will be seeing them join GH, Idol, and UTP. So
I'm excited to see that. But can we also give some love to Rio and also ST? They unfortunately fell a little bit short of the mark. They did not make it to the top 4, but they gave us such amazing matches. And this is just a footnote in their hopefully long history as a team. Hopefully we'll be seeing more of them in future tournaments, especially Rio, because like you said, Nell, I love teams that stick it out through thick and thin, and this can only make their bond stronger if they learn from this experience. And going through a gauntlet, going through ST and going through FT was definitely a big task ahead of them. Unfortunately, FT was super ready for them, and FT is the one that is moving on.
Yeah, I mean, very well deserved. Both teams definitely are very worthy of being in the top 8, playing it all out until the very end to decide the final spot. But unfortunately, only one team will be able to pull through. You can see that Roxy did a very respectable kite. Respectable kite, 100 seconds. I feel like if they played Choo Choo Train and move away from that cipher, I mean, you might as well at this point, right? You might as well cover, like, you know, the strategy when they're like 2 men walking side by side with you, and you try to make it out
Conga
the gate.
line, yeah.
Yeah. You might as well do that and leave that area, because then Wolfie will be able to self heal, and the ciphers wouldn't be interrupted so much, right? Yeah, honestly,
like you said, it's the moment there is dying at the last cipher, or the one that is primed. Really solidified Kuga's performance. I like what one of the persons in chat said. Opheliac BM said Kuga's bloodthirsty. I think this is definitely he's definitely his last outing, right? This is his last performance, his last time that he could actually like experiment with sort of things, and he just wants to remind everyone and kind of flex that this is what you'll have to deal with. Coming into the top 4. So I think, they had to show up and show out. And like Nell said, you know what? You want to see that 4K, or you want to see that 4-man escape coming into the top 4 and not play too passively. They definitely were the wolf pack to go up against the Lions here, and they were able to solidify it a solid 2-0, punching their way to top 4, coming, I believe, end of August in Thailand.
Yeah, and it's super, super exciting. And also interesting, Posh, because we have GH playing in hometown in Thailand. And we have 3 teams from different regions, from far away, UTP, Idol, and of course, finally, FT. And all of them are from Malaysia and Singapore. So it feels like everyone is coming to Thailand to claim the throne from GH. And I feel like it's a storyline we can talk about, right? Because
they got to defend the land here. GH, though, has been, I would say, unscathed in the heat of battle, right? They've been performing very admirably. But we'll put a pin on that because we got to give the flowers to Kuga being the MVP. Undeniable performance with his Dream Witch and also with his Night Watch. He's a terror, he's a menace, and he's going to be going to the top 4 with the rest of his team in Team Future.
Yeah, 12,000 deduction points. That's maximum points, man. Nothing left to be said about.
4 average. It is on average 4 eliminations. 1.5 terror shocks. That should have been a 2, but he didn't get that much before in the recent match. But these numbers are so scary.
Yeah, I just hope that all of the members from all the teams can make it for the offlines, because the last time
Kuga wasn't there, right?
I only saw Panda, I saw Potato, I saw Zed Run. Everyone else is basically
work from home.
Work from home, MX is also there, but we don't get to see a lot of people like Kuga and but being offline is definitely a different thing. And honestly, I would say GH having that home advantage, everyone managing to turn up at the place, is definitely going to be a difference maker. But before all that, here are today's results, ladies and gentlemen. One of the teams on the right. Rio.
Rio won the first one, so they booked a ticket to go up against FT in the grand finals. But between Idol and ADM, a hard-fought battle here, all the way to actually the first games went to BO3, right? The last one was really solid by Team FT, them getting the 2-0, and just the point differential was just huge. So they were really meant business tonight.
Yeah, all business tonight. Left no stones unturned. But honestly, it's just the experience and what you've mentioned a little bit earlier just now, the bonds that matter. Like, stick it out. You're not gonna win every single time. You're not gonna win in your first try. Not everyone does that, right? Not everyone manages that. But if you stick it up long enough, get together long enough, good things can happen. And Yeah. So have it, Posh. The brackets here, winners brackets, lower lower brackets. I'm really excited actually.
Yeah.
To see UTP.
UTP versus GH. It could be a. This is actually dangerous territory for UTP because they're going to home. GH has the hometown advantage. They're going to enemy territory in this match, and we've heard the roar of the crowd with GH, and they do get powered up by it. And the fact that they actually have upper bracket advantage is going to be terrifying for anyone that's going to challenge them if they continue on with that upper bracket run. Then after that, it's going to be Idol versus FT, another powerhouse of a match. You know what, FT having a solid performance, Idol, kind of figuring out the final pieces to their puzzle later on in that final game up against ADM. So this is your top 4, ladies and gents. It's going to be a barn burner in Thailand.
Exactly. I would say in this point of at this stage of tournament, it's super good that you're on the winners bracket because it gives you double life, right? Usually when you go to the playoffs, wouldn't it reset? Like when you go to the grand finals, everything gets reset, right? Like you no longer have second chance, right? So with Idol with UTP and GH, at least they will be having an opportunity. Like either one of the teams, regardless of who goes to the lower brackets, they can still fight it out with the remainder. But with this kind of teams available, I don't know, man. It's gonna be like, it's gonna be hard to watch, hard to decide as well.
Yeah. Well, that's we're just here to be professional fans, Nell. I'm excited to see how that one's gonna play out, especially considering that the lower bracket is gonna be like infested with the killers and really good players. But I can't wait. I'm counting the days till we have to be in Thailand. But that's gonna do it for us tonight, Nell. Any final words before we sign off?
Final words, guys. Don't forget to drink more water, so to speak. And of course, thank you so much for showing up, turning up as usual, supporting us, supporting the team, supporting the event. And we hope to see you if you're going for the offline event. When is it, Posh?
It is going to be in April 20. August. April. Oh my gosh, April. I'm thinking of Call of the Abyss. I believe it's going to be on August 26th and 27th. So we'll see you guys there. Do follow Identity5 on the socials just to stay up to date. Also follow Nello Mello at Mello the World on his socials, and also on Facebook, Instagram. He's on everything. Spicy Potch over here, and Identity5, of course. Keep playing it, guys. But that does it for tonight. We'll see you guys again, and it's going to be offline in Thailand. But for tonight, have a good Sunday. We'll see you guys next time. Peace out and goodbye.